Hey, good morning, everybody. It's ABC7's Xavier McKnight coming to you on the WCTV live desk in Tallahassee. We are still, myself and our teammate Ivy Morton, we are still here in Tallahassee at our sister station WCTV in Tallahassee as crews in Sarasota. They are working to try to get on the air this morning. They are working to try to get back on your TV screens. They currently are having some form of internet and connectivity issues. They are working to resolve through those for the time being. So I will be bringing you the latest this morning with what we are seeing here as the aftermath of Hurricane Milton continues throughout the Sun Coast and the Tampa Bay area. We're going to go ahead now and play you. All right, we heard from Brendan there, who was out on one of the scenes yesterday. We also had ABC7 Sophia Vitello. She was out on the scene yesterday as well. Let's hear more on what Sophia had to say about some of the things that she was seeing out there yesterday. All right, apologies for that there, folks. I'm seeing in the comment section many of you saying that you cannot actually hear the audio on this so far. Let me see if we can work through some of those issues here. Once again, if you're just joining us, it's ABC7's Xavier McKnight coming to you on the WCTV live desk in Tallahassee, our sister station that we have in the state's capital. Our team in Sarasota, they are working to get back on the air this morning. They are having some connectivity and logistics issues right now, but once they are able to get those resolved, you will see us back on your airwaves this morning in Sarasota and around the Sun Coast. Let's see if we can All right, folks, once again, apologies. We're working through some technical difficulties ourselves here this morning as well, as we work to get things back on air here. All right, folks, some apologies here once again. We are working through some technical difficulties here and also back at the station in Sarasota to get you all back on air here with the news this morning. I'm going to actually toss it over to our local news live team with what they have now.
Already several areas that are being watched out there in the Gulf of Mexico and all the way out towards the Atlantic. We'll talk more about that coming up in the next half hour, but we'll send it back into you. Again, hurricane season looks like it may be far from over.
Man, hate to hear it, but we have to stay aware. Local News Live meteorologist Brent Watts, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bryant. And now let's go ahead and turn back to the destruction. Cleanup continues tonight after a crane crashed into a building as Milton roared ashore. This here is video from St. Petersburg. It shows debris scattered across the road. The crane had been working on what will be the tallest residential tower on Florida's Gulf Coast. The scene is similar across the area. Our local News Live correspondent Brendan Mackey shows us more.
Hey guys, I'm Brendan Mackey here on 301 North in Sarasota. And take a look at this waste and recycling center that's behind me. This thing is just absolutely destroyed. You can see that roof has caved in, and most of the roof is now on the debris that's underneath it. The good news is that here across the street, there really isn't a lot of debris that has flown over this fence. The bad news, take a look at this fence. This fence is absolutely destroyed. It looks as if someone took it and tied it into a knot. And it's not the only thing here that's now missing. The billboard, this huge billboard behind me, there's literally nothing left on it. This is just unbelievable to see. Stay with us. We're going to continue to be covering all the damage from Hurricane Milton. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And we're also looking at some of the destruction in nearby Sarasota. Local News Live correspondent Sophia Vitello shows us one person's home where the porch collapsed in the severe wind.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Right now I'm on Briggs Avenue and Fruitville Road. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. Look at this house here. I just talked to the homeowner. Luckily, it's just this front area. It's not inside the home, but look at what that wind did, that powerful wind. We know it was 90 plus miles per hour rushing through the Suncoast here. You can see it's just pulled apart this whole porch. There's pieces of it all over the floor. There's trees and debris inside. We're not sure if everything that's in there is damaged or not, or if it'll be salvageable. Hopefully those items and everything else inside the house is okay. We're going to continue looking through downtown Sarasota and finding the damage and the dangerous areas for you.
Hey there, good morning. Once again, everybody, if you're just joining us, it's ABC7's Xavier McKnight coming to you on the live desk at WCTV in Tallahassee, our sister station we have here in Tallahassee. Our team in Sarasota, they are working to actually get back into our studio this morning at the actual ABC7 news station headquarters. They are having some connectivity and logistics issues with that right now. Just bringing you guys the latest on that. Going to toss it back over to our team over at Local News Live.
Drugs. It's a serious threat to patients.
The often secretive discipline process leaves patients in the dark.
Plus, fighting junk fees.
It's just a way for these companies to profit.
From small towns to Capitol Hill, a targeted crackdown to save you money. Then,
what's up, babe?
Inspiring the next generation to shred.
We created a community through doing the classes.
One man's mission to shape futures through skating.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV+.
Few careers are as stressful as being a doctor. The long and unusual working hours, the demanding pace, and emotional trauma has some doctors turning to drugs and alcohol. According to the Mayo Clinic, about 1 in every 10 doctors will develop a substance use disorder during their career. Confidential state programs across the U.S. help them on the road to recovery. And when doctors relapse or put the public at risk, it's up to state medical boards to take action.
Investigative reporter Josie Sturman looked at doctor discipline nationwide and discovered a secretive, lenient system that allows physicians to keep their licenses even when they show up impaired at work.
Next case, Michael Heilig.
In November 2018, members of Kentucky's medical board took just 5 seconds to make what many consider a surprising decision.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted.
Fully reinstating the medical license of this man, orthopedic surgeon Michael Heilig.
Well, I was just shocked.
The news was stunning to Danny Davis, who told our Lexington station back then he learned through a flyer in the mail that the doctor he claims did 2 disastrous surgeries on his arm was back in business.
To be so quickly reinstated after some of the things he's done, it makes absolutely no sense.
Medical board documents say Heilig failed a hospital drug screen in May 2018 after a nurse raised concerns he was impaired in the operating room. But even though records show Heilig had been self-prescribing Ambien, was diagnosed with 2 substance use disorders, and signed a contract with a special state program designed to monitor doctors battling addiction, his license was not suspended or revoked. It's the kind of situation our national investigative team has seen across the country. We've spent months digging into discipline and oversight for doctors dealing with addiction and alcohol abuse, discovering a secretive process that critics say protects doctor reputations while leaving patients in the dark. Time lags in informing medical boards and the public about doctors who have significant issues, and lacks delayed punishments for physicians who've put people at risk while battling their own demons.
It's a serious threat to patients.
A threat Dr. Sidney Wolf with the consumer advocacy group Public Citizen explained is often tackled first with confidential physician health programs, or PHPs, that give addicted doctors an avenue to get clean and sober while potentially avoiding discipline. But we've found their identities are generally kept secret when they're in a PHP, even when they're cleared to return to work.
Would you knowingly go to a doctor who you know had recently a problem with drug or alcohol abuse? Most people would say no.
But generally, people don't know about doctors in rehab or recovery unless there's an imminent risk to the public or until a doctor repeatedly breaks the rules laid out by their PHP. That's when state medical boards are typically informed, and they may hand down public disciplinary action.
Amongst the categories that I think are most outrageous and dangerous is the failure to act more promptly and more completely against those doctors with substance abuse disorders.
Our national investigative team looked at actions taken against impaired physicians or physicians in recovery across the country, discovering when it comes to PHPs informing medical boards about noncompliance, some doctors got multiple chances before boards were told they weren't following program rules. That includes an Indiana family medicine doctor who was enrolled in his state's PHP in 2018 following drug abuse treatment. Records show he failed 3 required drug tests in 2019 before the state board was ever informed, and his license was only suspended after he was charged with 2 DUIs in 2020. He later retired.
The boards have to be tough when people fail to manage their addictions.
Firm, fast action is what's warranted in these cases, according to Art Kaplan with NYU Medical School, one of the country's leading medical ethicists. But we found revocations are rare, and even extreme cases don't always have swift, strong consequences. In 2020, board documents show a Wisconsin doctor who reported drinking before work, driving intoxicated, and treating patients while in active withdrawals, went to rehab and enrolled in his state's PHP. Even though the records say he started drinking daily and dropped out of the program in 2021.
Low that anybody who wants to turn in and out of that road has had to find another way to get in there because it's way too low for trucks to get through, or SUVs, and cars are too scared to drive by that, understandably so. And so there's a lot of hazards here on this road right now because of this roof that flew off and now is coiled around this utility pole. And if you pan all the way over here, another thing that we've been seeing as we've continued to survey some of the damage in the community, that's a big problem with these stoplights. The stoplights are pretty much all out all throughout town. We've only seen a few stoplights that have actually been fully functional. Some of them on Cortez have been fully functional, but most of them have just been like this and turned off. And so it's important to know how to handle these situations and how to drive around a stoplight that's turned off. Everybody is supposed to come to a complete stop and essentially treat it as a stoplight. Again, it's really important to be aware of your surroundings, not just because of some of the things that are on the road, the stoplights, and all the hazards combined right now. Again, that's why authorities are please asking people to just stay in their homes and wait until they get things cleared out and safer to be out in the community. Guys, back to you.
Well, the power outage numbers are improving. Yesterday at this time, it was running around 230,000 for both Sarasota and Manatee counties. Well, 153,000 people still without power in Sarasota County. That's 51%. Manatee County, 159,000. That is 61%. They're improving. And I got to tell you, at my place, we got power back on close to 5 o'clock. And that was more exciting than when I was 6 years old and got my first bicycle for Christmas. Hallelujah. When you get the power back on, more power to you, not to use an expression that relates to it. Hardy County, you were 98% without power this time yesterday, just 80%. DeSoto County, you're down to 32%. You're doing good. But then Pinellas County's 394,000. That's 69% of the county. And this is actually Hillsborough County. I didn't get the name of the county change here. But Hillsborough County, with 500,000 people still without power. All right, so the tropical outlook here going forward, there is a disturbance that just came off of Africa, and that has a 40% chance of developing here over the next 7 days. That's the only new disturbance that the Hurricane Center is watching. The reason I'm emphasizing this is because there's an internet sensation going on that there's another storm right behind Milton, and it's going to go the same place, and it's going to be destructive. That's what we call internet clickbait. That's a scary headline to get you to click on it so you get to see the ads that come on before the story. There is nothing that the National Hurricane Center is watching here in the Gulf of Mexico right now. I'm going to show you the American computer model, and people who are untrained in meteorology in any way, shape, or form, they have access to these models too, and then they can create those scary headlines. So here we are. This is the American at 7 o'clock on Friday, today. And there's just not much happening here in the Gulf of Mexico whatsoever. Take it through the weekend, still not much happening. There's a little moisture that might give us a chance of a shower in the next couple of days. But here we are on Monday. There's nothing of a tropical nature. Now we get to Tuesday, we're starting to look way down to the south here, and we get on into Thursday. Okay, that is a tropical looking low, if it actually develops, but that's a week away. It's also way down here near Nicaragua, likely in the American computer model to slide into Central America, which would tamp that storm down. So there is nothing that's right behind Milton. And I'll take you to the European computer model as well. Again, a little bit of moisture that might come back our way into the weekend, maybe an isolated shower or two. But as we push on here into Tuesday of next week, that's the 15th, there's nothing down here, even in that Central America area, other than a loose area of moisture. So there is nothing in the scientific community, nothing in the world of science with the Hurricane Center that they're watching in any way, shape, or form that's going to be right behind Milton. That's a headline you don't need to click on wherever you see it. So that's what we're facing there. I've got a couple of pictures here. One that I wanted to show you. This is a boat here at Trailer Estates. It's half on the seawall, half on the dock. That's not good. But this is the other thing. Do you see this right here? That's a stop sign that's fallen down. I almost ran through a four-way stop when I left the bunker yesterday because I didn't know, I'm not familiar with Lakewood Ranch Road, and I didn't know that intersection had stop signs. They were all blown down. There just happened to be somebody next to me who did slow down and stop, so then I realized, oh, that's a four-way stop. You got to watch out for this too. Be a defensive driver, and the lights when they are out trying to cross University Parkway with no traffic lights, trying to cross 301 with no traffic lights. That is an exercise in frighteningness. It's not even a word, but Stephanie, Brissa, I think you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah, I feel you. Absolutely, and that is another reason we're going to stay home as much as we can today and until we get some more of these things fixed. That's for sure. But that was a reassuring forecast from Mike. I think we can all appreciate no storms anywhere near us.
I will take a calm weekend.
I would think we could all use a calm weekend. We'll be right back.
ABC 7's First Alert Traffic. We're up to get you going, so you're on time every time.
With your First Alert for braking backups and trouble spots.
Braking situation right now on the DeSoto Bridge southbound.
More updates.
We have an alternate route to get you around that backup.
More up to date. Be on time every time.
ABC 7 First Alert Traffic every morning, every evening on your local station.
I'm ABC 7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC 7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC 7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC 7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Hunger is close. It could be as close as your friend, your coworker, or your next door neighbor.
All Faiths Food Bank is here to help. Many local teachers, nurses, and other essential members of our community turn to us for meals.
You can help feed the thousands of working families in Sarasota who are facing hunger. Your support is crucial.
The need is right here at home. Together we can end hunger.
Hey everyone, good morning once again. It's ABC 7's Xavier McKnight joining you here on the WCTV live desk here in Tallahassee. This is our sister station we have here in the state's capital. If you all have been in for a few moments now, I mean, you probably see that we are actually back up on air. However, if you're just joining us, we were having some logistics issues earlier, but we are back on broadcast now. I'll toss it back to them in just a second. Just wanted to get everyone caught up to speed with what's happening here. A huge thank you to our corporate team and the folks over at Local News Live and Investigate TV just shortly there. All right, I'm going to toss it back over to our broadcast in Sarasota, where we have Stephanie Roberts and Brissa Bradfield.
And especially if you see a body of water and a down power line, that is a massive no-go. Do not go anywhere near it. Our Sophia Vitello this morning is joining us from one of those locations in Sarasota and could see some sparks from a tree nearby.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Now I am off of Fruitville Road and North Osprey Avenue. I want to show you what we're seeing here. There are two Sarasota police officers blocking off this road here, not only just because of all of the trees and the debris that have fallen into the street, because I'm being told that there's downed power lines in this specific area. Another reason why you should not be driving around, because we are still trying to find all of those spots where those downed power lines may be. I can tell you that that large tree there, can't show you it from all the way over here, but there is a little part of that tree that is sparking. And there was a little flame and some smoke coming out of it. So this is definitely an electrified area here, a dangerous area here. We're glad that we have our Sarasota police officers here blocking this off so that no one can come through this street. I'm going to continue looking around and finding more damage and dangerous areas that you should not go to.
Tell you, I have a feeling it's going to be tough to find an arborist over the course of the next couple of weeks. So we're looking at a couple of watches and warning advisories, I should say, that are still up across the area. I guess probably one of the most important ones has got to be the small craft advisory that's still up. That'll be up through Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. It's not the best of boating weathers quite yet, although it's much improved, obviously, from Hurricane Day. But from today, they're still waiting for some of the wave action to kind of dampen down just a little bit. We also have an issue along our area beaches, all of our area beaches, actually. We have a rip current statement that's up. That too is up through Saturday at 8 a.m. So basically any kind of wind water related activity does have a hazard associated with it over the next couple of days, and that would be that wave action that we still tend to see. And then there are some flooding issues with some of our area rivers, the Rye River, the Alafaya, we have the Myakka River, Manatee River, all having little minor to moderate flooding issues, none of them in the extreme category. So they're still around, and they'll probably be up for most of these rivers will crest either today or they'll crest by Saturday. So we'll watch them all come down after that, as we don't expect to see any rain events coming our way. Satellite view shows the last of Milton kind of pulling away from the state of Florida, taking the cloud cover with it. We do have some low-hanging cloud kind of still hanging in there, but I think on balance, today's going to be a mostly sunny day. Back to you.
I think my favorite part of that whole forecast was the last part, seeing Milton go away out of the state of Florida. Ta-ta, Milton.
And I think people are happy to see those somewhat cooler temperatures, since obviously we still have so many power outages.
Got a lot of rebuilding to do, too.
Yes, we do. It's going to be a hard-working weekend for many people. We'll be right back.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
If there's one thing we like, it's choices. And your Ford dealer is the place to start. With a full lineup of vehicles and available powertrains. Get your ideal combination of power and capability with gas, hybrid, or all electric. But more important than the power you choose is what you choose to do with it.
Get Expedition with 2.9 or 6,000 cash back. Or get Escape with 1.9 plus 2,250 cash back. Only at your local Ford dealer.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Sponsored locally by Carl Reynolds Law. Every night, ABC 7 is where the Suncoast turns for what's happening now.
Breaking news at the power.
And what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a First Alert Weather Day.
Every night.
ABC 7 is working for you.
ABC 7, your local station. Thousands of people are now using the ABC 7 News app on their smart TV. And you can too. Using your remote control, go to your TV app's homepage. Locate the search option, then type in WWSB ABC 7. Select and download. From there, you'll be connected and ready to stream full newscasts, stories on demand, and exclusive content. It's all free and all from the news team you know and trust. ABC 7 is your local station, streaming wherever you are. ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us here today. The Suncoast encountering major damage from Hurricane Milton. This is a look at Punta Gorda. You can see some flooding damage there, lots of downed trees. It looks similar to some of our streets here on the Suncoast.
Actually, I would assume that folks in Punta Gorda are breathing a massive sigh of relief.
I would think so.
Only because, as John and Mike will certainly remember, that storm had Charlie feels to it as it started to flirt a little to the east there at the end. And, you know, no one knows where those direct hits are ever going to happen, but that was devastating when it went to the south so many years ago.
The maximum storm surge I saw was down to the south, in the Suncoast area. It was like 5.3 feet.
Okay.
And in Anna Maria, it was 1.8 feet.
Wow.
So, yeah,
the sigh of relief.
thank you.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah, a storm surge miss, but definitely not a damage miss because of those
we got some wind. Yeah, we did.
those
A lot of our buildings survived quite nicely, though, which really is a testament to the increase in our building codes around the area.
So Helene was that surge, that was the big damage out of Helene. This one was the wind and a lot of tree damage. That's the other thing you'll
everywhere.
find, especially this morning while it's still dark. I had to try 3 different routes just to get out of the parking lot where I live. Yeah, it's just kind of ridiculous. So I want to show you this graphic. I was looking at the weather reports from SRQ, and at 7:53, we had the strongest gust out of the east. So the way that the winds flow around any kind of low pressure area, they flow counterclockwise. So as the storm was approaching the Suncoast, we had the easterly winds, 93-mile-per-hour wind gust at 7:53. By 8:15, it was down to just a 56-mile-per-hour gust. At 8:50, 8 miles per hour as we were getting into the eye wall of the storm. And then by 9 o'clock, the wind registered at SRQ of 0. We were right at the eye of the storm. I never anticipated at any time in my life I would ever have the eye of a hurricane come over top of us. It made impact near Siesta Key, and so many of us experienced that. And let's hope that's a once-in-a-lifetime situation. Yeah, let's just hope that. Then by 9:15, just 15 minutes later, we were back to 45-mile-per-hour gusts and then 36 miles per hour. We had the strongest wind gust that was recorded at SRQ. That was 102 miles per hour. Then we lost communication with the sensor. Don't know if that's damage to the wind equipment or the weather equipment there at SRQ, or maybe just losing connectivity with the rest of the world. But this was fascinating to me, and to see that we had 0-mile-per-hour winds there for a few minutes was just amazing. You get to get the t-shirt now. Milton Strong, I survived the eye of the hurricane. All right, there's one disturbance, and only one disturbance that's new, coming off of Africa. It's got a 40% chance of development. We've got the remnants of Milton. We still have Leslie harmlessly out into the Atlantic. That's it. That's all we have. So there's this internet thing going on that there's another storm right after Milton, but it doesn't really show up in any of the scientific computer models or any of the concerns here from Hurricane Center. This is Monday by 6 p.m. and there might be a little bit of moisture returning back to Florida here. There's nothing that looks anywhere close to tropical until we get to Thursday, so that's October 7th, but this is off the coast of Nicaragua, whereas Milton formed out here in the western Gulf of Mexico. So this does look like potentially a hurricane moving inland into Central America, moving to the west into Central America, and then where it goes from there, it's hard to tell. But this is 10 days out, and these computer models, quite frankly, are not good enough. They're not accurate enough to go 10 days or 11 days or 12 days out with any kind of certainty. So if you see that headline, there's another one coming, it's going to hit Florida hard. Right now, there is no indication of that. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible that there still might be another storm or two, but nothing out there right now. Stephanie?
All right, that's certainly some fabulous news. No one needs to have any more tropical stress right now. Okay, we are taking a look at Tropicana Field before and after. Look at what happened. That roof got absolutely shredded when Hurricane Milton's winds came ashore. So this is Bradenton Beach.
And this was before Milton came ashore. And then here is after. You can see how dark the beach is, debris, seaweed, I'm sure, all just lining the beach there.
Okay, and here's St. Armand's Circle. That's an overview of the Lido Key area. And then you can see how the darkness goes in, which of course is the water coming in. Now, I am friends with a lot of business owners on St. Armand's Circle and was looking at some of the pictures yesterday. Not as bad as Helene, but they definitely did get some surge. That is obviously the most impactful of the pictures, is watching the roof of Tropicana Field disappear there.
And that's the one we've been seeing everywhere, is that Tropicana Field photo, because it's almost the most gut-wrenching, just seeing that that's what this storm did.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of amazing how dirty those beaches get when all that water comes in. Here, let's look at that St. Armand's one again. You see how it looks nice and white around the edges, and then it doesn't. But again, obviously there is still, you know, flooding and concerns and damage out there, but I do feel like our beachfront communities are still able to breathe at least a little bit of a sigh of relief that the storm surge was less than anticipated.
Did any of your friends from St. Armand's, did they have any flooding this time around as well? Or
I haven't heard a lot of details. I think, I'll be honest, most of them are cleared out trying to repair the damage from Helene. So I don't think there was probably a lot of business that was open anyway.
It's
so
just awful.
A 1-2 punch.
Well, George Cruz from Manatee County Commission posted this photo of the Rod and Reel Pier. This was taken just yesterday following Milton. You can see the Rod and Reel Pier completely gone, washed away into our Gulf waters. And this one is just devastating. That is a staple for Anna Maria Island, and of course, not too far from Bean Point as well. It's one of my favorite places to go to in the area, and this breaks my heart.
So my kids grew up fishing off that pier, and I'll be honest, as adults, we would go have a little adult time toward the end of the pier and be like, you guys stand here and fish. And it made for a perfect family outing. I know many families have so many stories, you know, about it. Being out there and having great memories. So just one of the many ways our landscape has been changed from this storm season, but I hope they'll rebuild. I really do.
Me too. People loved it. Yeah. And it was busy every time I went.
Yes.
So hopefully, fingers crossed. George Cruz posting along with that photo. This will continue to be a landmark for so many on AMI, Manatee County, and our annual tourists. We are resilient. This we know. We are a resilient community, and we will come back stronger than before. I can assure you of that. End quote.
And we don't know exactly what is happening out on Anna Maria and Holmes Beach yet, but we'll talk more about this coming up. Residents hopefully getting allowed back, I believe, tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
So we'll be able to learn a little bit more. Our Attorney General, Ashley Moody, is warning on social media that scammers are out there. We need tree trimmers, we need roofers, we need screens replaced. Be careful, because people are coming into the community. This happens so often after disasters, to take advantage of those who have been impacted. So here's what you do. When someone, I saw people handing out business cards in my neighborhood yesterday. First thing you do is research it. Look it up. Make sure it's a reputable company. Does it have a website? Is it insured? Is it licensed? All of that will be displayed online. Never pay the full amount of the repair up front. I'll be honest, I've done that before and got lucky, but it's hard when someone's like, okay, you know, here, I need $800 to buy the gas to run the tree trimmer kind of thing. And do not sign a certificate of completion. That is one I did not know. So it's just something we're all going to have to be careful of as we go. And references, asking a friend. I know my personal neighborhood page is absolutely spinning with information. You know, who have you used for this? Who have you used for that? And that's a great way to get reputable information.
Yeah, word of mouth.
Yeah, word of mouth. Trust your neighbors, trust your friends, and you can always research on myfloridalicense.com. So good to know that there are some good facts out there.
Always check the authenticity of every business you use, especially in today's day and age, too.
I hate to say it, but it has to be that way.
And you can report fraud and scammers by calling, like she said, 1-866-9-KNOW-SCAM.
All right, well, we know that the damage is everywhere across the area, and unfortunately, the kids are going to be impacted that as well. Some of the playgrounds dealing with lots of trees down, and I think just unstable playground equipment, something you don't think about, right? But your kids probably shouldn't go on the swing set until you know it's okay.
Totally, and it's also something that parents don't want to hear because everyone's cooped up, and that's something they can do that doesn't require electricity, doesn't require air conditioning.
Right.
So yeah, lots of folks hunkering down, and this is not good to hear. Our Sophia Vitello is taking us to a local playground and is showing us an up-close look.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. I'm on Osprey Avenue in downtown Sarasota. Look at this site. This tree, this huge tree, completely on the ground. I mean, look at those roots. Look at the roots. I mean, it was ripped from the ground, pulled from the ground, absolutely just thrust upwards, pushed onto the playground. Sadly, that playground now destroyed over there. This playground is usually full of people, very lively. There's trees everywhere. Look at that one. There's another tree. Look at that tree. Wow. And again, the roots ripped with it. It's not even like the tree ripped in half. The entire tree from the bottom came out of the ground. That just shows you the intensity of the winds that we were dealing with here in Sarasota. We're going to keep walking around, driving around the area, but look at this site. Wow. I mean, this is something that sometimes you don't see in a lifetime. I'm going to keep you guys updated here on ABC 7 News.
Thank you, Sophia. That's devastating to see. Well, here's a new photo we have for you. Wednesday at noon, the owner of the fishing vessel, Captain Dave, reported to Coast Guard sector in St. Petersburg. The captain had taken the boat out for repairs and hadn't checked it. This is according to a press release. Now, the U.S. Coast Guard was able to make radio contact with the captain, who reported the rudder was fouled with a line and became disabled during his transit back to port. A Coast Guard Air Station Miami helicopter was launched at 5:30 in the morning on Thursday. The captain was recovered at 1:30 p.m. and flown to Tampa General Hospital.
Wow. So this is something that, I mean, I'm not a boat owner, but there's probably debris in the water. Everything's been churned up. The rod and reel pier is somewhere in the water. You know, just thinking about things like that, right? That all has to go somewhere. A lot of people are going to take their boats out this weekend to make sure they're running okay.
Yeah, and you have to run them every once in a while.
But if it's not running okay and you get stranded or you get caught in debris, you know, you got to have the cell phones, you got to have the tow to go, you got to have something, which of course our boat owners know, but just the amount of layers of things to worry about.
Following a storm gets a little overwhelming, and I think this is why, you know, we're all exhausted from these past few weeks of multiple storms. It's a lot to think about. Adulting is hard. Adulting is very hard. Something they don't prepare you for. Let me tell you, I talked to my mom about this, but I was flying back from Ohio last weekend, and we flew, you know, over the Sunshine Skyway and then over Anna Maria Island, and we were a little bit lower, but you could see picnic tables and things like that, and pieces of wood and 2x4s floating in the water. Yeah, and it's just like here, you boaters, obviously, they are all trained and know what they're doing, but something to keep an eye out for, especially now after storm number 2 just came through.
Right, and something you can't help. I mean, if you get hit by something and your rudder gets caught with something, you can't go anywhere. You know, I mean, that's what the Coast Guard is for, but we don't want anybody in that situation. So it's going to take a lot of extra caution, that is for sure. All right, let's head out to Lido Key. Crews have been riding around on four-wheelers to bring us this video. We're looking at St. Armand Circle. We were talking before about about the surge. So the surge wasn't as high as expected, wasn't as bad as Helene, but they still did get water on Lido Key. We know St. Armand Circle has had a terrible time with flooding this year after these multiple storms. If there's any positivity to bring to it, is a lot of the businesses were already fairly cleared out of merchandise and you know, things like that, because they're still recovering from Helene, but they then have sustained likely either some new damage or just taken on some new water. So nobody has gotten back out there yet in terms of residents. I believe they are holding that until later today. But we do constantly keep our small businesses and, of course, our beach residents in our thoughts. It's just been, I'm such a small business fan.
Totally,
It's so hard to watch these places that are so special and so unique to us here on the Sun Coast just deal with a lot of damage.
I went out to St. Armand's following Helene, and I spoke to a business there, and she said, and the owner said a neighboring business, I'm not sure which one, and I don't want to say the wrong name, but they were struggling prior to Helene came through.
Right.
And then Helene just did them in, and now they don't know if they can reopen. And, you know, they had items from their store scattered throughout the sidewalk when I was there the next day, and it was just really, really sad to see.
Heart-wrenching.
And it's just a part of that location, you know, they seem to get the brunt of the storm time after time. It's really sad.
It is very, very sad.
Well, now to Englewood this morning. These are some photos of debris taken on Thursday. You can see it just scattered, sheds, fences, all smashed here. We even have, they say, an overturned boat in the grass, boats on rocks. This is all near shore, but you can see some heavy, heavy damage. Again, this is Englewood. Looks like that is that building was completely demolished. Here's that boat in the grass, totally overturned. It's really, really sad. And these are just some of the many images that are still surfacing as of this morning. And as we are able to get access to more areas, we'll get you more footage, especially from Siesta Key. That's an area we really need to venture out to. But access was closed yesterday.
Yeah, we had to be really careful yesterday. I know it's been very frustrating for us as reporters and news people. We want to bring you the look at the area so comprehensively. But we were very restricted for safety reasons and also out of respect for first responders. You know, they needed to be out on the roads way more than we did. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you a few more looks around because we want everybody to know who's struggling, who's okay, and who's going to need a little extra support.
And this comes as many Suncoast businesses, they are still closed this morning as they finish assessing damage from Milton.
Brendan Mackey kind of poked around yesterday at some of these locations, and he's going to give us a look at what the store owners are dealing with today.
Hey guys, I'm Brendan Mackey here in Lakewood Ranch. Right next to me is State Road 70 and Crusoe Road. You can see cars are out right now, and look at what they're seeing on the side of the road. Take a look at this 7-Eleven just destroyed. The entire metal banner here has been ripped off, and you can tell the wind took it and tried to blow it this way. It is now wrapped around the two gas stations here. I mean, this is unbelievable. We even have some cords up there hanging, so we're not going to get any closer to that. But my photographer and I, we drove here. There are pieces of this about 100 feet that way. So just the sheer strength and power of Hurricane Milton is incredible. Look at this thing. This thing is completely metal and just, it's not like it just fell down and was knocked down. This thing has turned and is ripped apart, and now this gas station is just destroyed. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this today. We're going to send it back to you in the studio, but we will continue to cover Hurricane Milton.
Wow. I actually saw that exact scenario at a 7-Eleven in my neighborhood.
Oh, really?
He was near Lakewood Ranch.
Yeah.
It must be the way those overhangs are built that they get caught up, but it was eerie because it literally looked exactly like that.
And it's funny that he was near Lakewood Ranch because when I ventured out to Siesta Key yesterday, I'm going down Clark Road and there's a 7-Eleven there near the intersection of Clark and McIntosh, I believe, and folks have definitely seen it if you live over there in that area. Look the exact same, so it must be something with the structures of 7-Eleven.
The way they're, maybe they overhang farther out and then the winds get caught up under them.
I thought that's where he was. But
That's very interesting.
All right, well, now let's check in with some of our airports here on the Sun Coast. Lots of folks trying to travel, and a lot of those travel plans, of course, were canceled. Tampa International Airport, and yes, it does look like they received some damage from the storm, debris, torn pieces of metal, and flooding, but crews have been very, very busy cleaning up because they need to get back to business just as much as everyone else does.
Absolutely. Tampa closed quite early ahead of the storm, and it looks like a lot of standing water on roads and runways is something that they had to worry about. But guess what? We've got great news. Tampa is opening this morning.
Wow.
So we are checking live flight data for you. Now, remember, the first thing that happens is planes come in because every single airline pulled all of their planes well out of the area. So they had to start getting them back in. That's why you're still seeing a lot of canceled things yesterday, last night. And the earliest departures, I'm told, because I know they're usually departing by 5:30, 6 a.m. out of Tampa, those have been canceled today. But we've got departures starting by mid-morning. So if you were looking to get somewhere for the weekend, hopefully you've talked to your airline now and done some rebooking, but it does look like Tampa is going to be back in business. That's always a transition day.
Yeah.
Today's the transition day. And I got to tell you, I was flying during Hurricane Helene. The airlines, on the whole, fabulous about dealing with rescheduling without fees and things like that when you've been impacted by a disaster. So if you did have plans that have to change, or even if you can't leave this weekend because of damage, or simply you wanted to change your plans, odds are pretty good that you'll be able to do that without being charged. I was very pleased with that.
That's amazing. We know some airlines can be a bit of a stickler.
Yes,
that's a good way to put it.
Yes,
when it comes to rescheduling, rebooking, or whatever. So it's good to hear that. So we know Tampa's opening up at 8 o'clock this morning, so here in just a few hours. And like you said, a lot of those departures are canceled because flights not coming in. But I think that first one was set for 9:30 this morning, so we'll see if it gets delayed or if it goes out. So fingers crossed.
Good sign. Well, we are still waiting at SRQ. However, they have confirmed on social media that they're going to be closed today, and they have not made a commitment to when they're going to reopen. I know I have read from reputable sites and information that they did sustain some damage there. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to Rick Piccolo today. He's great about giving updates, and I know they were prepared. They had essential workers stationed there. I'm sure as soon as they can get the debris safely cleared and once again get those airplanes back in, we'll find out what's going on there.
And I'm interested to hear the status of the construction too there, because they are building that new terminal in the area. So I wonder if that sustained any damage or how all that is going.
And they had to move all that equipment.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a process. Absolutely a process. All right, we'll be right back with more updates.
It's lush green fairways that end at perfectly manicured greens. It's sand, water, and lines of trees to navigate. It's the miracle of planning that combines breathtaking natural beauty with legendary course design. It's Alabama's Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. Some say it's the best public golf on earth. Visit rtjgolf.com to plan your trip to the trail.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
ABC7's official Suncoast Hurricane Guide arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit. Download yours today at mysuncoast.com. Introducing the ABC7 First Alert Weather.
Hey there, good morning everybody. We're coming up on our 5 o'clock hour here. Xavier McKnight coming to you on the live desk at WCTV in Tallahassee, our sister station that we have here in Tallahassee. If you all are just joining us, we are actually back up on the airwaves at our station in Sarasota. I'm going to toss it back to the coverage in just a second. Just wanted to update everybody on everything. We are back on broadcast in Sarasota. We had some logistics issues that we were working through. Many of you were expressing your concerns yesterday on not being able to see us on actual linear TV. Well, those concerns are being addressed, and we're slowly but surely getting back to normal with some things broadcast-wise. I'm going to toss it back to the coverage of ABC7 now. Just wanted to inform you all on what is happening.
Fence. The bad news, take a look at this fence. This fence is absolutely destroyed, it looks as if someone took it and tied it into a knot. And it's not the only thing here that's now missing. The billboard, this huge billboard behind me, there's literally nothing left on it. This is just unbelievable to see. Stay with us. We're going to continue to be covering all the damage from Hurricane Milton. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Current air temperature is 72 degrees. We have a northeast wind blowing lightly this morning at about 5. It is bringing down an isolated pack of little teeny showers and little patches of drizzle. Nothing heavy. And that is going to be the case probably for the next couple of hours. And that atmosphere will start to mix and we'll start to get a little bit more sunshine around. We have a little bit of cloud cover kind of riding in on that northeasterly wind right now. We still have some isolated showers. Well, I should say numerous showers over here on the Atlantic side of the peninsula, but on our side, not many of them are making the trek across the center of the state to get to us. They kind of dry out before they get here. We have some pretty dry air in place, actually. You can see these few scattered showers kind of popping up here and there. Again, none of them producing that much heavy rainfall, and really the chance of rainfall today is pretty minimal. Now, we will have a little trough of low pressure kind of swinging across the bottom part of the state, so that not today, not tomorrow, but on Sunday, we will increase, especially in the southern tip of the state, the chance of just standard afternoon thunderstorms, the kind of stuff that we usually get in the afternoons. We're not going to see that for the most part for the next couple of days, and even by the time we get to Sunday, I think they're really going to be isolated in nature if we get any at all. As far as the rainfall chances today, like I say, a few scattered showers around during the morning hours, then everything goes to 0. All right. Post-tropical storm Milton. Here's what's left of it if you're still following it. We're looking at a 70-mile-an-hour storm that moves out into the Atlantic and basically just continues that track up to the colder waters where it'll eventually just fizzle out. Otherwise, there's really no systems that we're looking at, although Gulf water temperatures are still warm enough to support tropical development. We have had some cooling occur with several storms moving across basically the same channel here in the near-shore waters. So we're down to 82 degrees. Previously, we were up there near the 90 mark in many places. So that's good news. We're heading in the right direction. Let's take a look at Futurecast. Take you hour by hour through the day. We're looking at a few scattered showers, as I just pointed out to you on live radar. They go through about 9, 10 o'clock, and then I think we'll start to see them kind of fade away a little bit and give us a little bit of sunshine mixed with some fair weather clouds. More and more sunshine as we head through the day. Is it possible we get an isolated shower in inland areas? Possibly, but I'm really not even going to include it in the forecast because I don't think it's that big of a chance. So let's look at the extended range forecast. We're talking about little chances of rainfall right straight through the weekend. Looks beautiful, actually, with those cool, crisp nights, warm afternoons, and then as we head into next week, really Tuesday's about the only day through Thursday that I see a chance of a shower. We'll be right back.
Be a part of the nation's largest, most impactful breast cancer movement. A celebration of courage, hope, unity. Join the American Cancer Society Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, Saturday, October 19th at Nathan Benderson Park. Support courageous fighters, survivors, caregivers, families. Scan the QR code.
Right products at the right prices with certified expert advice. So whatever you need, we're always here to help you get it right. Shop today in store or online and don't miss this limited time event with up to 30% off appliances plus bundle rebates up to $2,000. All this with no interest financing for 12 months. Prices Appliance and Bedding Center, your local expert.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
Precision Garage Door is ready to help after the hurricane. We have crews all over, and chances are we're in your neighborhood to get your garage door back on track. And if you need a new door, we have a large inventory in stock that Precision can quickly install.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Dad, you need to go.
Really?
It's important.
I feel fine.
Look, you cannot mess around with this kind of stuff. Some cancers... We just don't want to lose you from something we could have caught. What I need to do? You just give your doctor a call. They'll tell you what screening test you need.
Fine. Can I have my pie now?
Oh, man.
When a storm hits, Florida needs a power company that's ready. At FPL, we're working every single day to get you the reliable electricity you need in good weather and bad. FPL, working for you every single day.
Jordan made an excellent point that the big difference between Helene and Milton is the tree damage. That tree root area, that's about a person and a half tall. So probably 10, maybe even 12 feet high here. It crashed into a fence. And there's a neighborhood called Bayside behind that tree. None of those neighbors could get out into the real world. That tree's going to have to be cut. I mean, literally, you'd have to make a cut for all of these branches on the one side, and then a cut for all of the parts of the roots here to get that area passable. It just was a tremendous storm for the winds. But that's what happens when a Category 3 hurricane makes landfall on your area. Now, look at the Gulf of Mexico. It doesn't get much quieter than this. The Gulf of Mexico has no storms, no surprises. There's really nothing into the Caribbean either. You can see some of the remnants of Milton, but it doesn't look too good anymore. And you can see what's left of Leslie, and that doesn't look too good anymore. We've got an extended period of quiet weather. There's only one disturbance that the Hurricane Center is tracking, and that is way off to the east, off the coast of Africa. So, Stephanie, Brissa, give yourself about 60 ways there. It's way off to the east, so nothing to be concerned about right now.
May it stay there and become a fish storm.
Yes.
Not come our way.
You can keep it way over there.
Forever. That is for sure.
Absolutely. Now we got more news and weather when we come back.
Here's what's coming up tonight on ABC 7.
Roofing by Curry's mission is to make a positive impact on our customers, our team, and our community.
Why worry? Call Curry. Don't let the insurance company take advantage of you. Dealing with the hospital, other medical bills, car repairs, and work issues is so stressful. I'm David Goldman. Let me help take the stress and worry off of your plate by fighting for you. JusticePays.com.
I am starting to fall for Joe.
There's hope. I can imagine it now. I feel so bad for him.
Window World of Sarasota has been the leading hurricane protection expert since 1995. We offer a complete solution with the highest quality impact windows, patio, and entry doors, professionally installed. Our products are thoroughly tested, ensuring fortitude in even the toughest conditions, allowing peace of mind for you, your family, and your home. When thinking hurricane protection, think Window World of Sarasota. We'll get you ready. Schedule your free, no-obligation hurricane protection quote by searching Window World of Sarasota today.
Mondays aren't for everyone except your pet. Take your best friend to a place they'll love. Bayside Pet Resort, offering private air-conditioned suites with TVs, outdoor lanais, and your parents' very own webcam to keep an eye on you. Get back in shape with a personal trainer teaching you the latest tricks. We even get to swim, play, or just relax by the pool with our friends. After a long day, head home clean and relaxed with customized grooming. Peek inside your pet's resort today. Bayside Pet Resort, with 4 convenient locations.
Being in an accident can be so stressful. There's the hospital, medical bills, getting your car repaired, dealing with insurance companies, trying to keep your job, and of course, the pain from being injured. I'm Steven Fernandez. Let me fight to help you.
What do we got?
Code 94, circuit breaker.
Let's break it down.
Susie's got dance recital, Kevin has midterms, Dan's trying to watch the game, and I'm just trying to make dinner. Kevin!
Flip the breaker! We should take a look at that breaker.
Relieved of duty.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
ABC 7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Mr. Sparky Electric. ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
Good morning, Suncoast. We are hoping that power continues to be restored across the Suncoast this morning. We assure you those crews have been out all night long working on the power lines. They are staged across the Suncoast and ready to go again this morning, but it is going to take a little patience. We know that everybody who is without power is anxious to have it restored, and everybody's probably just anxious to have it all seem a little bit more normal, since I know there's just something stressful about looking around your yard and seeing all the things down and the pool cages and
everything in shambles.
Many people dealing with standing water still.
I think that's it. I think a lot of people are going to feel a lot better when their yard and landscape debris is cleaned up and removed and see things neat and tidy again, you know. And when they have air conditioning.
And like some lights,
On the way home yesterday after our long shift, I actually saw a gentleman just mowing his yard.
Something ordinary.
Exactly. Yeah. It was nice to see something normal. Of course, he was having to go around this big tree. But
I will say this, though, that if the skies clear out tonight, you know, and the power is still not restored to a lot of places, it'll be great stargazing weather. You won't get that opportunity. Yeah. You know, there just won't be a lot of light pollution around. So
always a positive to take away. We can enjoy that. And you know what? If we have to be without power, thankfully it is not 95 and humid.
That is right. Today the weather is going to be lovely, I think. I mean, the headlines are going to be that, yes, in the afternoon it is going to be warm. And the dew point values will rise a little bit. But we won't see those dew point values in the upper 70s. They'll be in the lower 70s. And then when we go into the nights, they'll be dropping down into the 60s. So that really feels good. And in fact, to be honest with you, I got a little bit chilly last night because of the windows being open and the breeze blowing, and we had a fan, a battery-operated fan on, and you know, it got a little bit cool. So I like that without air conditioning, right? Low rain chances for several days in a row. If you want to get out there and do a little bit of yard work and landscaping, whatever, then it looks like it'll cooperate with that. Now, do we have a chance at an isolated shower? Yes, we do. We have a couple of showers kind of coming our way, but really the total rainfall amounts are very, very low. So your day planner today is going to feature these warmer afternoon temperatures. Not much of a chance of rainfall and a lot of sunshine around. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, John. ABC News is reporting this morning that at least 15 people have been confirmed dead from Hurricane Milton. 6 of those deaths are being reported in St. Lucie County, likely related to the tornadoes there. 4 deaths in Volusia County, 2 deaths in St. Petersburg to our north, and 1 death in Citrus County. A man reportedly died there after colliding with a falling tree.
And this is the scariest part, is trees are continuing to fall even into today. I know you said you passed some that weren't down yesterday on your way home, and now they're down this morning. So that means they had to have fallen sometime overnight. So
Absolutely.
Trees are still coming down.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to be extra careful for that.
And we know another big concern for residents all across the state is power right now. FPL is reporting that after Milton made landfall in Sarasota, they have restored more than 730,000 customers. They have gotten their power back. You are taking a look at some drone footage. This is of linemen staging here on the Suncoast at Robarts Arena in Sarasota. Thousands here working 24/7 around the clock, trying to restore power as fast as possible. And you are definitely not alone. We know we still have hundreds of thousands of residents all across the area between Sarasota, Manatee, Charlotte County, all without power this morning.
I can report they are working around the clock. I saw lots of power trucks as I was leaving my area and then coming down into Sarasota County. You could see them off of Fruitville Road working with their flashing yellow lights, and then lots of people staged, ready to go at Robarts Arena this morning. So we're taking a live look at the FPL website now. You can see that it is providing the very latest information on power outages. Again, they are working round the clock. Their command center can actually tell from way across the state who still needs help. But if you want to reach out, if you're concerned that they're not aware that you have not received your power back yet, you can text APP to 69375. That is how you text FPL to let them know that you need power. And there are things that you can do to help yourself out. Cotton, loose, lightweight clothes. I know I put my pajamas on when I got home yesterday just because I knew they were going to be cool and airy. As John mentioned, natural ventilation. Open up those windows. It's not going to be that humid today. So if you can get a cross draft from opposite sides of your home, home. That'll help cool it out. You definitely want to drink lots of water. We probably have all been too busy to hydrate appropriately, so we need to do that. Try to avoid the heavy meals. They just weigh you down. And we'll keep you updated if emergency cooling shelters are opened.
And again, if you're waking up without power this morning, you are one of hundreds of thousands across the area, so you are definitely not alone. We are all in this together, having no AC and no electricity, but it's only a matter of time before it gets restored. So we just need to be patient with those crews out there.
And checking on people. If you know you have an older neighbor and your neighborhood's been out of power, maybe just pop over at some point today and say, do you need anything? Are you okay?
How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? I think we kind of all need to check on each other. That is for sure. Oh, well, another thing that you're going to notice if you do get out and about is that the gas shortage is real, and it is going to be an issue, I predict, as people start to return from evacuations and realize that they don't have enough gas. Experts are saying thousands are without fuel. I am one of them. There are very little fuel to be found in Sarasota right now, and it's just going to take a few days before this can be fixed. I have been scouring for information on this since I'm personally concerned, and I have heard, and Governor DeSantis confirms, the ports do have gas. They've come in on the big tankers. They're in the ports, but the trucks couldn't get out during the storm, and they didn't send a lot of them out yesterday because they weren't sure how safe the roads were. The crews had to clear debris. I saw a fuel tanker getting off I-75 on Fruitville this morning. Yep, I probably should have, but I wanted to get here with all of you. But that kind of gave me the clue that I think during the day today we'll start to see some restocking. But people who are returning from evacuation are going to have to be very careful. If you get low, start looking. Don't let yourself get too low because it may take you a while to find it.
Yeah, you're going to have to plan out your trip very well. And even on my commute this morning, I saw some cars off to the side of the road. I assume they are broken down, but to your point from earlier, they probably are out of gas. Yeah, that makes sense because we are experiencing a little bit of a shortage.
Here's something we haven't seen a lot of. Looks at Siesta Key, but we were able to get a drone up and look at some of the footage there. Oh boy. Here's what I'm afraid of. We haven't really gotten to get down to the south end of Siesta Key, and that's truly ground zero for landfall. So we do expect there to be some massive wind damage. The good news is the storm surge was less than anticipated, but let's be real, there's still going to be some massive flooding. So I think there's still some heartbreak yet to come. We haven't seen some of the hardest hit areas yet, simply because there hasn't been access. So we'll continue to keep you updated and bring you the very latest throughout the day.
And we'll have more footage of some of the areas impacted by Milton when we come back.
ABC 7's First Alert Traffic. We're up to get you going, so you're on time every time.
With your First Alert for breaking backups and trouble spots.
Breaking situation right now on the DeSoto Bridge southbound.
More updates.
We have an alternate route to get you around that backup.
More up to date. Be on time every time.
ABC 7 First Alert Traffic every morning, every evening on your local station.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are not the same. Our firm has recovered billions and billions for clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.
I'm ABC 7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC 7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC 7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC 7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Hunger is close. It could be as close as your friend, your coworker, or your next door neighbor.
All Faiths Food Bank is here to help. Many local teachers, nurses, and other essential members of our community turn to us for meals.
You can help feed the thousands of working families in Sarasota who are facing hunger. Your support is crucial.
The need is right here at home. Together we can end hunger. Scan the QR code or visit allfaithsfoodbank.org to donate or get involved.
Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7.
Rethink
rethink how you get breaking news. With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Authentic, unfiltered.
Local News Live, always streaming on all ABC7 digital platforms.
Welcome back. Well, lots of companies really from all over are coming to help us out here. And you can really tell that when you're driving around. Still even early this morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, lots of business trucks coming down.
We know Governor DeSantis said that we are more prepared for this storm than any other storm in the state's history. Our Brenda Mackey was driving along the highway yesterday, just seeing some of the equipment that other states are bringing here to Florida.
Hey guys, I am Brendan Mackey here with ABC7, and currently we are on I-75 North, and this is the Urban Search and Rescue Florida Task Force. We've also seen the Miami-Dade Search and Rescue Task Force. There's about 50 cars right now in this caravan going down this highway, and this is, I mean, it's incredible to see how many of these people are coming to help others. I mean, look at this right here, another one. This one has a ice machine attached to it and one of those gator cars, a couple gator cars, obviously to get around places that are going to be tough to drive through now. So stay with us here at ABC7 as we continue to give you the coverage of everyone being helped from Hurricane Milton.
So we're looking at still a few watches up, or not watches, but advisories, I guess we could say. The most, I think, important one, the most one that is has some impacts in terms of safety, is the small craft advisory that's up. Some small craft advisories, you know, are for minor weather events. Other, like this one, is still kind of the remnant of the higher seas that we had with Milton. So you really need to pay attention to this particular small craft advisory that's up all the way through tomorrow morning and heated. Also, this area in blue right along the coastline, rip current advisory. That is up until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Very dangerous rip currents across area beaches right now. I don't know if anybody's going to be swimming. First of all, you know, it's a lot of people out there trying to get help along the coastline. So if you can avoid going to the beaches, I think everybody would appreciate it very much. But any event, those statements are still up. And of course, we have the flooding statements for area rivers like, we've got the Peace River and Horse Creek. All of those are going to make it to flood stage. Myakka River, the LFI. All of these rivers are in either minor flood stage or they're in a moderate flood stage. None of them in an extreme flood stage, and all of them will be cresting out either today or tomorrow. We're watching the last little bit of cloud cover associated with Milton begin to leave our area, bringing us a better chance of a lot more sunshine as we go through the day today. Lower relative humidities will make it feel very comfortable. A little bit of cloud cover producing a few scattered sprinkles during these morning hours. I think as we go into the next couple of days, we're going to continue to watch this dry air kind of pouring in as a big ridge of high pressure builds. On Sunday, we will get a little bit of a trough of low pressure in the southern tip of the state kind of swinging on by, and that may influence our weather here locally with a little bit better chance of an isolated shower or two as some of that moisture starts to lift a little bit further northward up the peninsula. So we'll watch for that. That's coming your way on Sunday. Here's another way to look at it. The moisture available to produce rainfall in the entire column of the atmosphere slightly increasing as we go into Sunday, but then going way back down again as we go into next week and some drier, cooler air starts to filter in. Now, the extended range forecast is going to feature chances of rainfall today. Small, 10%, that's it. Otherwise, that kind of mixes away as we go into the afternoon, and then better chances as we go into next week. Mike?
John, you said two words that were great: cooler, drier. We like that. The power numbers in Florida across the entire state are improving, as well as the local numbers. Right here, today we're waking up with 2.5 million people without power, but that was 3.3 million yesterday at this time. Sarasota County, we're at an even 50% without power, 149,000, basically 150,000. Manatee, 161,000, that's 62%. Hardy and DeSoto counties are still quite high. Pinellas at 394, and Hillsborough at just under 500,000. But look at the Gulf of Mexico. That is so pretty to see. No clouds, nothing over the Gulf of Mexico. You look out way off to the east. There's a little disturbance just coming off of Africa. And right now there's nothing to speak of in the Caribbean. There are no imminent tropical systems anywhere that we're looking at right now with potential for the next week or two. And those are also very pretty words. All right, Stephanie?
We appreciate that reassurance, Mike, that's for sure.
We are grinning ear to ear. I think it's my favorite thing that Mike has said in the past, 72 hours.
Exactly. We have a break.
Don't go anywhere.
ABC 7, the Suncoast's official Florida lottery station.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
If there's one thing we like, it's choices. And your Ford dealer is the place to start. With a full lineup of vehicles and available powertrains. Get your ideal combination of power and capability with gas, hybrid, or all electric. But more important than the power you choose is what you choose to do with it.
Get Expedition with 2.9 or 6,000 cash back. Or get Escape with 1.9 plus 2,250 cash back. Only at your local Ford dealer.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Sponsored locally by Carl Reynolds Law. Every night, ABC 7 is where the Suncoast turns for what's happening now.
Breaking news at the power.
And what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a first alert weather day.
Every night.
ABC 7 is working for you.
ABC 7, your local station. Thousands of people are now using the ABC 7 News app on their smart TV. And you can too. Using your remote control, go to your TV app's homepage. Locate the search option, then type in WWSB ABC 7. Select and download. From there, you'll be connected and ready to stream full newscasts, stories on demand, and exclusive content. It's all free and all from the news team you know and trust. ABC 7 is your local station, streaming wherever you are.
Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of damage in our mobile home parks across the Suncoast.
Yeah, they are one of the first to have to evacuate when there is a storm approaching. Our Jordan Litwiller is joining us from one this morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm here at the Twin Oaks community in Bradenton, and now we're getting our first look at some of the damage left behind by Hurricane Milton. You can see this property suffering some major damage right away. This is one of the first things that I saw when I drove in here to the community. I'm going to flip the camera around and show you a better look now. Here you can see what appeared to be the top of the carport. The beams on the side just appearing to give way, and now that roof of the carport sitting on the driveway in this house. And it's a very common sight to see in all of the screens here in this community appearing to completely give way. And if you look back at this house over here, that's actually the siding came off and peeled off of that home, and you can actually see into their house right now. But I'm just going to take a little walk around the community and show you a little bit more about what we're seeing. This appears to be one of the hardest hit areas of the community. It's hard to even tell what some of this originally was, but all of this, lots of shattered glass here in the front yard, chairs and furniture, and it appears to be something from parts of this home ended up getting peeled back and now resting on the neighboring house here. And as far as any flooding or water here in this community, there doesn't really appear to be a whole lot of puddling going on right now. This is the most standing water that I've seen here in this community. And it's not too bad. It looks drivable. So that lines up with what we've been hearing from emergency officials here in Bradenton. I talked to them this morning, and they say that their main concern is going to be these mobile home structures, as the biggest threat for this area was the extremely high wind gusts. So they're focused on getting to these mobile homes and making sure that people are okay. That's the main priority that they talked to me about this morning, and they're getting a better idea of what the realities are as the sun comes up, and the realities are becoming a lot clearer now. For now, I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Now, the Trailer Estates mobile home park or manufactured homes out here in the south side of Bradenton. This is a view from part of the marina. But the one thing that really struck me is that is a stop sign that is flat on the ground. That's not helpful for a stop sign, but I have seen so many of these. I think every one of us has had a close call since the storm. I knew as I was going home, there are several stop signs along the road at Bayshore Gardens Parkway. And I know that, and part of my brain was thinking, where are the stop signs? And I realized I was thinking that as I went through what is normally a four-way stop. Got lucky for that one, but there are many traffic lights that are out completely, not even blinking anything. And some of those, when I went home, that was the case at part of University Parkway and also on 301. And you got those intense roads. And everybody's on a four-way stop on the honor system. That gives you pause. 67, our projected dew point by 5 o'clock this afternoon. 65 by tomorrow morning. That allows your house to cool off a bit. Maybe you don't want to have all the doors and windows open when we're getting to our peak heating of the day. But once we get to the point where the sun has gone down, then you can let in some of that refreshing air, because this is drier air. It's not quite as humid as what we typically think of as Florida. Stephanie, Brissa?
All right, that sounds like a major positive as we head into the weekend, especially for so many people without power.
A way to cool off, open up those windows. Maybe if you have a battery-powered fan, put that on too. Coming up here after the break, we're going to have a look at some of the flooding that Milton did to Fort Myers Beach. Don't go anywhere.
Guaranteed credit approval. Leases starting at only $179 per month. The largest selection of pre-owned inventory. So don't wait. Only at Sunset Chevrolet Buick GMC.
It's lush green fairways that end at perfectly manicured greens. It's sand, water, and lines of trees to navigate. It's the miracle of planning that combines breathtaking natural beauty with legendary course design. It's Alabama's Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. Some say it's the best public golf on earth. Visit rtjgolf.com to plan your trip to the trail.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth? Here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
ABC7's official Suncoast Hurricane Guide arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit. Download yours today at mysuncoast.com.
Time and Temp brought to you by the man of your dreams.
We, of course, are focusing primarily on the flooding closer to home here in Sarasota and Manatee counties. However, as that storm came up the coastline, areas down to the south like Fort Myers Beach did get some pretty significant floodwaters and also a storm surge. And we know that that's an area that was absolutely devastated by Ian.
This is some video on your screen again. This is Fort Myers. You can see flooding almost all the way up that staircase there. And to Stephanie's point, this is an area that really can't afford to have any more damage following Ian's impact to that area
We have to assume that was, if it's literally on Fort Myers Beach, that is a new rebuild since Ian, because virtually nothing fared well during Ian. So it's very sad to see them take on that water. I know the meteorologists have explained that the storm surge and the water was much higher well south of the storm, and as it made that trek toward us, it just drew water all up the coastline. So unfortunately, they're dealing with some tough issues there in Fort Myers Beach as well. All right, here is a major thing I want everybody to pay attention to.
Listen up.
We do not have many traffic lights still this morning through Sarasota and Manatee counties. Some are flashing, so they should be treated as a stop sign. I did not see any yellows. I saw only flashing red lights on our major thoroughfares. But the big problem, Brissa, are the ones where you see nothing.
Yes, if you guys travel Fruitville Road today, you will see quite a few traffic lights there, totally out, no flashing lights at all, and you are supposed to treat that one as a four-way stop, and that is so important because I've seen so many people just drive straight through and not even think twice about stopping.
Because I think when you don't see the red, you think you do, and you're just going on, and we're going to have problems today. I definitely predict that. So please be extra careful if you have to be out and about. We are still without a lot of those traffic lights. We'll be back.
ABC 7, serving Sarasota and the entire Suncoast.
With over a 35-year record of excellence, we can now offer a GAF 40-year workmanship warranty.
Why worry? Call Curry.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
I am starting to fall for Joan.
There's hope. I can imagine it now.
I feel so bad for him.
Be a part of the nation's largest, most impactful breast cancer movement. A celebration of courage, hope, unity. Join the American Cancer Society Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, Saturday, October 19th at Nathan Benderson Park. Support courageous fighters, survivors, caregivers, families. Scan the QR code to join or donate today.
Sponsored by Bears, your ultimate destination for top quality furniture and interior design in Florida. There's no place like Bears.
At Carl Reynolds Law, we live right here on the Sun Coast. It's important to us that we give back to the community we live in. That's why we have partnered with Meals on Wheels Plus of Manatee to help feed Manatee County. We will be accepting your non-perishable food donations at both our Bradenton and Lakewood Ranch offices. All donations stay in Manatee County, helping our local community.
So please join Carl Reynolds Law in supporting Meals on Wheels Plus by giving today at mealsonwheelsplus.org.
Florida's abortion ban goes too far.
One of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country.
Officials say this could be life or death for some women.
A dangerous ban with no real exceptions, not even for rape. End the ban. Vote yes on 4.
What do we got?
Code 27, freezer failure.
Sounds like a cold case.
The freezer's not freezing, and Timmy's party's today.
What's with the igloo?
Can't have a pool party without popsicles, right, honey?
I'll check the breaker.
Here's your problem. Fried circuit.
Best not to overload your outlets.
All set.
You don't have to put up with any malarkey. Call 888-8-SPARKY.
ABC 7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Mr. Sparky Electric. ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
And we are still seeing the remnants and the pieces left behind of Hurricane Milton. You're looking at Punta Gorda right now. Not a serious amount of damage on what we're seeing across much of the area. Some downed trees, some standing water. This was early yesterday morning. No doubt they've been able to do a little bit of cleanup. But that was an area south of the eye where I am sure they are very relieved they did not deal with any major storm surge, as many of us are.
And it just goes to show how widespread Milton's impacts were to the Suncoast and to neighboring areas.
Oh, and across the state.
Yeah.
I had a neighbor say, who's responsible for those forecasts of the storm surge? Well, it's the National Hurricane Center, and they are experts at this, and they use very sophisticated computer models to track all of this. Now, storms do what they want to do. We had a little bit of a surprise from Helene. We had surprises from Debbie.
Yeah.
We had some surprises with this one. But it's not an exact science of exactly where a hurricane is going to make landfall and exactly what the effects are going to be.
But boy, was this one pretty close to being spot on. We were prepared, John.
Yeah, it was amazing how many days out they got pretty much nailed exactly where the eventual track would take it. We are looking at headlines today that include a couple of things. Warm days, yes, that's true. And those without air conditioners will wish that it were a little bit cooler in the afternoons. But the humidity will still be lower than normal. And at night, it's going to be great. We'll have very cool overnights. We'll have low dew point values. And I think it'll be very pleasant, windows open, kind of sleeping weather. A little bit breezy as well will help out. And no tropical threats are, well, one E, no tropical threats are on the way. We're looking at a few scattered showers continuing to sink southward. We have a good, strong northeasterly wind flow drawing down that drier air. Our chance of rain today, minimal in the morning at about 10%. As we go through the afternoon, we'll have more sunshine than anything else. The day planner features a daytime high that tops out in the lower to mid 80s. We'll have 0 chance of rainfall. Looks like it'll be pretty nice.
All right, thank you very much, John. We continue to talk about the various types of damage that we're seeing across the area. And unfortunately, as I think we can expect to have seen, mobile home and manufactured homes are really dealing with a lot of it.
Yeah, some of them not looking too hot this morning. Our Jordan Litwiller is joining us from one of them this morning.
Yeah, guys, we're here off of Florida Boulevard in Bradenton, and this is one of the crazier things that we've seen as we've been gradually starting to survey some of this damage. Take a look to my left over here. You can see what appears to be a roof of one of these mobile homes completely kind of coiled around this utility pole. And as you can see, it's really wrapped around the entirety of that pole, well over halfway up of it. And if you look at the base of the base right near the road, you can actually kind of see a cross section of the different parts of this roof. So you can see the insulation and then some of the actual roof itself and then the trim as well. And it's obviously a large amount of a roof that would be flying off. So we've seen parts of roofs fly off before, but this is unlike anything I've seen before, and actually coiling around this utility pole. It brought down some of these wires with it, and if you'll pan over to our right, you can see it's causing a lot of problems for residents here in this area who are trying to get out of that community. As you can see, as some cars drive by right now, these power cables are drooping down so low that anybody who wants to turn in and out of that road has had to find another way to get in there because it's way too low for trucks to get through or SUVs, and cars are too scared to drive by that, understandably so. And so there's a lot of hazards here on this road right now because of this roof that flew off and now is coiled around this utility pole. And if you pan all the way over here, another thing that we've been seeing as we've continued to survey some of the damage in the community, that's a big problem with these stoplights. The stoplights are pretty much all out all throughout town. We've only seen a few stoplights that have actually been fully functional. Some of them on Cortez have been fully functional, but most of them have just been like this and turned off. And so it's important to know how to handle these situations and how to drive around a stoplight that's turned off. Everybody is supposed to come to a complete stop and essentially treat it as a stoplight. Again, it's really important to be aware of your surroundings, not just because of some of the things that are on the road, the stoplights and all of the hazards combined right now. Again, that's why authorities are please asking people to just stay in their homes and wait until they get things cleared out and safer to be out in the community. Guys, back to you.
There's some good advice just to wait for safety. Okay, here are before and afters. You recognize Tropicana Field. And then look what happened during the hurricane. Definitely one of the more visual damage sites that we're seeing. And this is Bradenton Beach.
Yeah, this is Bradenton Beach before Milton, and then we have Bradenton Beach post-Milton. You can see the brown, mucky water debris all lining the beaches there.
And the streets turned white from the sand. Here's St. Armand's Circle. This one not quite as dramatic, but then the after, again, look at the water that has gone right in. But Tropicana Field all over the national news with that site, that is for sure. We're going to take a look at some videos from Hillsborough County. This was one of the most compelling ones we saw yesterday. A boy was stuck in this major flood water. We have not actually heard if this was Alafaya River flooding or if this was just a flash flood. This, to me, looks like the river jumped its banks. But look at these deputies coming by and pulling him out. Those first responders out early yesterday saving lives. He was literally splashing, almost treading water. And we're seeing more video rescues from Clearwater.
Just heartbreaking, Alex. She said from Clearwater. Clearwater. Video shows a water rescue. This is on Thursday. Video is impactful because it's taken from the point of view of the person being rescued in the water. You can see heavy flooding damage. You can see that boat is full of rescuers. And I imagine that wasn't the only rescue they made that day.
No, a lot of flash flooding problems up to our north. So that was definitely, I heard, a lot of traffic about the responders having to go up there and literally save lives from water. So really something very poignant there. This is what we're seeing all across the Sun Coast. Big trees knocked over. This one taking out a fence and causing some problems across the area. This is just the scene. John mentioned that the tree damage is absolutely unbelievable. I think we can kind of be happy that the structural damage, obviously there's exceptions, but, engineering, our building codes, that seems to have saved utter devastation, but not much you can do about old trees. They are down everywhere.
And uprooted, too. It's wild.
From the base, it is wild. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we have more of Milton's impact here on the Sun Coast when we come back.
Get it right at Rice's during our Fall on the Savings event. From budget-friendly appliances to luxury and everything in between, we've got the right products at the right prices with certified expert advice. So whatever you need, we're always here to help you get it right. Shop today in store or online and don't miss this limited time event with up to 30% off appliances plus bundle rebates up to $2,000. All this with no interest financing for 12 months. Rice's Appliance and Bedding Center, your local experts.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
Precision Garage Door is ready to help after the hurricane. We have crews all over, and chances are we're in your neighborhood to get your garage door back on track. And if you need a new door, we have a large inventory in stock that Precision can quickly install.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
When a storm hits, Florida needs a power company that's ready. At FPL, we're working every single day to get you the reliable electricity you need in good weather and bad. FPL, working for you every single day.
It's lush green fairways that end at perfectly manicured greens. It's sand, water, and lines of trees to navigate. It's the miracle of planning that combines breathtaking natural beauty with legendary course design. It's Alabama's Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. Some say it's the best public golf on earth. Visit rtjgolf.com to plan your trip to the trail.
Rethink how you get breaking news. With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Authentic, unfiltered.
Local News Live, always streaming on all ABC7 digital platforms. Every night, ABC7 is where the Sun Coast turns for what's happening now.
Breaking news at the power.
And what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a First Alert Weather Day.
Every night.
ABC7 is working for you.
ABC7, your local station.
Well, we are continuing to get new images coming in from all across the area of just some of the devastation left behind when Milton came through. You can see this is an area, Gillespie Park in Sarasota, a massive tree just down blocking the roadway, and it looks like the park also sustained some severe damage.
And that's definitely going to be a problem, I think, throughout the day today, because some of those trees came down later yesterday, John and Mike. My neighborhood was clear when I came home, but I had to do a couple of U-E's to get out this morning, so I guess that saturated ground just leading to more collapses.
I guess that was the problem. I found it kind of interesting because usually when you see all these kind of tree damage like this, it's because first you get this deluge of water that absolutely saturates things, and then you get a wind that blows it out of the softer soil because of all the water that we've had. But this storm, in terms of heavy rainfall, kind of left us alone compared to what we had planned for, or at least what some of the computer models were indicating we could have gotten. Some computer models suggested up to 15 inches of rainfall. We didn't see anywhere near that. Maybe in the very northern coast of Manatee County, they saw some heavier amounts. So here's your yard work forecast for those of you who do have to do some cleaning up around your yards. We're looking at Saturday being perfect. Sunny, dry, pleasant to work outdoors. A little bit warm in the afternoon, perhaps at around 85, but low dew point values making it feel pretty comfortable. On Sunday, there's an isolated shower possible, but I'm still going to go ahead and give it a check mark. So the forecast for you calls for a continuation of the cloud cover associated with Milton to continue to pull eastward into the Atlantic waters and dissipate away. We'll be looking locally at a few fair weather clouds kind of lingering across our area, but those too starting to mix away as we get a little daytime heating and a little turbulent mixing ongoing. A northeasterly wind flow today around the departing storm system and a building area of high pressure back behind it brings us that drier air filtering southward. We do have a few scattered showers, as I mentioned, and kind of the lingering moisture that's being pushed southward. And over the course of the weekend, Sunday especially, we'll look at this little patch of disturbed weather down to the south, kind of pushing moisture northward, kind of fighting against the drier air in place. And that will bring a small chance of a shower or maybe a thunderstorm. But other than that, I don't think we'll have a lot to worry about. As far as the long-range computer model forecasts go, boy, we don't have a lot out there. There are no systems which will be threatening Florida. There may be a system that develops over the Bay of Campeche and heads towards Central America, but we're looking good, Mike.
We are looking good, and I got a video here of Trailer Estates, which is in Manatee County, and not looking so good there. Take a look at it. There's a lot of that metal debris, which some of it may be siding, some of it might be some roofing, patio tables and chairs, but you look at this, you're going to see the yellow and the pink insulation. Now, the pink is the kind of insulation you can stuff into a wall. I think some of the yellow may be that kind of spray foam type of insulation, but there's a lot of damage here. The fire department there, they also sustained damage to the roof. And to John's point, there is really not much showing up here on the Hurricane Center. There is one disturbance off of the coast of Africa. That is the only disturbance that the Hurricane Center is. That was Ted Noah there walking on the shot. One disturbance, it has a 40% chance of development over the next several days, but it is also heading out into the Atlantic, a fish storm, and we wish the fish good tidings with that one, but there's nothing in the Caribbean or the Gulf that looks threatening right now. We'll be right back with more ABC 7 News. Good Morning Suncoast after the break.
ABC 7, your local station. Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted. And every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan. Our family helping yours.
Mondays aren't for everyone except your pet. Take your best friend to a place they'll love. Bayside Pet Resort, offering private air-conditioned suites with TVs, outdoor lanais, and your parents' very own webcam to keep an eye on you. Get back in shape with a personal trainer teaching you the latest tricks. We even get to swim, play, or just relax by the pool with our friends. After a long day, head home clean and relaxed with customized grooming. Peek inside your pet's resort today. Bayside Pet Resort with 4 convenient locations.
Is your Generac home standby generator ready for a power emergency? Are you overdue for annual maintenance? Schedule a multi-point inspection today with Generator Supercenter. Factory certified technicians are standing by to ensure your Generac generator is ready when you need it most. Call today.
I'm ABC 7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. Download the ABC 7 First Alert Weather app to stay ahead of the storm.
We continue to see damage pictures coming in across the Suncoast, including Bayfront Park.
Yeah, this is a place that did sustain severe damage during Hurricane Helene that passed by our area, and yet again here during Milton. Our Sophia Vitello reports.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. We are at the Bayfront Park showing you more shocking damage left behind by Hurricane Milton. You see this boat here on the sidewalk, completely ripped up from the water. But this is the crazy part. They tried to keep this boat down. You could see it's still really tightly woven to this dock, but the dock came up with it. So that's just something you can't even battle against. When that wind is just so strong, it pulls up the dock and the boat. There's dozens of residents really here walking around. I mean, car after car. Everybody's coming and looking at the sights here because we know that Bayfront, you get these crazy sights here. It usually gets rocked really hard. We still have a boat over there from Helene just hanging out. So this is not uncommon for the area. I'm going to keep looking around and seeing if I can find more damage for you.
Well, we are going to take a look at the extended American computer model. And one preface to this, the American computer model nailed the track of Debbie, of Helene, and of Milton. So not looking as much at the European computer model because the American has been doing good. Go USA, USA, USA. Head to the weekend. This is Saturday. We've got a little bit of moisture in the Gulf, but there's nothing that's an organized storm system. Pushing into Monday of next week. We have a little bit more moisture down here, a little moisture in the Yucatan, but there's nothing that looks like an organized low pressure area. Okay, by October 17th, by next Thursday, yes, there is a little system there which pushes into Central America, and that's where it will most likely just stay. But this also, we're talking almost 10 days out here, so we'll take this with a grain of salt. We'll be back with more Good Morning Suncoast after this break.
The 7-day weather forecast is brought to you by the Gettle Automotive Group. Gettle's got it.
Right now, pet dander, skin cells, mold spores, pollen, and dirt are being sucked into your air ducts. Get cleaner air and system efficiency now with Stanley Steamer. For over 75 years, we've continually engineered our equipment and processes to deep clean your entire home. Your air ducts aren't clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
Taking bribes. Proud of y'all. We go on and on and on and on and on. People are into it.
Fire.
Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
If there's one thing we like, it's choices. Find yours with Ford F-150. Gas, hybrid, or all electric. Whether it's towing, powering up, or getting from 0 to 60 in 3.8 seconds, what you choose to do with that much power is up to you. Tough this smart can only be called F-150.
Get an F-150 hybrid with 3.9% plus $10,130 total savings, or lease for $398 a month, only at your local Ford dealer.
Hunger is close. It could be as close as your friend, your coworker, or your next door neighbor.
All Faiths Food Bank is here to help. Many local teachers, nurses, and other essential members of our community turn to us for meals.
You can help feed the thousands of working families in Sarasota who are facing hunger. Your support is crucial.
The need is right here at home. Together we can end hunger. Scan the QR code or visit allfaithsfoodbank.org to donate or get involved.
Guaranteed credit approval. Leases starting at only $179 per month. The largest selection of pre-owned inventory. So don't wait. Only at Sunset Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Call Rebath to receive $500 off a tub or shower remodel.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to this live desk here. This is ABC7's Xavier McKnight coming to you from the WCTV live desk in Tallahassee. This is our sister station in Tallahassee, wanting to update you all on some things. We are back on programming in Sarasota. If you had a chance to watch in the past hour, our team is back in studio in Sarasota, and they are back broadcasting and programming after having connectivity and internet issues over the past day or so, due to, of course, Hurricane Milton, as many of you are also experiencing those issues at home as well. We hope that everybody is doing well this morning, and recovery efforts are going well as we all collectively come together to clean our community up together. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to the coverage that we have in Sarasota. Just wanted to update everybody before we do that we are back on programming this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to our Good Morning Suncoast coverage that we have for you right now.
Named one of the world's greatest places by Time magazine, Montgomery Whitewater brings mountain adventure to the heart of Montgomery, Alabama. One of only 3 man-made whitewater parks in the country, adventure may be found on land or on our Olympic standard whitewater channel system. Make memories outdoors. Learn more at montgomerywhitewater.com.
ABC 7, your local station. ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
All right, now here are the stories we are working on for Good Morning Suncoast at 6. Our top story, of course, is continuing coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. That Category 3 storm made landfall near Siesta Key Wednesday night.
We continue to see damaged roadways, power outages, traffic signals not working, and yet another day where Suncoast residents will need to band together to deal with the damage.
And as we have hundreds of thousands of folks without power just here in our area alone between Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota County, we do have meteorologist Mike Modrick and John Scalzi in studio. And as folks are sitting there without power, John, we are having some cooler temperatures this morning.
We are seeing some cooler temperatures around, which is a good thing. We're glad about that. Titan radar is showing a few scattered showers, particularly on the East Coast today as well. So if you're watching us online, having evacuated to the East Coast, bear in mind that the showers you're experiencing are really kind of limited to your coastline. And once you start driving home and get to the center of the state, I'd say it's going to be pretty much smooth sailing weather-wise right straight home. All in all, we're looking at a few scattered showers down here toward Venice, more like sprinkles than anything else, really. And they're heading southward out of here. As we get a little daytime heating, those chances of rainfall start to decrease markedly to really about 0 today. So it'll be a mostly sunny day with that dry air kind of continuing to filter in, feeling pretty good. Now it'll be a toasty day. We'll look at those forecast temperatures continue to climb throughout the afternoon, up to about 83 to 85 degrees, which really is not bad, but it will feel a little warm when you're inside the house, I think. Humidity may increase a smidge this afternoon, but it'll lower back down again as we go into the evening hours. And the 3-day planner looks outstanding with very little chance of rainfall today and tomorrow, only at about 10%. By the time we get to Sunday, we will factor in a chance of an isolated shower or storm. Those thunderstorms probably occurring down to the south.
Well, if there's a silver lining, it's definitely those cooler temperatures for everyone.
We will take it. And if folks are sitting at home without power this morning, here's a bit of reassurance. Florida Power and Light, those officials, they are out this morning working so hard and into those overnight hours, working to restore power and get your electricity up and running. We know hundreds of thousands of residents still without power this morning.
Yeah, we can both attest. We did see them working during the overnight hours with many more staged. Some good news, they have restored more than 730,000 customers. So we promise they're out there working. If you're not one of them, hopefully it will come to you sooner rather than later. This is a look at drone footage of the staging at Robarts Arena. They were all resting in their trucks when I saw them early this morning, still there, ready to head out as well. And honestly, the interstate's still crowded with other trucks coming down into our area to help. So Governor DeSantis had said it's a huge mobilization, and they are definitely working on it.
They have their work cut out for them today, that's for sure.
Yes, it's going to be a busy day. FPL is reminding everybody to keep safety top of mind. If you feel that you might not have had your area noticed as an outage, you can text the word app to 69375. Again, texting the word app. But Florida Power and Light is aware from a computer system who is out. So don't worry if you have not done that. They do still likely know about your outage. We are taking a live look at the FPL website. It is another great resource so that you can see who has power, who doesn't, and how those numbers continue to improve. So rest assured they are doing their best. There are some things we can do to stay cool. Dress in loose lightweight clothing. I personally find pajamas to be nice and cool. No one judges right now, so do what you can to stay comfortable. Natural ventilation would work right now. John mentioned the cooler temperatures. If you can open windows on opposite sides of the home and get a cross draft going through, it really, really helps. Remember to stay hydrated. I know most of us probably didn't drink enough water during the stress of these last couple of days. Avoiding heavy meals helps. And we're waiting for word on emergency cooling shelters, typically coming down with FEMA during a disaster like Hurricane Milton. And we will, of course, keep you posted when and if any of those are set up.
And another big thing to remember as you are waking up this morning is to check on your neighbors, check on your friends. We are all in this together. Of course, lots of us did suffer some heavy damage from the storm, lots of us without power, especially if you have elderly neighbors too. Be sure to check on them, knock on their door, see if they need anything, ask them how they're doing, and let them know that you're there for them.
Absolutely. Also, some very devastating news now becoming clear from Hurricane Milton. ABC News reporting this morning that at least 15 are confirmed dead from the storm. 6 of these deaths in St. Lucie County being attributed to the tornado outbreak there. 4 deaths in Volusia County, 2 deaths in St. Petersburg, and 1 death in Citrus County, where FHP says a man died after colliding with a falling tree.
Heartbreaking. And now to more heartbreaking news. These images you likely have seen on social media already. This is the Rod and Reel Pier and what it looks like today. You can see that restaurant pier totally gone. There's nothing left of it. It's not in the water anymore, or somewhere in the water, I should say. It's floating around. But this is definitely one of the biggest heartbreakers for several residents out in Anna Maria Island, several tourists as well. That was a favorite spot for sure.
Absolutely. A lot of people have family memories there, so we certainly hope that that will rebuild. We have an update from Bradenton Beach. Great news, 8 a.m. today. Residents of Bradenton Beach will be able to enter the island. Here's the way they're going to do it. They have a red tag. Homeowners know how that works. Business owners, property owners, they are all allowed in at 8 a.m. In addition to anyone related to insurance companies in order for property evaluations, and also city employees of Bradenton Beach. So this is some great news. People working very hard yesterday to get that island safe for travel, and there will be a curfew on Bradenton Beach from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Another area that lots of folks are asking about is Longboat Key. We know Longboat Key effective this morning at 8 a.m. Officials will reopen access to that area. It will be in a tiered access form, though. There is still no power, there is still no water or wastewater services on Longboat Key, and a timeline for restoration services is kind of like the entire area right now. It is unknown. We know folks are working around the clock to restore what they can, and as quickly as they can. Access to the island will be open both north through Bradenton Beach via the Cortez Bridge and south through the city of Sarasota, and that is a 2-lane road, so of course expect traffic delays coming from both directions, and travel through the area with caution. So as you can see from the images on your screen, they did take some destruction from the storm as well. Beach access and all town offices will remain closed there until further notice. And as for Home Beach, there is still no power there, water or sewer services, and lots of debris and down power lines on the roads still remain. The plan is the city will open to residents and business owners starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. This area hit very, very hard during Helene. We have lots of debris lining the streets. We are still waiting to see what that area looks more like this morning. And as we get access to the island, we'll bring that to you.
And I do feel like getting the re-entry is going to help people's stress levels so much. That was the #1 thing that we were asked during our continuing coverage yesterday was, how are things out in the islands? What do you know about Longboat Key? And we understand. None of us have been able to see anything from out there, and people just want to know that their homes are okay. So getting those looks today, I think, is going to make a big difference. And then, of course, Holmes Beach tomorrow.
And we do have something to say, a little positive, maybe a silver lining. We have not seen any storm surge damage, something they saw massive amounts of when Helene came through 2 weeks ago. And it's still crazy to think that that storm was just 2 weeks ago. And we thought, how are we going to get through this?
Exactly.
And then here comes Milton. So the storm surge damage was very, very minimal.
It was. Not in all locations, though. The bay sloshed around at Bayfront Park and damaged the place we know very, very well, O'Leary's. Sophia Vitella gives us a look.
Hi there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News, continuing to assess the damage from Hurricane Milton, and our beloved O'Leary's Tiki Bar taking on some damage yet again. Look at this. Look at this sad sight. The hurricane smashed in this sliding glass door, these windows here, So much destruction in here, so much debris. You can smell, I feel like I can already smell mold. I mean, you can smell that water damage already. Then behind you, you can see the tiki bar. There's a beam that came down, so it's starting to slant. This already taken on so much damage from Helene. Remember that. All of the tables are tossed and turned upside down, some of them. You can see the walkways are destroyed, but all over there too, the bar has now been moved to a completely different spot. Bear with us here. We're walking through a lot of debris. If it does get loud, forgive us. But yeah, look at this bar. Look at it. I mean, this is gonna take a lot of repairs. There's also parts of the roof we're seeing that have come down on the side. It's really sad for O'Leary's because we know they just went through Helene. They just lost a lot. There's still a boat sitting on the dock, so it's hard for the Suncoast.
Yeah, O'Leary's a favorite for many of us. It's just kind of a Sarasota staple right there on the bayfront. So hopefully they'll be able to solve those repairs. Let's go down a little bit further south in Sarasota County. Venice Municipal Airport is closed and remains closed due to wind damage. We're being told that a lot of dangerous debris kind of is scattered around the airfield, and until they can get that debris cleaned up, it will remain closed. And the contractor has to go out there and deal with the doors and the metal. And, you know, a lot of people park planes there and may not have been able to get those planes out. So I think that's why we're seeing that damage there, whereas at the bigger airports, they came down and moved the commercial airliners.
And that wind really did a number on several spots all throughout the Suncoast. We know Congressman Vern Buchanan did an aerial tour to survey some of the damage just here in our area. There's a press conference now set for tomorrow in Palmetto with Congressman Vern Buchanan and Manatee County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Mike Ron will also be on hand. But you can see some of the video here in our area. This is in Palmetto. Trees down. And this is what we are seeing everywhere is just those down trees. A lot of them even uprooted. Crews working through the night to try and clear up some of those area roadways.
And of course, speaking of trees down, they certainly can impact problems on the roadways as well. Here's the #1 problem all of us found this morning, and we definitely want to make sure you're aware. There are traffic lights out absolutely everywhere. Some of them are flashing red. All of those should be treated as a stop sign and likely a 4-way stop. Be extra careful because not everybody's being really good about this. So you want to make sure you look every which way before you proceed. And then even more frightening to us, Ted, we saw a lot of traffic lights with nothing. So if it's not quite sunrise yet, we've got another hour, it's dark, and then the stoplights are dark. A lot of people just simply forgot to do anything and just kept on going. So we're going to have to be really careful.
Now, you guys, for folks at home, Stephanie and Brissa are across the room, so they're looking at a very small monitor. Can you see behind me?
Yeah, flashing lights.
You see that flashing?
Where
That's
is this?
Honore. That's Honore.
Okay, and that one's flashing yellow, which is different than any one I saw. Now, that one means that you just proceed with caution, right?
It should. Theoretically. But here's the thing. So that would mean here, this side, which is Northridge, that's a red. I just watched, before you guys tossed me there, a truck just roll through. You know, they call that the California roll, not the delicious one from the Japanese restaurant. The one where they just roll through. You don't actually stop at that red light. Don't do that. You have to treat this as a 4-way stop if you see a bunch of other people there at the intersection still. And as Stephanie said, a lot of the signals, so many of them are just powered off. There's no power in the intersection. The reserve is gone. Let me show you something, guys. This is our Traffic Max system here with live sensors in it, and this is as far out as I could zoom out to show you a big chunk of the peninsula of Florida with live sensors in it. Look at all of the incidents and situations on here. This is about 60 different incidents, and that's not everything. Now, when I tighten it up to our viewing area, all of the different situations of debris, ponding, intersections closed, traffic lights not working right, it's massive. So just, if you don't have to be out there today, don't. Just relax a little bit. Sunshine Skyway's open. That opened yesterday afternoon. The same thing with Gandy, Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell. We still have several bridges that are closed. Greene and DeSoto are not on that list. They're open, so that's good news. So much traffic through there, and a lot of people do have to go back to work today. Verna Bethany Road at Manatee River Bridge still blocked off. The same thing here at the Golf Course Road near Jim Davis Road. And then a list here of some of the ones. And Stephanie and Brissa, correct me if any of these have opened, but I don't believe they are. So the Manatee and Cortez, that's still blocked off, I believe.
At least till 8 a.m.
Right, until 8 a.m. Ringling, Siesta Key, westbound Stickney, Blackburn Point, Minnesota Beach, and Casey Key. All of those barrier islands for now.
Correct.
Okay, guys, back to you.
All right, yeah.
Thank you, Ted.
Ted is going to be busy today.
I think so. All those people coming back from evacuating, I think we're going to see some really crowded roads. That makes me nervous since things aren't functioning very normally and there's not any gas.
And we will have more news and more on Milton's destruction to our area when we come back.
Thousands of people are now using the ABC7 News app on their smart TV, and you can too. Using your remote control, go to your TV app's homepage, locate the search option, then type in WWSB ABC7. Select and download. From there, you'll be connected and ready to stream full newscasts, stories on demand, and exclusive content. It's all free and all from the news team you know and trust. ABC7 is your local station, streaming wherever you are.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Stay on top of what's happening in Sarasota and Manatee counties, wherever you are, with the ABC7 News app. Get alerts for breaking news, local weather, and Suncoast traffic. Catch ABC7 newscasts and local shows.
See that, so it's nice to stream it.
Or anytime you like. All the benefits of your local station conveniently on your mobile device. Use your phone to scan the QR code on your screen to download the ABC7 News app now.
Suncoast weather can change at a moment's notice. Stay ahead of any changes. Turn to ABC7 First Alert Weather.
Our First Alert weather forecast informs you of any disruptive weather before it happens.
First Alert is hyper-focused on where you live in Sarasota and Manatee counties. Our #1 priority is to keep you safe.
And we're committed to helping you prepare.
When severe weather threatens,
or any time the weather changes,
turn to ABC7 First Alert Weather.
Only on your local station.
I discovered that Florida is unique. And the Suncoast, well, the Suncoast is special. Discovering the Suncoast tells the stories about how we became such an exceptional place to live and the people who live their dreams, their art, and their passions. Join me for Discovering the Suncoast, over 100 episodes and growing, Wednesdays and Saturdays on ABC7.
Discovering the Suncoast, sponsored by Oslo Repertory Theater. Scan the QR code on your screen to download the ABC7 First Alert Weather app now.
We're starting with video from Clearwater, where rising waters led to some really scary rescues yesterday. This video is kind of incredible. It's the actual point of view of the person being rescued. She's holding the phone. Victim was forced to evacuate early yesterday morning because of flooding in the apartment complex. This must have been terrifying. You can see there's cars completely submerged. The first floor, some of the homes in the area submerged as well. And again, our first responders just doing an amazing job. The rising water and flood waters early yesterday morning up to our north were really, really dangerous, and they just got more rain on that side of the storm than some of our counties.
And I guarantee that was not the only rescue that they made yesterday.
Hundreds.
Yeah, and to your point, we are so thankful for all of our first responders working around the clock, giving up their time at home to be out here helping us, so we really appreciate that.
For sure. All right, we're tired of rain, and we're getting at least a little bit of a break in the forecast. Let's check in with John and see what the day of recovery looks like today.
Okay, you seriously know you're living in a new world when you're being rescued from a flood, but you're streaming live on Facebook. We're looking at some pleasant conditions outside right now. A northeast wind blowing at about 4. We have pressure rising and a temperature coming in at 72 degrees. Feels pretty nice, actually. Humidity's low. We do have an isolated sprinkle possible. We have this northeasterly wind flow drawing in some moisture from the Atlantic, or at least trying to. It's not having a very good luck at that. As the moisture kind of makes it across the state, things dry out a lot. So that by the time those showers kind of popping up down here around the mouth of Charlotte Harbor, not much left to them. We're talking sprinkles, not much more than that. And we'll be left with, I think, as we go through the morning hours and a little bit of turbulence starts to mix the air up a little bit, we'll be left with a mostly sunny sky. So no real big worries there. A northeasterly wind flow continues to blow. That brings down that drier air from the north, brings back sunnier skies and comfortable weather, I think. Even though the daytime highs top out at about 85, that low moisture makes it feel pretty nice. As we go into the overnight, I think that's when the real beautiful dry weather starts to shine, because it allows those nighttime temperatures without the daytime sunshine to heat things up to fall, and fall they will into the 70s. In some cases, maybe in inland areas, you might even see some upper 60s. High pressure will build in, reducing our rain chances really all next week to just at most maybe 20% chances of rain. The rainfall forecast for today, pretty minimal. A couple of sprinkles, that's about it. Otherwise, sunshine starts to build in, and we're left with some very nice weather indeed. Now, Sunday, we might get some moisture trying to lift north. That may give us a slightly better chance of a rain shower or two, but not that much. As far as the boating forecast goes, it will improve, but today, still choppy. So all in all, looking at better weather coming our way.
And John, you know, we have talked before about the secondary peak of hurricane season, which is in the middle of October, right there. Now, that's not a hard and fast date, but we're pretty much at the middle of October. You know, yeah, no kidding, Sherlock. We figured that out. Pretty much at that peak right there, that secondary peak. We have not had La Nina develop at all. We were supposed to have this very active hurricane season, and it's pretty much picked up, but we're still not in La Nina conditions. This is neutral conditions still here as of this week, as of the beginning of this week. But for the moment, there's only one thing we're tracking in the tropics at all, one new thing, and that is this weak disturbance way off the coast of Africa. So if you see a headline that says, another hurricane right on the heels of Milton, that's called clickbait. That's a scary headline to get you to click on it. Don't even bother. Just click on the one about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Don't click on the big hurricane headed your way. Ted?
If you're interested in that one at all, right, Mike? And actually, that is a really sad thing, because my mom called me yesterday and said, is this true? I said, no. Don't. Some troll, and not the kind with the fabulous hair, created that. Ignore it. So University Parkway to DeSoto Drive. I want to show you as many of the side roads as I can build in. It's very dark. You're not seeing any of the street lights in this area. Again, we can't say this enough. You got to treat these intersections as four-way stops. Stephanie said a very interesting thing earlier in our group text here amongst the anchor and producer team. Trees are still falling. You know, things are still coming down, giant limbs. I saw that in my community. I went in, and then when I went back out this morning, huge, massive limbs had fallen overnight. So if you don't have to be on the roads, don't. Massive amounts of situations on roadways still have to be handled. We have many different sections that are still blocked. Don't go out if you don't have to, guys. It's just not that safe out there. We're going to take a quick break. We have much more to talk about when we come back. Stay with us.
Thousands of people are now using the ABC7 News app on their smart TV, and you can too. Using your remote control, go to your TV app's homepage, locate the search option, then type in WWSB-ABC7. Select and download. From there, you'll be connected and ready to stream full newscasts, stories on demand, and exclusive content. It's all free and all from the news team you know and trust. ABC7 is your local station, streaming wherever you are.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Be a part of the nation's largest, most impactful breast cancer movement. A celebration of courage, hope, unity. Join the American Cancer Society Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, Saturday, October 19th at Nathan Benderson Park. Support courageous fighters, survivors, caregivers, families. Scan the QR code to join or donate today.
Sponsored by Bears, your ultimate destination for top quality furniture and interior design in Florida. There's no place like Bears.
It's no secret, our power grid is overloaded and unstable. It's not a matter of if you'll experience a power outage, it's when. Your home is your sanctuary.
Take control of your power with a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter. With over 50,000 installations, Generator Supercenter has been the #1 Generac generator dealer in the nation for over a decade. Industry-leading experts delivering the peace of mind you and your family deserve. That's Generator Supercenter, the standby power people.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
ABC7, your local station.
The 7-day weather forecast is brought to you by the Gettle Automotive Group. Gettle's got it.
I'm very concerned that we have a really big problem impacting the state today as people come back from evacuating. There's a major gas shortage.
Oh, yeah.
It's stressing me out because I am completely out of gas. I did check numerous places up and down I-75 and in interior areas this morning. So here's the good news, because I looked a lot into this for us. The port has gas in the tankers. What happened was obviously during the storm, the trucks weren't delivering the gas. And then even yesterday, because we weren't really sure the safety of roadways and that first responders needed to get out first, nothing got delivered. So hopefully as we go throughout the day today, Governor DeSantis says the gas is in the state. We just have to get it into the stations and the pumps. So patience. I did see one trucker getting off I-75 in Fruitville at 2 a.m. I almost followed him if I needed to get to work. But I do think as we go throughout the day, we're going to see an improvement. But please, if you don't have to go out, don't waste your gas. And if you're coming and evacuating back to home, just know you can't get down too low.
Yeah, and you need to be careful of that for sure. And also, if you see Stephanie sitting on the side of the road
Please
today,
help me.
give her a nice little push to the nearby gas station.
Please help me. Stop by, bring me a cold drink or something, or some gas. All right, we're going to check on how the weather is going to be for a lot of moving pieces, Mike. I think a lot of folks are going to be returning home.
Oh, yes, indeed. And they're going to be assessing the damage. This is the Wild Oak Bay area. And all of this damage you see here, none of it was caused by Milton. All of this was caused by Teresa. And I'm not sure how well you can see it. There's a little bit of a seaweed line right there. That's the seaweed line from Milton. So that surge was certainly much less than what Helene was. Helene went under this building entirely. About 4 or 5 feet high was the water with that one. So every one of these systems, they're completely different. These are the winds as the storm came through. And when we had the eye of the hurricane come over, the winds went to dead zero. They went from 93 miles per hour to 0. And then just 36 minutes later, back to 102 mile per hour winds. And Brissa and Stephanie, you guys both heard the eye of the storm, didn't you?
Absolutely. And as a resident weather nerd, that is wild that it goes from 0 and then shoots back up to 100. Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. All right, we'll be back with more on the Suncoast recovery from Hurricane Milton.
Time and Temp brought to you by the man of your dreams.
Every night, ABC7 is where the Suncoast turns for what's happening now
Breaking news at the power.
and what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a First Alert weather day.
Every night.
ABC7 is working for you.
ABC7, your local station. Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC7.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert Weather Team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert Weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Breaking news here in Metro Atlanta.
This is a hostage situation.
Rethink how you get breaking news. With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it.
Local News Live, always streaming on all ABC7 digital platforms. ABC7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Covenant Roofing. The difference is the promise. Call or visit online for your free roof inspection.
All right, good morning and welcome back. It is 6:28. I'm Ted Noah. First Alert Traffic brought to you by Roofing by Curry. Minimal roadways here have an abundance of light on them. We can actually see here at Honore and DeSoto that the overhead lights are on, so that's good news, but still some debris on the side of the roadway that they're cleaning up. Look at this monstrous list, and this is not everything that our system can populate here, of different spots where we still have trees down, we still have a little bit of ponding, wires. I saw that driving in yesterday too, wires hanging on the side of the road. You still could have limbs and portions of trees falling down today. It's just going to be a mess out there. Good to know the sunshine's open, and same thing with the other bridges there in Pinellas. Our coastal barrier bridges are not open just yet. As we get bridge openings, we will let you know. John.
So we're looking at some quiet conditions currently. We did have a lot of cloud cover during the overnight. Now that is beginning to melt away and mix away and leave us with a mostly sunny sky as we go into the afternoon. I think we'll see more and more of that sunshine. The forecast calling for some pleasant conditions as we head into the next 3 days as well. We'll be looking at, generally speaking, some conditions that favor a lot of sunshine and very little rainfall. A couple of showers popping up here on the Futurecast between now and about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock maybe. Mostly just light stuff, hundredths of an inch if that. And then the sunshine with temperatures building up to about probably 83 to 85 degrees for a daytime high. And then as we head into the evening hours, we'll be looking for not much in the way of rainfall, just pretty conditions and lower dew points.
All right, thank you, John. If there's any silver lining, it is some quiet, nice weather as people work to get power back and do a lot of cleanup.
Yeah, we have a long day ahead of us. We'll have more of Good Morning Suncoast when we come back.
Eat, laugh, smile again, just in time for the holidays. And save. Renew is offering people suffering with their teeth an early gift. $1,000 off a dental implant anchored smile that locks securely in place.
I was like sold when I saw the price that Renew was offering. I have no regrets.
So take advantage of an extra $1,000 off just in time for the holidays. Stop waiting. Schedule your free consultation with a local Renew Center today.
If you need a shingle roof, remember, experience matters. Sunshine Roofing is a local family business with great reviews, lots of awards, and over 35 years of experience. Sunshine Roofing is a GAF Master Elite, which fewer than 2% of all contractors ever achieve. They offer a 25-year warranty against leaks, lifetime materials warranty. Your Sunshine Roof will be done right, and they stand behind their work like no other. Please visit sunshineroofing.com, that's SONShineRoofing.com, to set up an estimate and ask about their great financing offers right now.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
What y'all doing out there?
Check it out.
Taking bribes. Proud of y'all.
We go on and on and on and on and on.
People are into it.
Fire. Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
Crowther Roofing and Cooling is excited to evolve our presence in the Sarasota area. Go to crowther.net. There is only one Crowther Roofing and Cooling.
ABC7, your local station. ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
Well, multiple Several first responders as well as city and county crews surveying all of the dangerous conditions that Milton left behind. This is a view of Turtle Beach on Thursday. You can see folks down there surveying that damage at the time this was reported. You can see debris and downed trees all over that Turtle Beach.
Yeah, a lot of sand on the roadway there, and we really haven't gotten a good look at Siesta Key where landfall occurred yet. So I think we'll start to see some more images and realize that even though I think we did a little bit better overall than we feared, there was still a lot of destruction out there.
And we have Ted, Noah, Mike Modrick, and John Scalzi, who have all been following these storms for quite some time. John, we'll start with you. How are things looking today?
Good. For folks who have to get out and about, maybe clean up their yards and take care of some of the landscape debris and such, it looks like a good day. We may have an isolated sprinkler or passing shower around the mouth of Charlotte Harbor over the course of the next couple of hours. We have a northeasterly wind that'll continue to draw down drier air, though, so our chances of rain are pretty minuscule. I'll go with about a 10% chance during the morning drive time in southern parts of the viewing area mostly. And then as we go into the afternoon, I really don't see much in the way of any rain at all. We'll break into sunshine, really, and have mostly a sunny day today. The day planner calls for a daytime high that will be warm, but not unusually so for this time of year. We're looking for about an 83 to an 85 degree temperature. As far as the rainfall chances go, again, they're not going to be many of them, but maybe a couple of residual clouds during the first half of the day, second half of the day. Mostly sunny sky. Beach and boating forecast calls for pretty quiet conditions for weather, but choppy conditions on the waters. Ted?
Hey there, John. Good morning. First Alert Traffic is brought to you by Roofing by Curry. Can't show this graphic enough. Thanks to our friends at the city of Sarasota for putting this one out. When the traffic signals are faulty, whether they're flashing yellow or they're flashing red, if you have traffic in the intersection, you have to treat that as a four-way stop. Do not just roll through the intersection. You don't want to add to this monstrous list of traffic conditions that our crews are hurtling over after Hurricane Milton. There's so many different situations out there that they are still working on. It is nice to know that the Sunshine Skyway Bridge reopened yesterday. That also included some of our other huge ones that you may need to use later, like the Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell, Gandy Bridge. Still have many closed, including our barrier islands, which we are giving you information on as we receive the updates. Verna Bethany still closed at the Manatee River, and then also one other one to throw in here, Golf Course Road near Jim Davis Road.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Cleanup is still underway in St. Petersburg and will be for quite some time after a massive construction crane toppled and smashed into a neighboring office building. Crews obviously out there now doing cleanup, assessing the damage. But here's what we've learned. The crane was there to build what will become the tallest residential building on the west coast of Florida. It's a massive condo building, and then it crashed into the Tampa Bay Times building. So it was an office building. Fortunately, it was vacant, but all that mess on the ground, a lot of that is debris that got sucked out of the building in the windstorm. It's just all a mess. And I read this morning that they have to bring in another massive crane to get the one that's toppled out of there. So this is going to take time.
And time because we also have so many blocked roadways. Even the thought of trying to get another crane into the area right now just sounds so mind-boggling to me because cars can barely get through some spots.
It is. It's a big mess. Fortunately, no one injured or killed in that incident. Okay, Casey Key Road, North Casey Key Road damaged. Oh, gosh, it was just washed away by Hurricane Helene, and now parts that remain have been further damaged. So residents there are definitely dealing with some struggles. Of course, that's just south of where landfall, that eye wall occurred. They were definitely in some of these strongest winds.
And you just see that road crumbled away. This is like Minnesota, Minnesota Key Road and all of that. It just constantly gets destroyed in these storms. And it's just, we're putting Band-Aids on it, and I feel like we need to do something a little bit more to protect them. And I know residents are definitely feeling that way.
Absolutely. Very hard to get to homes down on those keys.
Well, now to some county updates on facilities and services to our barrier islands. Facility assessments, they start today on buildings, among other amenities at beach parks. Right now, there is no access Toledo Key, Casey Key, or Minnesota Key. What is open is Siesta Key is open to island residents right now. That is it, and business owners. And Venice Island, that same goes for there as well. No breeze bus or trolley services are operating today except for medically necessary rides or trips or services. Garbage, yard waste pickups, that is all starting back up today. That's all for Sarasota County.
And that's great because there'll be some big piles there to pick up. In Manatee County, the facilities, the offices, and the parks remain closed by the county. Trash pickup is going to resume today in Manatee County as well. But listen to this, a one-day delay. So I'm assuming that means if you were Wednesday, you're Thursday. Yeah. If you were Thursday, you're Friday. That's probably going to be confusing for people. So just get that trash out when you can. MCAT, they're going to resume their schedules today, but it's going to be a modified schedule. So you may want to check that, and I'm sure they're posting it online.
Yeah, a lot of folks eager to start cleaning things out and clearing things out. So it's good to know when those services are going to be resuming. Well, now to the city of Bradenton. Teams of staff and volunteers, they'll be distributing water to those in need today. They say working together to help ensure the community stays safe and hydrated during these challenging times is just so important. Now, this will be happening. This was the location at 15th Street East and 13th Avenue East. And it is when disaster strikes that you really do see the best of humanity and the best of those people giving back and distributing water, because lots of our barrier islands still do not have water.
Right, and a lot of people, haven't been able to return home either, so it's great to see everybody coming together.
And especially while homes in several areas all around the Suncoast, we are now in what I guess we could call recovery mode this morning.
Absolutely. Sophia Vitello has been out and about, and she's going to show us what one homeowner woke up to.
Hey there, this is Sophia Vitello with ABC 7 News. Right now I'm on Briggs Avenue and Fruitville Road. We're assessing the damage from Hurricane Milton. Look at this house here. I just talked to the homeowner. Luckily, it's just this front area. It's not inside the home, but look at what that wind did, that powerful wind. We know it was 90+ miles per hour. Rushing through the Suncoast here, you can see it just pulled apart this whole porch. There's pieces of it all over the floor. There's trees and debris inside. We're not sure if everything that's in there is damaged or not, or if it'll be salvageable. Hopefully, those items and everything else inside the house is okay. We're going to continue looking through downtown Sarasota and finding the damage and the dangerous areas for you.
Wow, it is just so crazy and sad to see some of the devastation here following Milton.
Absolutely. We'll be right back.
ABC 7 First Alert Traffic every morning, every evening on your local station.
With over a 35-year record of excellence, we can now offer a GAF 40-year workmanship warranty.
Why worry? Call Curry.
ABC 7, Caring for Children Charities, and Semcor Studios bring you The Biz, joining young local artists with industry stars and experts.
Call or visit us online today to get beautiful and affordable replacement windows.
See thebizsrq.com.
Teens have drama.
One more minute.
Braces add more drama.
Oh, how does anyone do this?
Invisalign is better oral hygiene and no drama.
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable raccoon? Attack.
Bark!
Attack! It's not easy taking out the trash. That's why you need strength that's anything but ordinary.
It's lush green fairways that end at perfectly manicured greens. It's sand, water, and lines of trees to navigate. It's the miracle of planning that combines breathtaking natural beauty with legendary course design. It's Alabama's Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. Some say it's the best public golf on earth. Visit rtjgolf.com to plan your trip to the trail.
I'm ABC 7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC 7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC 7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC 7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Before the storm, protect your family and protect your property. Walk around the home, document the condition with videos and pictures. But don't walk on your roof. This may void your warranty and complicate your insurance claim. Not to mention, it's dangerous. Check your ceiling for water spots, and it wouldn't hurt to get in the attic and look around as well. Keep our information. Roof Easy is dedicated to our community before and after the storm.
ABC 7 News is sponsored by Roof Easy, where we make it easy.
Well, so many Suncoast residents are waking up this morning in the dark and without any power. Reno FPL crews have been very busy working into the overnight hours trying to restore power to area residents.
It is definitely many people's top concern as we wake up this morning. So joining us now on the phone is Amber Pellicone. She is from Florida Power and Light Communications. Amber, can you hear us? This is Stephanie and Brissa.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I know how busy you and your crews are. How many FPL customers are currently without power?
We want our customers to know that we are here for them. Our crews have been working through the night, and some are waking up with the lights on and the AC on as the sun is rising, but we know that many are still in the dark. There's a lot of work to be done. We currently have restored power to more than half of customers in Sarasota County, and we have 60,000 customers restored in Manatee County. We understand there's a lot of work to be done. We're asking for our customers' patience at this time, but rest assured, our crews are working around the clock to get the lights, to get the AC back on.
And speaking of those crews working around the clock, Amber, do you have, how many crews do you have working to get that power back on?
So statewide, we have 17,000 men and women coming from across the country, 41 states, here to respond for our customers. I'm currently at one of our staging sites, and it's incredible to see. There's so much action here. Crews are getting their marching orders. They're heading out to do their jobs today. These staging sites are truly critical as crews come in. They get fuel, they get warm showers, warm meals, and a place to rest their head after their 16-hour-long shifts, but they're working around the clock for our customers.
Yeah, we have a massive staging site here at Robarts Arena, and I know all of us saw them all there getting ready to head out when we came in this morning. So we know you are working on it. Is there any timeline at all for Sarasota and Manatee counties to hopefully get a little bit more power? Because I know these outages are still really widespread.
Yes, we will have a better picture of what exactly the timeline is later today. We're finishing up what we call our damage assessment period. So typically 24 hours after the storm has exited the state and we can see what our crews are up against in the field, we'll have a better picture for our customers. We want to give them accurate numbers. We want them to know that we're working around the clock, and we won't stop until every last customer is restored.
Yeah, that makes sense. You have to figure out what the problem is before you can come fix it.
And I know several of us here in the studio right now are some of those affected without power, so folks are definitely not alone. Amber Pellicone from Florida Power and Light. Amber, we so appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you. Be safe.
Same to you.
All right, now let's go check out today's forecast. John?
So we're looking at still some advisories up for our area, and some of them are pretty important. Two of them are particularly, well, they're all important, but two are particularly critically important for today. The one that I'm talking about, first of all, of course, is our small craft advisory. It is not safe, really, for small craft to be out there in the water. It's still kind of hazardous boating conditions. You're expecting choppy conditions and elevated sea heights. So until you know your vessel is 100% safe after the storm, I would advise waiting for this advisory to come down before you take your craft out to see how she's doing. Otherwise, all areas here in blue along the coastline, that is a rip current advisory and also related to wind water related action. That will be up until Saturday at 8 a.m. and it is just for those of you who are new to our shores, a reminder that as this water kind of has piled up along our coastline, it kind of jets back out very quickly to the open waters to kind of equalize everything. And when it does do that jet back out into the open waters, it can carry swimmers along with it. So just be careful. Look at your lifeguard flags if you are going to get in the water, although I don't think there's a lot of lifeguard flags flying right now. We're looking at, generally speaking, flood watches for area rivers in the moderate to low category in terms of impact of flooding. So no extreme flood issues, and these are all going to probably top out probably around either today or early tomorrow. So we'll be watching improving conditions as we go into the next 3 days. The cloud cover associated with Milton continues to move out into the open waters of the Atlantic, leaving us with just a few fair weather clouds left. We'll see more sunshine by the end of the day than anything else. And the rainfall chances are pretty minuscule. What rainfall chances we have are really kind of isolated to down around Charlotte Harbor this morning, and it's at about a 10% chance. That should go away to next to nothing as we go into the afternoon. A northerly wind will continue over the next several days to draw down that wonderful drier air, and that will bring us very low rainfall chances. Mike?
And John, there is one disturbance being monitored by the National Hurricane Center. So let's measure it here. So from the coast of Africa, it is about 350 miles away from the coast of Africa. All right, from the sun coast of Florida here, that's us. This one, it is 3,808 miles away from Sarasota and Bradenton. That's the only one that we're even a consideration, so there's not much likelihood of anything happening for us. And we take a look at the American computer model, and we're not even looking at that one off of Africa because that just goes out into the Atlantic. There's nothing in the Gulf of Mexico, nothing in the Caribbean. This is Thursday of next week. This is October 17th. And there is what looks like a tropical storm or even maybe a hurricane, but that's pushing into Nicaragua and Central America in general. So if you've heard this idea that there's another one right on the heels of Milton and we should be scared, only if you're going to Nicaragua or Central America. For us, there is no scientific evidence of anything affecting us right after Milton here. Ted?
All right, Mike. If by chance it's time to go back to work for you this morning and you're one of the few that still has to, get out in the roads, and maybe you have been out already, things still could look a little bit different overnight since yesterday. We were talking about that. Sometimes there's limbs that still fall. So just give yourself lots of extra time if you have to be out. And remember, if you come across an intersection, as you see Stickney Point, where Avenues B and C meet, and it's flashing, if there are other cars there in the intersection, you have to treat that as a four-way stop. Look at all of the different situations here that crews have to clean up right now on our roadways. Just give yourself lots of extra time. It is good to know that Sunshine and all the other big bridges and Pinellas are back open again. As our barrier bridges open, we will let you know. Stay with us. We're taking a quick break. Lots more when we come back.
Guaranteed credit approval. Leases starting at only $179 per month. The largest selection of pre-owned inventory. So don't wait. Only at Sunset Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Living your best Florida life begins with quality sleep. Our sleep experts are trained to help you achieve just that. Shop our collection from Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. Plus, save up to $800 off select base sets. Only at Mater Brothers Furniture and Design.
I would recommend Covenant Roof. I got a lot of estimates. A lot of people came in. And when you have the feeling that this is the guy? Okay, that was the feeling. They were really fast. 3 days, they did it all. I was really like, what? 3 days. Everybody that I showed pictures, they love the roof. I love it. I really do.
Every night.
Good evening, I'm Summer Smith.
And I'm Rick Adams. ABC 7 is where the Suncoast turns for what's happening right now.
Breaking news at the power site.
And what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a First Alert Weather Day.
Bringing the stories impactful to you.
What's the impact for taxpayers?
Asking the right questions and finding solutions.
Keeping you and your family safe just got easier.
Every night.
ABC 7 is working for you.
ABC 7, your local station.
What y'all doing out there?
Check it out,
Taking bribes. Proud of y'all.
We go on and on and on and on and on.
People are into it.
Fire.
Yeah, it's such a vibrant thing.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
The 7-day weather forecast is brought to you by the Gettle Automotive Group. Gettle's got it.
Welcome back. We are going to look at some drone footage of Siesta Key, and it's really one of the first good looks that we have seen, especially at southern parts of the Key. We're seeing certainly a ton of flooding, down trees, dirty water definitely did come inland. This was the most destructive view that I thought we saw. That residence is absolutely destroyed. Remember, this is kind of ground zero. This is where Hurricane Milton made landfall, came ashore with those 100+ mile per hour winds. And I'm going to put Mike on the spot for a second here. Grady says, do we have a good wind gust or wind estimate for that landfall? Because I know we had sensors down for a long time.
Right. The peak wind gust at SRQ was 102, but the estimate when it made landfall, when Milton made landfall, was 120 mile per hour winds with the 155 mile per hour gusts. What fascinates me about that video, we saw the destroyed house, but the two houses on either side of it, and we saw that in several other cases, they appeared to be in relatively good shape. They weren't destroyed like the destroyed one. We still have 49% of Sarasota County without power, 61% of Manatee County without power. And this is not drone video. This is just drive-by video of trailer estates in Manatee County. There's a lot of damage here as well. But there's also a tremendous amount of insulation that is out there that just got whipped around by the winds. It's just a horrible situation. All right, now we'll take a look at the traffic with Ted. Oh, we're going to go to break, and we'll be back with more after this break.
ABC 7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Covenant Roofing. The difference is the promise. Call or visit online for your free roof inspection.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers, save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
Doesn't move very fast, does he?
No, but he is resolute.
And he's got to go a long way.
Oh, a very long way.
I mean, that's an incredibly wide screen.
Oh, it's the AbsoView screen from Absolute Aluminium.
It's very impressive.
He is a magnificent creature.
No, I'm talking about the AbsoView from Absolute Aluminum. I mean, it's stunning.
Yes, the AbsoView from Absolute Aluminium is magnificent too.
He's still going.
Yes.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Our Natuzzi Edition's warehouse sale is going on now. We're moving out of a warehouse filled with 100% genuine Italian leather seating. Because we'd rather sell it than move it, we're offering up to 40% off, plus take an extra 10% off and enjoy free delivery. This is your chance to take home the timeless luxury of Italian leather seating at prices that can't be beat. Hurry in. This event ends soon. Only at Mater Brothers Furniture and Design. We're here to help you live your best Florida life.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers, save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
We do have an important warning for everybody. Unfortunately, in situations like this, there is a high likelihood of scammers. So you've got to look out for things that seem too good to be true and do some research.
Yeah, do not pay up front or sign any competition papers when you are trying to find someone to help fix your home. Report fraud and scammers by calling 1-866-9-KNOW-SCAM. Ted?
Guys, traffic brought to you by Roofing by Curry. Lots of situations out there that we're dealing with. It's not going to be a normal drive to work if you have to do so today. One positive thing I can tell you, we're not dealing with our usual delays, and it's good to see the Pinellas County major bridgeways are back open again. So good news there. Quick heads up that, of course, the Vernon-Bethany Road is still blocked off at the Manatee River. John?
So we're looking at rain chances today that are pretty minuscule, actually. We got maybe a 10% chance of a sprinkle or a passing shower during the morning hours, but by afternoon, everything mixes away, and we're left with really mostly sunny conditions. Those sunny conditions will bump up our temperatures to probably a daytime high of about 83 to 85, but the lower relative humidity will make it feel pretty comfortable. And really, for the next 3 days, I think we're looking at some pretty nice weather with temperatures hovering in the mid-80s for daytime highs, and at night, cool and crisp. Back to you.
Thank you, John. We hope everyone stays safe today in their recovery efforts.
We'll see you back here at 9.
Roofing by Curry is now a third-generation company.
Why worry? Call Curry. Call Curry! If there's one thing we like,
Hey everyone, good morning. This is ABC 7's Xavier McKnight coming to you on the live desk at WCTV in Tallahassee. This is our sister station in Tallahassee. I'm hoping that everybody's doing well this morning as recovery efforts continue in Hurricane Milton. As you all may have been able to see in the past hour or so, or if you're just joining us, our ABC 7 team is back on the air in Sarasota. We were able to get back on the air this morning after experiencing more than a day of internet and connectivity issues. We are back on the airwaves. We also are back to more of a normal broadcast schedule for the time being as well. We are still providing the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. But if you're tuned in right now, you can see that Good Morning America is actually airing. If you've been tuned in for the past 2 days online and through radio, you know that we've been in wall-to-wall extended continuing coverage of this storm. So we are slowly starting to get back to some more normalcy here. I just wanted to provide you with the latest and an update and show you some of the images and the videos that we're getting coming into our newsroom as the recovery efforts for Hurricane Milton continue and folks on the Sun Coast and the Tampa Bay area continue to clean up in the aftermath of the storm. Let's take a look at some of these here. You're seeing some of those pictures and images that we have that have been coming into our newsroom. You all sharing your content through us. Hopefully you're safely being able to do that. You know, we appreciate all the videos and the images and everything that everyone's sending in, but we want to make sure that we are emphasizing that this is safety first and foremost on that. Our Jordan Litwiller, he was actually out on Milton Twin Oaks yesterday, and let's take a look and a listen at what Jordan discovered while he was out there.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm here at
All right, well, we appear to be having some technical issues here with Jordan. Let's see if we can get to Sophia, who took a visit out to Marina Jack yesterday. Let's see if we can get that pulled up for you.
Hey there, this is
All right, well, apologies there, folks. We appear to be having some technical issues on our end here in Tallahassee as we try to get some of those reports uploaded here for you. I want to provide you with the latest on some power outage numbers, if I may, and excuse me for looking away from the screen here as I provide those to you in real time, what I'm seeing in the past 3 minutes or so. So the numbers are going down across the state. They were just a little more than 2.5 million just about an hour ago. Well, now they're in the 2.4 million to be exact, 2,449,593. In Manatee County, 155,296 people still without power. In Sarasota County, 139,748. In Charlotte County, 43,680, and in Pinellas County, 460,544, and in Hillsborough, 482,316. So still a lot of folks across the state without power, a lot of folks across the Suncoast and Tampa Bay area without power. But I also want to explain how much of a fluid situation this is right now, too, because we're seeing those numbers go down, but we can also see them increase as well as crews continue to work through debris and down power lines and any situations that we may be dealing with. So just because your power comes back on, that could be a temporary situation. It may not be a permanent thing right now as everyone is working to make sure that we're able to get power and electricity back to everybody who's been affected by this storm. But the numbers that we're seeing across the state that are going down is very encouraging because, as we know at the height of this, there were more than 3.6 million people across the state without power. And just over the course of a day, we see 1.2 million people who have had their power restored. So, it's still a very fluid situation, though. So let's just keep that in mind there as well. Those are the latest on your power outage numbers there. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here really quickly. But before I do, I just think it's important that we continue to emphasize the importance of showing patience and showing grace to everyone in this situation that we're all dealing with Hurricane Milton. I know you all see those harrowing images, those videos that are coming out, and it feels like a nightmare. But this is the reality of what a lot of people are dealing with right now. And, let's just take this time to lean on each other and show the best in humanity and just be there for one another. We're Suncoast strong, we're Tampa Bay strong, we're Florida strong. And collectively and together, we will get through this, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take some patience. So thank you all for tuning in to this live cast that we have for you here in Tallahassee. We hope that you will join us again for ABC 7 News at 9. Thank you so much. Continue to have a great day, guys.
Most part more like drizzle than anything else, and they're moving across the area at a pretty good clip. So as we go through the afternoon, I think the chances of rainfall are going to be pretty minimal. I'll put them at 0. Is it possible that we could get one isolated pop-up patch of sprinkle? Yeah, it is. But I mean, in terms of any kind of appreciable, measurable rainfall that could create disruptions, I'm not going to see that today. A temperature will be warm, coming in not unseasonably warm, though, 83 to maybe 85 degrees in some places. But the feels like temperature is going to be very manageable because of that low dew point value that we're going to see for the next several days. Thank you to a west wind that'll be coming in, or a northwest wind. We'll watch as we go through the next couple of days. Rainfall amounts maybe a little bit higher down to the south in the southern tip. If you know people who did evacuate down from the south and came on and are returning north, well, they will probably have a kind of rocky go as we do get thunderstorm chances in the southern tip of the state. But for us today, a 10% chance of a sprinkle, pop-up sprinkle. Tomorrow, I don't think we see anything. Sunday, a chance of a thunderstorm or two. And then as we go into the week ahead, I think the good weather will continue. Ted?
All right, hey there, John. First Alert Traffic is brought to you by Roofing by Curry. I want to start off with some good news. It's great to see that we reopened the Sunshine Skyway Bridge yesterday. Gandy, Courtney Campbell, and Howard Franklin at 275. So those bridges are open again. And now we know that the Stickney Point Bridge is open as well. And we're starting to see a lot of traffic volume as folks are heading back there into Siesta Key. However, there still needs to be an investigation there, an inspection on Siesta Key Bridge North. So that one is still closed. So, hey, baby steps. We're getting there. I want to give you an example of something. We've been talking about this a lot with traffic signals. This traffic signal is just one of many still down, US 41 at Albee. That would be treating that as a four-way stop. This one is flashing. Honore at Northridge. That would be one where you go through slowly, you proceed with caution. Again, folks, things are not going to look the same as you usually see them if you're heading out for work or you have to be out and about today. Brissa, Stephanie?
All right, thanks so much, Ted. And as roadways start to clear up and debris gets removed, we know access to Holmes Beach has just opened up an hour ago at 8
Actually,
a.m.
Bradenton Beach. Bradenton Beach opening up this morning, and that's where Sophia Vitello is. And Sophia, I understand it was quite a process to get there. Tell us what you've been seeing this morning on the roads.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, Stephanie, I was expecting a very long line to get onto the bridge here. But the problem wasn't the line for the bridge. The problem was the lines into Wawa's across the area heading towards Cortez. We were backed up for about, I want to say 30 to 45 minutes just because people were trying to merge over and get into Wawa. I saw hundreds and hundreds of cars because that seems like really the only gas station across the Suncoast right now that has gas available for people. So that's making things a lot worse. But not only that, all of the traffic lights being out is also making it really difficult to travel anywhere right now. It's really adding to that traffic time, to your drive time, because as you know, it's a four-way stop everywhere. But we just got to Bradenton Beach here. We're trying to see what everything looks like now. They are only allowing residents and business owners on. They did graciously let us on, though. I'm seeing over here lots of debris. I'm not sure exactly where all of this came from. I am going to try and figure that out for you as I'm here throughout the entire day. But what I can tell you is there's piles of sand everywhere. I know that crews have been out here pushing that sand out of the street because every time hurricanes come, they seem to push that sand all over and nobody can drive. And they want residents to be able to come back and get back to normal. That's why authorities have been out here every day working to make that happen for you guys. I do see some people over here that seem like they're gathering, maybe talking about plans of actions. I would love to go talk with them, actually. Let's go see what they're doing. Yeah, I know that some people are trying to get their businesses back in order. I'm curious if that's what's going on over here. Hey there, guys.
Other guys from out of town.
Hey there, are you got a business, or are you a resident here?
I'm not a resident.
You just looking through the area?
I have a job that was active. We went and checked it. It came through it okay.
Okay, so it worked out well.
Yeah, well, I don't know what well is, but yeah, we were just making sure the customers we already had are taken care of.
Okay, and so you didn't really get much flooding then, or was there wind damage?
It appears there was a little bit of flooding, but it's elevated, so I was just in the parking area and the pool. But everything else seems pretty good.
And so did you have trouble driving through? Is this your first time over here?
First time over.
Yeah.
First time over. You can't get past about a half a mile up the road. They're only letting FEMA go about a half mile. After that, they're only letting FEMA through.
Okay, let me ask you, sir, compared to Helene, I'm sure you tried to get over here after Helene, too. What was that like?
It's similar. Similar. I mean, they're doing what they have to do to keep everybody safe and not let people that shouldn't be out here, as they should be, protecting everybody.
Awesome, sir. Well, I'm glad it's relatively okay for you, and hopefully you can get back to normal soon. Thanks for chatting with us.
About 2 years.
2 years, he says he feels like that's when the island will get back to normal. Because, you know, we're recovering from Helene still. I mean, guys, I have folks that are still recovering from Debbie. So it's just recovery after recovery after recovery. So it's difficult. But I am glad to hear that, like that man over there, people are starting to get a little bit back to normal. They can go and check out their houses, their jobs. And that's what we're seeing here in Bradenton Beach for now, guys.
All right, thank you. That's Sophia Vitello giving us one of the very first looks that we've had there onto Bradenton Beach. And it's just been such a tough couple of months when you pile it all together. As you know, Helene soaked that area, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of that, unfortunately, from Milton as well.
And I feel like even just being able to get onto the island was our milestone for the day.
Exactly.
Because think about how long it took to allow residents back onto the island after Helene. So the fact that we were able to get things cleared enough so residents and business owners can get back onto the island and assess the damage, I feel like is a good start.
And they're not bulldozing sand, so that's another bonus that we did see that happen during Helene. All right, well, while access to Longboat Key and Bradenton Beach are now open, we do want to reiterate that Holmes Beach is not yet open, even to residents, and it will not be until tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Yeah, Holmes Beach, you can see debris and power lines taking over the roadways and down trees as well. That's really what's been the problem kind of all across the Suncoast following Milton, was those trees just toppling over from those strong winds.
And obviously it takes some time to get those all cleared. Thousands are still without gas this morning. Sophia Vitello just mentioned that she called in and said, I'm not going to make my live shot. The traffic is unbelievable. And then she realized why. one of the Wawas that are heading out to Bradenton Beach has gas. So people have backed up around the corner. I never did find it this morning.
No.
And this is a location on Fruitville Road that had gas. And again, it's few and far between. So a couple of takeaways here. If you don't have to be out and about wasting your own gas, my recommendation is don't.
Yeah.
Because this may go on for a few days here until everybody gets caught up. And please be extra careful if you are coming back from evacuating, knowing that it's very, very hard to find gas. Don't let it get too low.
Yeah, make sure you time things out well so you know where a gas station might be. We have a few extra reporters from all across Gray, our company, that said it was few and far between for their gas stations. They had to go to like 3 different exits just to try and find a place to fill up. So definitely be careful on your way back. That's great advice.
Absolutely. And speaking of gas stations, Brendan Mackey ran into one yesterday when he was assessing damage that had plenty of it in Sarasota County. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, I'm Brendan Mackey here in Lakewood Ranch. Right next to me is State Road 70 and Crusoe Road. You can see cars are out right now, and look at what they are seeing on the side of the road. Take a look at this 7-Eleven just destroyed. The entire metal banner here has been ripped off, and you can tell the wind took ripped apart. So, a lot more of this today. We're going to send it back to you in the studio, but we will continue to cover Hurricane Milton.
Wow, just devastating. How many, we talked about this earlier, but a few 7-Elevens look exactly like that, where they're overhang.
The 7-Elevens had a tough time.
It's some
the airport to operate flights to resume by afternoon. 2 different sections of the main concourse water damage. So obviously they've got a little bit of work to do. Apparently the hangars that sit on the outer edges of the airport for the private aircraft were also severely damaged. So some really strong winds. I think officially the airport recorded a 101 mile per hour wind. So that's obviously a lot for those buildings to take.
And I also think they are under construction. Half of the airport, you know, they are building a whole other terminal. So I wonder how that fared in the storm too, if it's okay. I guess time will tell.
Absolutely. They're working hard to get it back up.
And a lot of folks are waiting for power to get back up and running this morning, that's for sure. FLP reporting restoring, I should say, more than 730,000 customers since Milton hit our area. You can see linemen here on your screen getting back to work. They have been working around the clock. That is pitch black. They were working all through the night to get that power restored for some residents, and lots are still without it this morning.
They were. We came in around 2 a.m. I saw lots of power trucks because it was pitch black, but you could see the flashing orange lights, and they all rolled out of Roberts Arena earlier this morning. So if you still have an outage and you haven't personally reported it, quite honestly, it's probably fine. They have a computerized system, but if you are concerned that you're not being heard from or seen or dealt with, you can text the word app to 69375, and that goes directly to FPL. But I will assure you they have a mass grid computerized system, and they really can tell where those outages are. And you were looking at their website live as you could continue to see the updates there. So it's going to get warm this afternoon, not brutal hot, but warm. So always a good idea to dress in loose, lightweight clothing. I'm personally a pajama fan when that happens. No one judges today. Natural ventilation. John Scalzi talks about the dew points being low. It's going to be nice and cool, especially this evening. Open those windows kind of across your home and let the cross draft and ventilation go through. Drink lots of water. Most of us haven't done a great job at that these past couple of days. Avoid heavy meals. And if this is a long-term outage, no doubt FEMA will help us with some emergency cooling shelters, and we will, of course, let you know where those will be.
Yeah, and it's definitely a good reminder while we sit there with your power outage that your neighbors are likely sitting with their power out as well. So especially if you have an elderly neighbor, check in on your neighbors, your loved ones. Just make sure everything's okay, see if they need anything, because we're all in this together. We're not alone.
Absolutely. Maybe walk a bottle of water over and just check to make sure everybody's doing okay. We will have more on the recovery from Hurricane Milton coming back.
Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC7.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Stay on top of what's happening in Sarasota and Manatee counties, wherever you are, with the ABC7 News app. Get alerts for breaking news, local weather, and Suncoast traffic. Catch ABC7 newscasts and local shows.
See that, so it's nice to know.
Or anytime you like. All the benefits of your local station conveniently on your mobile device. Use your phone to scan the QR code on your screen to download the ABC7 News app now. ABC7 is looking for the next local athlete of the week, and we need your help. Nominate a student who demonstrates dedication and talent both on and off the field, and they could be featured on ABC7 News as our athlete of the week. Just go to mysuncoast.com/sports and click on Nominate an Athlete to get started. Submit your nomination by filling out the form and tell us why your athlete deserves to win. Stay tuned to ABC7 News to see our winning athlete of the week.
These last few months have been challenging for everyone, especially me. I've walked many, many miles. I'm suffering from cabin fever. I'm in need of a renewed spirit.
Dante's Den is the perfect boarding solution for your dog. Dante's offers the convenience, amenities, and overall luxury your pet is seeking. To make a boarding reservation for your pup, call us at 941-219-3730.
ABC7, the Suncoast's official Florida lottery station.
Welcome back. Right now we are getting new information from the city of Venice this morning. The area taking some severe damage. You can see lots of downed trees, lots of debris here on area roadways. But many people are now without cell service.
Yeah, that's been a problem all across the area. Joining us now on the phone is the mayor of Venice, Nick Picciota. Mayor, this is Brissa and Stephanie. Can you hear us?
I can. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, thank you. Tell us what you feel like the most pressing situation is down in Venice right now.
Right now, we're still kind of in that phase where we try to keep everybody off the road so that the first responders and those trying to get resources to our community can do their job. So, again, that's the big message today is I understand people are coming back. They want to start, fixing up their homes and stuff like that. We need time. We need you guys to just be patient with us while we try to continue to clear up some of these down trees and down power lines and get resources to where they need to go.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we have a massive gas situation across much of our area, especially up here in Sarasota. How are things in Venice? Will people be able to find gas?
I can tell you that I was able to find it last night and this morning, so I would imagine that the supply line is up and running. I've seen some trucks coming into town, so I think, the state and federal response is good, and I think the county's doing great messaging to the state on our needs. So I think that people are going to start to see that kind of stuff. But again, that's why we need people to stay off the road so that we can get those resources here.
Yeah, great point.
And Mayor, just real quickly here, where would you say is the most affected area following Milton and Venice?
I would say it's coastal for us. We had storm surge plus wind plus rain. So our coastal area, it was already affected by Helene, which was pretty fresh. And now, we've got this just about 2 weeks later. So I think that's the biggest impact. But, I mean, it's widespread. It's all over the community.
And how is the Venice Theater doing? What's the status of that this morning?
I did talk to the theater, and they said, they've sustained, some very minimal damage, in addition to what they already had from Ian. So they were very high-spirited, and they were looking forward to getting things picked up so they could come back in and start working again. So it sounds like they made it through pretty good in comparison.
Yes, it does sound that way, and we're relieved to hear that. Before we let you go, we saw some video yesterday from the downtown area, and, things looked fairly cosmetic. Some trees, a little bit of debris and street sign. Did the downtown area fare fairly well?
Yeah, from what I could see when I did my site visits yesterday, it looked like we were in okay shape. I mean, once people start getting into these businesses, we'll see if there was, any significant, roof damage, leaks, that kind of stuff. But from what you can see cosmetically, you're right. It looks like we fared okay.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Is there anything else you'd like your residents to know right now?
The biggest thing is just please be patient with us. We've got to finish getting some of this stuff cleared up, and then we'll go into the recovery phase, and we'll start working with the community to make sure that we, recover. It's one of those things where right now we're just trying to get that initial response concluded so that we can get into recovery. So just be patient with us. Thank you for everybody who heeded the evacuation warnings. That's huge. And I know that we didn't take as big of a hit as we thought we were going to, but don't get complacent. The hurricane season is not over.
All right, that's some good advice there from the mayor of Venice. Thank you for joining us, Nick Pichota. I think patience is going to be key. I think we all understand that. Yeah. But to his point, still not time to be out and about, whether it's leaving room for crews, conserving gas. It's just be home as long as possible.
And when it comes to hurricane season, to his point as well, we're not out of the woods just yet. November 30th is not here. It's still quite a few weeks away.
But to find out if we can at least take a deep breath for the weekend in terms of the weather, we're going to check in with meteorologist John Scalzi. Please tell me no weekend worries.
Yeah, no, I think you can take a good, deep sigh of relief that the weekend looks to be very pleasant, actually. And in fact, conducive, should I even say, to sleeping without air conditioning for a lot of us who have not had power restored yet and are kind of waiting to get it back. It's nice to know that our nighttime temperatures will be comfortable even without AC. Daytime highs will even be pretty nice. We got a lot of sunshine out there and a little bit of fair weather cloudiness as we go through the day today. I think we have a slight little chance of showers, but temperatures comfortable at 73 degrees. We're looking at generally a little bit of rain shower activity over on the other coast. So if you're watching us streaming on your app from the other coast and you've evacuated from our area, just want to let you know you're probably going to encounter some rain showers if you're driving over anywhere from the Space Center all the way down to, I'd say, Miami. You're likely to get some rainfall. But about halfway through your journey, you're going to start enjoying some sunnier skies and more pleasant weather. Locally, I don't think we'll see much more than an isolated shower or two kind of popping up. Our radar rain chance pretty low. This is the water vapor imagery. Shows you where the moisture is and where it is not. Shows you where the swirls and motions are in the atmosphere. And you can pretty much see that in our area, we have all of this kind of red colorization. The red colorization is dry air at the dry end of the scale. And that's really what's going to kind of eliminate widespread showers and give us 3 days of some pretty nice weather. A lot of sunshine mixed with a few fair weather clouds. And the maximum rain chance I think we'll see right straight through the next 3 days might be 20%, if that. And that's due to a little trough of low pressure kind of swinging through the southern tip of the state. That will maybe influence our weather with a few extra chances of showers and maybe an isolated thunderstorm in the southern parts of our viewing area. But in general, we're looking for cool, crisp nights and warm, sunny days.
And taking a look at the power outage situation, the number right now is 900,000. That's how many people have regained power in the state of Florida. This time yesterday, we were at 3.3 million people without power across the state. In Sarasota County, we have 47% still out, 59% in Manatee County, and Pinellas and Hillsborough hit much harder. Hillsborough County is still 475,000 people without power. So we are making some progress in Sarasota County just between, let's see, when was our last newscast? We ended at 7 o'clock. So in just a couple hours time, we've had about 900 people regain power. Kaylee Joy, she's one of our producers. She sent in this video from Englewood, and you can see the boats that have just been just slammed together. I can't remember the name of these kind of facilities, but when you see this slide over to the left once again, it's one of those facilities that stores your boats. And I've always wondered what happens to those places when a hurricane comes through. Well, you got some of them on the street, apparently. It's not a good situation. The wind was the problem with Milton, as opposed to Helene, where that storm surge was the problem, but still now on the cleanup trail. Ted?
Yeah, Mike, and that's why when we look at the live elements and reports in our graphics of hazards on the roadways, the list is just massive. There's just so much that has to go on, and you heard just a few minutes ago, if you don't have to be on the roads, don't. There is a wreck right now on MLK at Tuttle, and that one is reported to be blocking a lane, so use caution, but just add that to the list of things that we're dealing with today. In fact, I was just telling you all of the situations, the limbs that need to be cleared, wires that need to be cleared, maybe potholes, tons and tons and tons of situations out there. So again, if you are going to be out and about, expect things to look a bit different. Let's take a look at what is open and looking good. We have the Skyway open right now, along with the other major Pinellas bridges, so that's good. Stickney Point has reopened to residents only, but the Siesta North is still closed off, unfortunately. A couple other bridge closures still. Verna Bethany Road at the Manatee River has been closed. There was some flooding there, and the same thing with Golf Course Road right by Jim Davis Road, the creek. And still closed with Ringling, Manatee, Siesta, Blackburn, Minnesota Beach, Casey Key, all closed. One last thing I want to talk about, traffic signals. And you're going to hear us talking about this all day and probably for the next couple days. Notice this traffic signal's dark here. That is on US 41 at Albee. You were to treat that as a four-way stop. If the light is flashing, go slow when there isn't any other cars there. Really, just keep in mind, four-way stop. Stay with us. We're taking a quick break. Much more on the recovery efforts of Milton when we come back.
Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7.
Our Natuzzi Editions warehouse sale is going on now. We're moving out of a warehouse filled with Italian leather seating. Hurry in to save up to 40% off, plus take an extra 10% off and enjoy free delivery. Only at Mutter Brothers Furniture and Design.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
Aqua Plumbing and Air.
This is Chuck, owner of Aqua Plumbing and Air. Plumbing repairs are probably the most inconvenient repairs facing homeowners. Our skilled plumbing technicians can provide fast and efficient service when you need it the most. Visit aquaplumbing.sarasota.com to schedule an appointment for all your plumbing needs.
The most trusted name since 1974. Call Aqua Plumbing and Air.
If your family's anything like mine, life brings in dirt and messes. Sit back, relax, and leave the deep cleaning to the pros. Your home isn't clean until it's Stanley Steamer Clean.
Stanley Steamer gets your home cleaner.
I'm Regan Jane, and this is my home. And if I could give you one piece of advice for yours, it would be to give the nation's best window and door replacement solution, Renewal by Andersen, a call. I did.
Every night, ABC 7 is where the Suncoast turns for what's happening now
Breaking news at the power.
and what's happening next.
Tomorrow is a First Alert Weather Day.
Every night.
ABC 7 is working for you.
ABC 7, your local station.
Florida's abortion ban goes too far.
One of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country.
Officials say this could be life or death for some women.
A dangerous ban with no real exceptions, not even for rape. End the ban. Vote yes on 4.
Did you hear? Florida Leather Gallery slash prices 50% off store-wide. Save half off your favorite brands like Natuzzi Editions, Encanto, Palliser, and more. Visit us today and shop the very best genuine leather seating for your lifestyle.
Suncoast View Furniture, sponsored by Florida Leather Gallery. Your vision, your way.
There have been some amazingly compelling rescue stories that we want to share. This one coming to us from Hillsborough County. This is a young boy stuck in a major flood, and watch these first responders, the deputies, coming to rescue him, literally plucking him out of the water. Can you imagine how scared he must have been?
No, I cannot. And look how high up that water is against those buildings there.
Absolutely crazy. There was a lot of flash flooding early yesterday to our north in Hillsborough County. So just another example of how much we really appreciate those first responders getting out and about.
When they were able to, they were right out there, first thing out the door. They were tactical teams, I think is what we learned yesterday. I didn't know that's what they were called.
Yes.
And now we have some more video. This one from Clearwater. Video shows a water rescue in Clearwater, Florida on Thursday. You can see they suffered severe flooding. This video is impactful because it's taken from the point of view of the person that was being rescued, Ricardo Ciliano. He was forced to evacuate around 8 in the morning on Thursday because of this severe floodwater in his apartment complex. Now, during the evacuation, you can see cars completely underwater and submerged the first floor of several homes there, as you can imagine, also underwater.
Yeah, and the fact that he was rolling video as he did it is just giving us an idea of, again, how intense things got so quickly yesterday morning for so many people.
And many people think, you know, if you lived in a new build apartment complex, you're usually safe.
Right.
Not from water. Not all the time.
You're never really safe from water, that is for sure.
And now a little bit closer to home, Coast Guard helicopter video rescuing a man, or captured this video of a rescue. This is a man clinging to a cooler off of Longboat Key. The boat owner reported a missing captain. Coast Guard radioed that captain, bringing him to the hospital by helicopter. You can see those rough water conditions. That man is very lucky.
Yeah, from what I understand, he went out to check the boat just to make sure things were going okay and got tied up in line because there's so much debris in the water. This is something we're all going to have to think about in coming days. There's a lot of junk in area waters, and a lot of people want to check their boats, but you're going to have to be very careful. You know, make sure that you've got contact with the shore or tow to go or all those things for safety.
And I'm sure a lot of boat owners are eager to get out in the water, so just be careful this weekend.
All right, we'll be right back.
Local news live, always streaming on all ABC 7 digital platforms.
Named one of the world's greatest places by Time magazine, Montgomery Whitewater brings mountain adventure to the heart of Montgomery, Alabama. One of only 3 man-made whitewater parks in the country, adventure may be found on land or on our Olympic standard whitewater channel system. Make memories outdoors. Learn more at MontgomeryWhitewater.com.
I'm Linda Carson. I've lost 60 pounds, gone from an extra large to a small. Okay, extra large, and I no longer need knee surgery.
If you'd like to lose up to a pound of fat a day, call me now for your free, no obligation appointment.
Join us for a free, fun-filled community event at Cool Today Park, Wednesday, October 16th from 2 to 6 p.m.
Connect with StormSmart and over 70 other area businesses at the community event and expo.
Enjoy a classic car show, blood drive, live entertainment, cash prizes, and giveaways. Plus, the first 250 attendees receive a swag bag.
This is an event you don't want to miss.
Visit VeniceChamber.com for more information. See you at the community event and expo.
Norris Furniture and Interiors, where beautiful homes begin.
Welcome to Advanced Specialty Institute, your premier destination for exceptional health care. Always greeted with a smile, we provide high-quality, compassionate care to families across the Suncoast. From orthopedics to podiatry, general surgery to pain management, and gastroenterology, we lead in advanced healthcare excellence. Experience the difference with our dedicated team of experts committed to your well-being and comfort.
Advanced Specialty Institute, caring for your health every step of the way.
In Florida, alcohol is available whenever and wherever, but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's ridiculous. Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol. Amendment 3 would give adults the freedom to make their own choices, providing safe, lab-tested marijuana from a store, not the street, while generating billions for police and schools. Vote yes on Amendment 3. Let's give adults the freedom to make their own choices.
I'm Linda Carson. I've lost 60 pounds. My blood work and cholesterol are perfect. I feel 10 years younger. Thank you, Dr. Dees.
If you'd like to lose up to a pound of fat a day, call me now for your free, no obligation appointment.
Welcome back. Bradenton Beach residents are just now allowed back on their island.
Yeah, and we know they have quite the recovery process to go, and things are just getting underway, and that's where Sophia Vitello is joining us live from this morning. Sophia, what are conditions like today?
Yeah, well, the recovery efforts only begin now, and that it is a long road ahead for folks and business owners living here on Bradenton Beach. We've just now made our way over here. I want to show you some of the things that I'm seeing in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. First of all, look at these vehicles here. This van belonging to Tropical Breeze Resort, completely in sand. I want to say that's 3 feet of sand, but look at the other one behind it. That's an Anna Maria Island in truck. They're surrounded by recycling bins, garbage bins, even cement blocks. I mean, there's just random stuff here in this sand blocking these vehicles. And let me tell you, those vehicles will not be saved, sadly. I think you can tell that yourself as well. But I want to keep walking so that I can show you the other things that I'm seeing. This little love shack here looks like they may have fared well, but what I want to show you is right next to this Love Shack Inn. You see all these trees, giant tree branches, all of this sand, which again, for the sand here at least, I know that authorities have been pushing through, getting it off of the roadways so that residents and business owners can make their way back and try to get to some sort of normalcy again. That's beginning this morning. But what I want you to understand is that there's a house there. There's a house there. Can you see it? Can you even see it? I'm going to take you around this corner here because I want to show you what's left of it. Milton definitely rocked some of our areas here on the Suncoast real bad. And this is the part where I'm seeing things that look similar to Helene here. So we're getting up here, lots of sand here. Again, random cement blocks, pieces of people's life. We have trees, we have tree branches blocking. Look at this person's home here. Look at this person's home. We have windows, dressers, tables, things busting out of the home. Hopefully this person evacuated. I'm praying that they did. It is such a sad story for these families and these business owners. They had just kind of recovered from Helene. Now they're starting all over again from the beginning. That's why authorities have been pushing through, trying to get this standoff so that they can come on. So it's really difficult for these folks. I'm going to be out here all day, seeing the damage, assessing it for you, letting you know the worst parts, the parts you shouldn't head over to. So I'll have more updates for you later on today.
All right, thank you very much, Sophia. Yeah, tough to see those first looks. A lot of cleanup and recovery.
But at least the island is now open. Like we keep saying, that is the first step to recovery. Is now residents, they can assess damage and business owners can get back to some sort of normalcy and start picking up the pieces.
Yeah, it's going to take some time, but it will happen.
Well, staying on Anna Maria Island now, take a look at this. This is the Rod and Reel Pier, or what's left of the Rod and Reel Pier. This is a staple of Anna Maria Island. Tourists, residents alike, myself, this is one of my favorite pieces of the island, and it's gone. It's not there.
For those who don't know, there was a restaurant at the end of this pier, a very, very popular one, and it is absolutely decimated, and it is gone. So we certainly do wish them the best, and hopefully they'll consider a rebuild, because that's a very, very special part of the Suncoast. Another Suncoast staple suffering a lot of damage. Tropicana Field's roof blew off. This is the one that made national headlines. I looked it up. It is a fiberglass roof with like a plastic coating over it.
Oh,
so that's the
it wasn't just the coating.
Correct. That was fiberglass that was coated that blew literally apart. I was pretty sure I heard that was wind rated to 120, and when they originally saw the forecast for the wind speeds, that's when they evacuated Tropicana Field of anyone sheltering there, because they were afraid this was happening. So you see those cots? There was nobody but essential workers in there. Nobody miraculously was injured. They were able to take shelter, and thankfully they did do that evacuation before we had that roof damage.
That is a powerful image. Cots underneath of the destroyed
roof. You're right. Awful. Here's another powerful image. This is one of our first looks at Siesta Key. You can see a lot of water encroachment there, and then a very, very destroyed house. And John Scalzi pointed out earlier, the house next to it apparently sustaining very little damage, and the house on the other side, certainly not massive damage, but obviously one very strong wind gust. Of course, this was where Milton made landfall with winds at least 100, probably closer to 120 miles per hour. So we do not yet have a great vision, John, of all that has occurred on Siesta Key, but we know with winds at that height, especially that southern end seems to be where there's just a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. It'll be interesting to see why that damage occurred for that area. I did talk to a professor from the University of Massachusetts that did an aerial survey of Fort Myers after the hurricane there, and they pretty much found that the damage along the coastline lined up 1-to-1 with those homes that were gone, missing, or damaged were old construction, and the ones that weren't were new construction. So we'll see how that plays out as we do an inspection of our beaches as well. But one thing I can tell you is there will be a lot of people who will be itching to get out on their boats and do some, maybe check out whether or not they had any damage to their boat, or maybe they just want to do a little sightseeing through some of the canals there. I can only caution you not to do that quite yet. You know, we still have a small craft advisory up for our area waters. I'm going to put a 24-hour loop into motion. You can see what I'm talking about. Even though the weather is fine right now, we had some 6, 7, 8-foot waves out here in the northern Gulf waters that kind of propagated southward. Look at the blue colors kind of coming south. That's because those 8, 10, 12-foot waves have decreased in height, and now we're talking about 4, 3, 5-foot waves down here in our area, even less so up to the north. So we're watching those waves slowly dampen down. For today, they're still slightly elevated. So for the beach and boating forecast, it's calling for those improving conditions. But for the next 24 hours, we're still talking about a small craft advisory, not the most hospitable weather. We're looking for choppy waters today, moderate chop tomorrow, light chop day after. Tim?
Hey there, John. First Alert Traffic brought to you by Roofing by Curry. Guys, been watching this intersection here, and we've been talking a lot about traffic signals that have issues. This is one of the signals. If you look right above our banner here, notice that it's flashing in yellow. So if that were the case and you were driving either northbound or southbound on Honore, you would slow down, and if there was nobody else approaching the intersection on the other side, then you could go. The folks that are on the red side, they're confused for some reason why, and I've seen almost 3 T-bone accidents in the last 3 minutes. So again, keep these practices in play. If there is no signal, which we still have a lot of that, powered down intersections, you have to treat that as a 4-way stop. There's a wreck on MLK at Lockwood Ridge Road. Just adding that to the stack of traffic problems. Wrecks are the least of the lower part of the concerns. All of this is different reports of debris, power lines down, limbs, even some ponding still around. Give yourself extra time. Real quick. All the Pinellas major bridgeways are open. Gandy, Courtney Campbell, Howard Franklin, Sunshine Skyway, and now we know Stickney Point is open to residents again, but Siesta North is still blocked. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Stay with us.
ABC 7, your local station.
Because of that, Renewal by Andersen Acclaim impact replacement windows are subjected to rigorous testing. Like this. And this. And this. So when that rolls in, you can count on Acclaim impact replacement windows exclusively from Renewal by Andersen. Act now for big savings. Schedule your free consultation today.
Our Natuzzi Editions warehouse sale is going on now. We're moving out of a warehouse filled with 100% genuine Italian leather seating. Because we'd rather sell it than move it, we're offering up to 40% off, plus take an extra 10% off and enjoy free delivery. This is your chance to take home the timeless luxury of Italian leather seating at prices that can't be beat. Hurry in. This event ends soon. Only at Mater Brothers Furniture and Design. We're here to help you live your best Florida life.
To me, jazz is more than a genre. It's a language I've worked a lifetime to become fluent in. Loud, soft, staccato, legato, nuance is everything.
As Carlos gets older, he needs a little help keeping up with the band. We meet regularly to keep his health tuned up so he doesn't miss a beat.
In jazz
and in life,
the little things change everything.
Archwell Health gets that.
Archwell Health gets me.
Strong winds can lift shingles and tiles, and that exposes your home to the elements. These shingles may seem fine from here, but from here, the damage is clear, and that's when it's time to call Roof EZ. We are Southwest Florida's #1 roofing contractor. We're here to stay. From repairs to full re-roofs, we've got you covered. When things clear up, it's time to call Roof EZ, protecting your home and your family.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
Get it right at Rice's during our Fall in the Savings event. From budget-friendly appliances to luxury and everything in between, we've got the right products at the right prices with certified expert advice. So whatever you need, we're always here to help you get it right. Shop today in-store or online and don't miss this limited time event with up to 30% off appliances plus bundle rebates up to $2,000. All this with no interest financing for 12 months. Rice's Appliance and Bedding Center, your local experts.
Suncoast View Kitchen, sponsored by Rice's Appliance and Bedding Center.
Residents on Holmes Beach very anxious to get back and survey their property.
That's for sure. And joining us now is William Tokacher, the Chief of Police for Holmes Beach. Chief, thanks so much for joining us. Can you hear us? It's Stephanie and Brissa.
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Yeah, I hear you fine, and thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining us. So now we've gotten a bit of back and forth information. We thought that Holmes Beach access was closed, but we're seeing now on the website that it's open to residents and business owners. Is that correct?
That is not correct. The city of Holmes Beach is still closed. The city of Bradenton Beach is allowing access to their city from Cortez Road. Our city access is Manatee Avenue Bridge, and that is closed and will remain closed throughout the night. We will be opening that up tomorrow for residents, business owners that have hang tags, and we are working on a plan for the residents that did not get the hang tag before they left for some reason, that have identification that they can provide that prove that they are a Holmes Beach resident.
Gotcha.
We are working with the city of Anna Maria that's north of us to see if they're ready to have their residents come out tomorrow or not. Mayor Murphy will be calling me later today to let me know if he wants, because they have to come through our city to go to their city. So he will let us know if they're prepared. We still have a lot of wires down. We still have some roads that are not passable. So we're working on getting the roads clear today and working on the wires down. There might be some roads that people might have to park and walk down because the wires, it's not just that they're on the ground, but they're hanging like 4 feet off the ground.
Right, so safety is definitely a concern. Chief, compare what you're seeing, 24 hours post-Milton to what you found post-Hurricane Helene.
Oh, it's a tremendous difference. Helene was devastating to us. 95% to 100% of our homes had between 6 inches and 4 feet of water in them. So that was devastating to our residents and our business owners. And right now we had all the debris that was from Helene. We were able to get it off our major roads, but we were not able to get it off our side streets. That's like a month process normally to get that off of the roads and the side roads, and we're still working on that. So we have a lot of debris, and some of the things that were floatable, like mattresses and chairs and some of the wood product that people had taken off of their homes ended up in the streets. So we're cleaning every street, pushing all the debris back out so that when the people come out here, they're not driving over wood boards with nails in them and adding more frustration to what's already frustrating for all.
Well, Chief, we are certainly thinking about you and all of your officers and everyone on Holmes Beach at this time, and we are praying for quick recovery efforts for you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to check in with John Scalzi now. At least the weather appears to be cooperating for so much of the cleanup still occurring in our area. John?
It really does. I mean, I don't see any weather issues that would relate to the cleanup activities. I mean, even working on high wires with big bucket trucks, the winds are going to cooperate with that, I think. However, we do have some issues with any kind of wind-water related activity today. We still have some advisories up for our area waters. A small craft advisory is up until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Those wave heights are still coming down. They're just dampening down. So there's still a little bit on the high side. We got some choppy waters out there. So, you know, give it another day if you can. It'd be much better off, I think. And all our area beaches, we also have a rip current advisory up. That's up till tomorrow as well, or no statement rather. And that's just to say that if you wanted to swim in the waters, and I don't know why you would, frankly, I think there's a lot of stuff still floating around in those waters. We're probably seeing a lot of that algae lifted up from the underwater areas, brought up to the surface, and it gives that water kind of a brownish tint, just as it did after Helene. That's probably still the case, but a rip current advisory statement is up until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Plus, we have these area rivers that are still in flood stage, minor to moderate flooding anticipated. Nothing really extreme, but we'll be watching these crest out either today or early tomorrow, and then kind of subsiding thereafter. We don't expect any more big rain events to add to that flooding situation. There's the last of Milton heading out into the open waters of the Atlantic. We're looking across this region and seeing not a lot of major cloud cover. A lot of sunshine is what we're going to get. Maybe some fair weather clouds. That's about it. Big ridge of high pressure is going to build in behind departing Milton, and our northeasterly wind flow will continue for the next several days. That's drawing down that drier air from the north and helping to suppress any kind of widespread shower activity. The only thing we might get with time is a little bit of an additional rainfall chance as we get into Sunday, about a 20% chance at that point. Mike?
And John, Sarasota Harbor West. You've been past it, most likely. It's on the way across the causeway over to St. Armand's Circle, and it's a condo. In fact, the first condo of the Suncoast. There's a whole Discovering the Suncoast on that. But this is some of the damage. Marianne Kramer just sent this to me. That looks to me like the carport area destroyed there on the left and then strewn about here. And this is another picture coming up here, just the same condo situation. And their docks side area, and it looks like a boat, seen better days there as well. Such a shame. And also for the first condo officially for the Suncoast. They surely will repair and build all that debris back up, clean it out and rebuild. But such a shame for it. Now, we do have a couple of big changes coming up here. We have in just 3 weeks the time change. So all this discombobulation in our life, and in 3 weeks we turn the clocks back. That's on November 3rd. And we still have 50 days. It's 50 days right now to the end of hurricane season on November 30th. And you see the sunrise and sunset time. So we'll have to go through that whole change that we go through as well. Ted?
Hey there, Mike. Traffic brought to you by Roofing by Curry. Have a crash that's on Honore, just a little bit south of University. I just got a report of that one. And then also one on MLK right by Lockwood Ridge. And as you've been hearing us say on these shows that we are still dealing with so much debris and cleanup efforts on the roadways, tons and tons and tons of them. If you don't have to be out, try not to be out. Just want to give you an update in case you missed it earlier. Stickney Point Bridge is now open for Siesta residents. The North Bridge is still closed, and that's added to a list. There's still many bridges on the islands that are closed, like Manatee, Ringling, Siesta North, Blackburn Point, Minnesota Beach, and Casey Key. Stay with us. We're taking a quick break, but we will be right back.
ABC 7, your local station.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than in control, less than yourself.
At BioSpine, we can do more with less.
Less time waiting for answers.
With next day appointments.
Less than an hour in surgery.
With less time off work.
And a fast recovery from our less than 1-inch incision.
Less expense, and we're in network with major health insurance.
Don't let back pain stop you from being anything less than your best. BioSpine.
Join us for a free, fun-filled community event at Cool Today Park, Wednesday, October 16th.
Connect with StormSmart and over 70 other area businesses at the community event and expo. This is an event you don't want to miss.
Visit VeniceChamber.com for more information.
We're more responsive than your doctor's office. Our guarantees are way better than your attorney. And we've been in hundreds of thousands of homes. So when you need air conditioning and electrical service, remember to call Anthony's Cooling, Heating, and Electrical. You don't need new until we say you do.
Over the past 28 years, StormSmart has completed over 100,000 product installations, keeping Florida families safe from even the most severe weather, while improving the look, feel, and function of their homes. Because smart is going with a proven solution. Call StormSmart today for your free consultation.
Do you know what's scary? When your AC isn't working. Let's prevent that by joining our maintenance plan. Right now, enjoy our $69 AC tune-up special and enjoy the quality and care that sets us apart.
Time and Temp brought to you by the man of your dreams.
We need to pat somebody on the back,
Aww.
Ted, because he gave a piece of advice that we shared on Suncoast View that apparently was very effective with ice.
My wife filled up the baggies with water, sealed them, put them in the freezer, and they stayed frozen throughout the whole time we didn't have power.
Yep, last night my power came on in the middle of the night. By the way, guys, true disclaimer, the Edie's did not last. But the ice cream did not last.
Reasonable.
But fish and chicken's still solid in there.
All right, so again, we'll take the small victories where we can, and we will show you more as the Suncoast recovers from Hurricane Milton. Stay with us.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers. Save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
Get it right at Rice's during our Fall in the Savings event. From budget-friendly appliances to luxury and everything in between, we've got the right products at the right prices with certified expert advice. So whatever you need, we're always here to help you get it right. Shop today in-store or online and don't miss this limited time event with up to 30% off appliances plus bundle rebates up to $2,000. All this with no interest financing for 12 months. Rice's Appliance and Bedding Center, your local experts.
Living your best Florida life begins with quality sleep. Our sleep experts are trained to help you achieve just that. Shop our collection from Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. Plus, save up to $800 off select base sets. Only at Mater Brothers Furniture and Design.
This is a story of first downs and second chances.
I wanted to keep playing, but my feet hurt.
You'd think all those big league experts could have helped.
You have access to anything, but none of it worked.
His football career ended, but his plantar fasciitis pain didn't. Till he found the Good Feet store.
I got fitted for my arch supports. Let me tell you something. They work.
Now, he recommends Good Feet to
anybody. If you move, go to the Good Feet store.
So get moving. Come in for your free fitting.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person. And it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers, save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
ABC7, your local station. ABC7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. Well, happening right now, we know Congressman Vern Buchanan, he is touring the Suncoast right now. I believe this started at 10 o'clock, and he is here to survey damage following Hurricane Milton.
Absolutely. We know that we're going to need a lot of financial support, so it's certainly very helpful to have different people come look at the area, report back to the state and federal governments about what kind of aid we can get and what kind of solutions they can help provide for some of the damage. As you would expect, the kind of damage that they're looking at will be mostly the trees down, the power outages. We're still hearing reports of live wires in yards this morning. I've got friends texting about it and worried that they're a few days out from power restoration, but yet they have live wires. So we definitely need the word to continue to get out that we need help.
Especially as cleanup efforts continue today, and there is still standing water on several parts of the Suncoast. So do not go in it until you are told it is safe to do so because of those live wires.
Absolutely. And we continue to get a lot of updates on it, facilities, services, and the barrier islands opening. And we will continue to update those, of course, to you here live on air and online. But right now, Sarasota County is still telling us there is no access to Casey Key, Lido Key, or Minnesota Keys. The city of Venice Island is open, and Siesta Key is open, but I believe that is residents only. They do not want people, and business owners, of course, they do not want people out there looking around for any reason. No breeze rides unless it is a medical emergency, and trash pickup did resume today.
And this is all for Sarasota County. Now to Manatee County, you can see all facilities are still closed today. All government offices, those are still closed. As for trash pickup, a lot of people are wondering about this. This will resume with a one-day delay. And as for those MCAT buses, that is going to be on a modified schedule. So be sure to check the schedule before you try and get on a ride. Transit services, again, modified schedule. Facilities all closed. A boil water notice is in place. And now to Charlotte County. We know all facilities there are closed. There is a curfew still in effect for Charlotte County. That is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and only EMS access for Gasparilla Island. That's a lot of people are asking about that one. Garbage collection that is underway and back to normal as of today.
Well, of course, we are mostly worried about the weather for our cleanup efforts, and for the many people without power, certainly hoping that the temperatures don't get too hot today. First Alert meteorologist John Scalzi joins us. John, I know it's a beautiful sunny day, but are we going to be sweating it out as we do our debris cleanup?
You know what? You probably will have a few drops of sweat to
deal with today, but not nearly as much as we have on many October days. So it's kind of a benefit to those who are going to be out and about. And the winds are not all that strong, so any kind of bucket work that the linemen have to do to restore our power should be just fine in terms of any kind of risks with high winds. We have a couple of showers out there in the Gulf waters, but that it's not indicative of what we're going to see over land. We have this northeasterly wind flow, and once it moves over the water, that's when it starts to pick up the moisture and create an unstable environment that creates those showers. We may have a few showers over land kind of coming our way, but rain chances maybe 10% of that. So here's the latest information. Sarasota reporting station is from time to time back online. It is at this hour, and we've got a 75-degree temperature with a wind speed coming in north at about 13. As long as we have that north or northeast wind flow, it means drier air filtering in, which is more comfortable air for us. So our rain chances today remain relatively low at about 10% for a few more hours, and then decreasing to pretty much next to nothing as we go into the late afternoon and evening. Rain chance today is small. The humidity is going to be small. The temperature is going to be about average, coming in at about 83 to maybe 85 degrees for a daytime high. A mix of sun and fair weather clouds right through the day. And as we go into the evening hours, I think we'll see those temperatures drop off pretty quickly because of that dry air in place. So it'll be an open window kind of night for sleeping with some pretty nice conditions, maybe dropping down into the lower 70s, maybe even a few places inland into the upper 60s. How great is that for October? That's nice.
That is very nice. We'll certainly take that good news. Thank you, John. We are getting more details on the depth of the devastation and unfortunately an increase in the death toll from Hurricane Milton. ABC News is reporting that at least 15 people are dead as a result of the storm. 6 of those deaths in St. Lucie County, likely related to the widespread tornado outbreak that occurred Wednesday afternoon. There are 4 deaths being reported in Volusia County, 2 deaths in St. Petersburg, and 1 death in Citrus County, where a man died after colliding with a falling tree. A few more details have been released this morning. Apparently, a woman in St. Petersburg, one of those recorded deaths, had a medical episode, and the paramedics couldn't respond to her in the worsening conditions. So that's definitely hard to hear. And then St. Pete officers also report that a man's body was found in a park Thursday morning. They're working to determine the cause, but they do consider it related to Milton. We're also hearing that a Tampa woman in her 70s was killed as she was cleaning up her yard, and a large tree branch collapsed on her. So we do still need to be extra careful, certainly, of those trees. A lot of us found new trees down overnight that weren't down when we were traveling late yesterday. So unfortunately, with that soggy ground, they are still coming down.
We have to be extra careful as we are out and about and continuing on with those recovery efforts. And speaking of recovery efforts, a lot of people are still without power, waking up in the dark and without air conditioning. Florida Power and Light working hard overnight. You can see them working through those overnight hours to restore power and restore your electricity. Many folks at home going to sleep last night with no light and no air conditioning.
We do have brand new information from FPL that they have what they call an outage relief site. I am assuming that is not so much information as in a cooling. I'm not exactly sure what an outage relief site is. Oh, here's the information. It's a charging station, Wi-Fi, and water is accessible. Wow, thank you for that. I know so many people in certainly need of charging. Brissa, you said you went back to the office after hours last night to charge. So listen, if your power is out and you're listening to us on your phone, and at some point we know you're going to need to charge, you can charge your phone, you can get Wi-Fi, get lots of things downloaded, and get some water from an FPL outage relief site on Cattleman Road. That is awesome. We appreciate that. And we've talked repeatedly to FPL. We know they are out and working, doing the best we can. But it's a little hard to be patient. Everything is on hold.
And it could be, tonight. It could be a few days. So you have to be patient. And there are still hundreds of thousands of people right now without power between Sarasota, Manatee, and Charlotte counties. I just looked. I believe in Sarasota it said 131,000 people still without power right now. So you guys are not alone. You are not the only ones sweating it out and eager to get outside. We all feel it.
Definitely. And FPL has explained that the length is not related to geography. It's it's related to the type of damage, what type of parts and or workers are needed to restore it. So yesterday they assessed, today they're diving into action, and you know, some breakages take longer than others. So we know they are working. The other thing many people are working on is finding gas. It's been an amazing stress. And this was the line this morning on Fruitville Road. There was one very small gas station open, and the line blocked traffic and stretched back for blocks. Sophia Vitello reported pure chaos at a Wawa with gas in South Bradenton, with lines stretching all around the corner and causing all sorts of traffic delays. Our experiences have been there isn't any gas. If you stumble across gas, you are very, very lucky. So keep a very close eye on your tank. Don't let it get too low, because we simply just don't know where the gas is going to be and when. Although Governor DeSantis says that fuel is in the state, it is just about getting the tanker trucks back on the road and getting the trucks to the gas station. So he has reassured us he doesn't believe we have a massive problem. We just have to get it sorted out. But I'll tell you what, when you're out of gas, it's a massive problem. So don't let yourself get into that situation.
Think about all those folks that evacuated too.
And they're all coming back. Yep.
When we see long lines like this, we have to bring in our traffic anchor, Ted Noah. Ted, how is traffic looking out there on our area roadways right now?
Hey guys, one more friendly tip here, just as one of your friends that's been dealing with this stuff. Gas buddy, if you don't have that on your phone, you and I were talking about that. Wasn't good, Steph? It isn't updated. Okay. Yeah, Stephanie tried it. It's not updating. Okay. Well, hey, you know, I was trying to think outside the box. 301 guys southbound, or maybe if you consider that westbound, they're working on some power poles here in this area right by 75, and there's some police activity there on the southbound side. It's backing things up for about 2 miles. We also have a wreck on MLK right by Tuttle, and that one is partially blocking a lane, and another one southbound on Honore, just a little bit south of DeSoto, a wreck there. That's added to the list of all the other things that are going on the roads as they continue to repair and work on intersections, get debris up. Just give yourself lots of extra time if you have to be out there. If you don't. We do know now that for residents, the Stickney Point Bridge is open. The Siesta North is not open. That is still closed. And there's still a lot of bridges that are still closed. We do know that Gandy, Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell, and the Sunshine Skyway are all open. Quick, I'm going to leave this up on the screen and step off so you can see what is still closed. Again, if you don't have to be out on the roads, try not to be.
Absolutely good advice. Thank you, Ted. One of the bridges that is open is the bridge to Bradenton Beach, and that is where Sophia Vitella has been hanging out this morning. She got some of the first looks that we have seen there on Bradenton Beach. Sophia, what are you finding as residents start to see for the very first time the impacts of yet another hurricane?
Hey there, Stephanie. Well, yeah, that bridge now open for residents and business owners only. And as I've been walking and driving through, I got to tell you, I'm seeing a lot of damage, a lot of sand, a lot of standing water still as well. So it's really a difficult sight knowing that so many people are coming off of Hurricane Helene. I know a lot of people are very devastated. They have to start those recovery efforts over again. But right now where I am, I'm at the spot where Bradenton Beach meets Holmes Beach. I want to let you know that if you are trying to come through Cortez and get to Holmes Beach, it is still closed off to residents and business owners. So it will open up tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for residents, business owners only. But it's funny because we actually have cops from all the way over by Pensacola here making sure that that happens, that no one gets through. So it's nice to see that unity here happening on the Suncoast. I want to let you know I did call Chief Tokajer from Holmes Beach. He's going to let me and my camera guy Joe here go through, so we'll be able to get a first look at what Holmes Beach looks like and the conditions over there. I mean, I'm not even there yet, and you can see, I mean, there's shingles off the roof here. There's sand everywhere because authorities have been going through and pushing sand out. This bench here is completely ripped off. There's random debris, trash cans, dishwashers, refrigerators all over the place. It's definitely a little chaotic here, but as people are continuing to go on, they're starting those recovery efforts. When I see you again, I'll be over in Holmes Beach, and I'll tell you what it's looking like over there. For now in Bradenton Beach, so if you tell 57 your local station. See you in a bit.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. She's finding lots of things that we haven't seen yet, and it's definitely yet another cleanup.
And as they anticipated, a lot of it is the debris that was sitting there from Helene, too, you know?
Relocated around. So, yeah, it's like having to clean the same mess twice. We are definitely going to take a look at some other videos that have come in from around the area. We are looking at winds topping 100 miles per hour reported by Bradenton Police Department as they were out surveying Milton damage. We were talking to our meteorologists about what occurred and what they are seeing, and this is just a lot of destruction. Carports down on top of cars, boats landing in parking lots, trees knocked over. These are the list of things that Bradenton Police said they found around the city as they did their surveying. And again, all of it just means we have to be careful, and why we really shouldn't be out unless we really need to be, because we just got to give the crews a chance to do some cleanup.
And it's going to take them quite a bit, too, if you think about it.
It's a lot.
There is a lot of damage, and it's spread so far and wide, too, so we have to be patient. And we also have to be patient with FPL, as we just said. And that debris and damage is going to take a while to clean up, but we will get there. We are resilient. That's what we keep saying.
Yes, we are. We are talking about things that are open and things that are not. We are still waiting to hear word from Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. SRQ at this time remains closed, but Jordan Litweiler took a trip by to see what was going on.
Yeah, guys, we're learning more about some of the damages sustained here at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Airport President and CEO Rick Piccolo telling us there were 102-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. As you can see, that caused a lot of debris on these arrival and departure lanes. And they also did do a good job of preparing. There's some sandbags in front of these sliding glass doors. I looked through those doors to see if there was any kind of water damage inside, and we couldn't see anything right on the other side of the glass door, so that's obviously good news. And then all the way at the very front of this arrival and departure lanes, where they're constructing some of that new terminal, some of the fencing there did get knocked down because of some of those wind gusts. But President and CEO Rick Piccolo tells us that's not the major concern. There was some more damage sustained on some of the roofs, and some of the hangars as well. So those are two of the main points of concern that he pointed out to us in an interview. And he says they're going to make sure that they're doing all they can to do some safety inspections. And then the earliest that they plan on opening up is Saturday. So still a lot of work to be done here at the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport before flights start taking off again. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jordan. Wow, a lot going on at that airport, and I know they're working hard to try to get things back, hopefully, for the weekend.
And we have a lot of anxious travelers that are eager to get back to the skies, so hopefully the cleanup effort won't take too long.
Absolutely. Better news from Tampa, though. They have reopened as of this morning, but you definitely need to check your flight status. Every airline, of course, working to get planes back to the airport in order to get the flights back on schedule. But we had some good news. We did see some departures staying on time. We will be right back with more on the recovery from Hurricane Milton.
First Alert Weather is sponsored by New South Window Solutions.
Southern weather is extreme, and strong windows are critical for your safety and comfort. Your New South windows are custom built specifically to take on southern weather. We install superior windows and peace of mind with our lifetime guarantee. This is real factory direct. No middlemen, no surprises. Be New South proud.
For a limited time only, save 35% off all windows and doors. Your neighbors are loving their New South windows, and you will too.
Precision Garage Door is ready to help after the hurricane. We have crews all over, and chances are we're in your neighborhood to get your garage door back on track. And if you need a new door, we have a large inventory in stock that Precision can quickly install.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
I'm Regan Jane, and this is my home. And if I could give you one piece of advice for yours, it would be to give the nation's best window and door replacement solution, Renewal by Andersen, a call. I did.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Hi, I'm Mike Zeppi, proud veteran and owner of Anthony's Cooling, Heating, and Electrical. Hundreds of 5-star reviews and being named American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning's #1 dealer in the Southeast United States explains why we've been in business for almost 35 years. We treat our clients like family and will never try to upsell you. You don't need new until we say you do isn't just our slogan, but our promise. As always, we give discounts to our veterans and our seniors. So call today to experience the Anthony's difference and join our family.
In Florida, alcohol is available whenever and wherever.
but casual marijuana users are treated like dangerous criminals. It's ridiculous. Marijuana is scientifically proven to be safer than alcohol. Amendment 3 would give adults the freedom to make their own choices, providing safe, lab-tested marijuana from a store, not the street, while generating billions for police and schools. Vote yes on Amendment 3. Let's give adults the freedom to make their own choices.
I care about their personal story. I care about what's happened to them in this situation. I think it's important to help them through the process. You want an attorney with experience, someone who realizes that there's more to this. You've got pain and suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, and other damages that need to be addressed as well. I handle all aspects of injury cases, dog bites, motor vehicle accidents, and other negligence cases. At Neary Law Group, when you're my client, you have my attention.
Waters today are still not particularly hospitable for any kind of wind water related activity. We still have across our area waters a small craft advisory that's up through tomorrow morning. The seas are elevated. They're starting to come down, but it's going to take a while. So by tomorrow, I think it'll be improved. By Sunday, I think it'll be very nice. Back to our standard old light chop kind of conditions. We also have along all of our area waterways a rip current advisory that is up. That'll be up as well till tomorrow. Rip currents, of those of you who are new to the area or may not understand what a rip current is, it's where the water has a quick outward flow that can carry swimmers away from the shore. So you want to be sure that you just stay out of the waters for another couple of days till everything kind of quiets down. Most of the area rivers are in a flood stage, either a moderate flood stage or a minor flood stage. So no really large scale heavy duty flooding expected from any of these rivers. Horse Creek, the Alafia, the Myakka River, all of these rivers are at flood stage, expected to crest either later today or tomorrow and then start receding thereafter. So this flood warning in effect till 4 p.m. Saturday. As we go through the day, we're continuing to see more and more sunshine in the forecast as Milton begins to move farther and farther away from the sun coast, carrying the thicker cloud cover along with it as high pressure now begins to build in across the region. So some nice weather anticipated under the influence of a northerly wind flow, drawing down this drier, lower humidity air, keeping an inversion in place that won't allow a whole lot of activity in terms of any kind of storm development. All in all, it looks pretty good. In fact, even in the extended range, looks pretty good. The next chance of any kind of appreciable rain, and it's not much of a chance, would be on Sunday. That would be for isolated showers, and that would be due to a little trough moving through the southern tip of the state. Otherwise, pretty dry for the rest of the week, Mike.
And John, you know, I just did a quick search a little while ago. Is there another hurricane headed for Florida? I found 7 articles on that you can click on. I think this started on TikTok with somebody who didn't know what they were talking about. Here is the 7-day tropical outlook. There is one disturbance that's off the coast of Africa. That's the only thing that the Hurricane Center is looking at this point, and it would just stay out into the Atlantic even if it does develop. There's nothing in the American computer model that has any imminent sense of development. We're going through Monday here all the way into Tuesday. Now, there is a little lowdown at the bottom of your screen. That's into Thursday of next week. And yes, that does look like a hurricane. It looks like a hurricane pushing into Nicaragua and Central America. So Florida is not Nicaragua. It's not Central America. So you can pretty much discount those horror click-on-me stories because we're trying to scare you. There is nothing imminent, nothing development. There is not another one, at least at this time, that's headed for Florida. Ladies?
Music to our ears.
Absolutely.
Well, with Hurricane Milton now in the rearview mirror, many are now hitting the roadways to assess damage like we see here. This is on a bridge in Hillsborough County. You can see it's really the side of it has crumbled apart, and that is not drivable.
No, and we definitely want everyone to be careful out on the roads. Joining us now on the phone is Trooper Kenneth Watson with Florida Highway Patrol. Ken, can you hear us? It's Stephanie and Brissa.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great to have you with us. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on the roadways now, either in terms of damage where people need to be careful or just simply lots of traffic. What's the situation post-evacuation?
Well, Florida Highway Patrol is certainly seeing many more vehicles on the roadway. And this comes as good news and bad news. People are able to come home.
We are working on the traffic signals. Many of them have been repaired. However, I need everyone to understand that just because you see so many of these intersections that are now functioning, we still have a good 50% that are still down. Please be careful. Do not make assumptions that all of the traffic signals are now working. That is not the case, although we're doing everything we can to have them repaired. We understand it is of paramount concern to everyone, but please be careful. And also, remember the speed limit. A lot of people are in a rush to get home. We want to make sure that we're safe. Again, I'm always talking about situational awareness, but that is paramount right now.
And some of these images we are seeing now post-storm are just heartbreaking. And another big problem that we are seeing post-Milton is the shortage of gas, at least in here in our area. Now, DeSantis has said that more gas is on the way. Is there talk of any trucks to escort any of these trucks that are carrying gas to the state?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, the Florida Highway Patrol is. And we are making sure that we're getting these trucks to areas in need as quickly and safely as possible. But as you know, with so many stations that are completely out of fuel, even these tankers are running dry quickly. So we want to make sure that if we need to go somewhere, that we're doing it quickly. We're not going out just to look around and take photographs of damaged property. We want to get to our destination and get home safely, and we want to conserve the fuel that we do have.
Trooper Watson, tell us a little bit about the road rangers and how they're able to help people should they need it as we make this push to get everybody home safely.
Well, at this point in time, especially on the interstate with so much debris, we are seeing a lot of motorists that are suffering flat tires. And of course, our road rangers can assist with that. They're doing everything that they can to make sure that the disabled vehicles that are out there are being removed for everyone's safety. And they're also out there with signage for troopers who may be changing someone's tire or even them. They have the large arrows. So please, let's do the right thing when you are coming upon a trooper, an ambulance, an officer. Do the right thing. If you can safely move over one lane, please do so.
Good reminder.
And is there any certain areas, Trooper or Ken Watson, that troopers are seeing some of the worst damage?
I mean, obviously the barrier islands, and then again, of course, the interstate, simply because there's so much foliage and trees, and they took such a beating during the storm that all of this came down onto the interstate. We're doing the best we can of clearing it, making sure we get that debris out of the way, since, of course, the interstate is the lifeblood of Florida. All of our trucks are going through there, and we want to make sure that everyone is operating safely in that environment.
All right, Trooper Kenneth Watson, the Florida Highway Patrol. Trooper, as always, we thank you so much for your time and for your service and doing what you are doing to keep our community safe.
Absolutely. I saw a lot of troopers on the roads patrolling this morning to help keep us safe. And boy, he makes an amazingly great point about the debris on the roads. That can cause flat tires when you least expect it, so that the fact that the road rangers are out there to help as well. But I do feel like it's our responsibility to do the best we can to conserve our gas, make good choices, and not make any more work or frustration for other people or ourselves, as we know can happen. All right, we're going to bring in traffic anchor Ted Noah. He is keeping an eye on the roads. And Ted, are we seeing volume increasing as folks start to come back into the area?
Absolutely. Chris and Stephanie, and wrecks too are now starting to happen. And Trooper Watson made a good point there with the interstate. Yesterday, we were looking at live FDOT cameras in the morning, and they were really attacking oak trees that were down on the interstate, and they were getting them up fast. I want to give you an example of something else that's a big issue, and Trooper Watson brought this up at the beginning of the chat there, is traffic signals. Either they're malfunctioning, they're off, they're hanging. Look at this screen grab. I grabbed this a little while ago. This was at US 41 in Albee Farm. That's a traffic light right there, but it's off. And I was watching people just go right through the intersection. You have to treat that one as a four-way stop if there is no signal. The other issue is people are getting confused with the ones that are flashing yellow. There's someone that maybe was waiting at the red side. They start to go in. The people on the other side were going through. I almost saw like 3 T-bone accidents in just 30 seconds. So keep that in mind if you're heading out. An instance here of a situation on 301 right by 75. They're working on getting a tree that was damaged, a tree that was there, some debris up, and it's causing some slowdowns there. There's a wreck right right now on, where was that one? That was 9th Street, right about the area of 63rd, and that one is causing a little bit of a slowdown there. And then one south, Honore, just south of DeSoto, looks like that one just wrapped up. That's why it's not on the map anymore. It was just there. Look at the incident map, guys. This is all of the stuff they have to clean up out there, all of the different areas of ponding, signals not working. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. If you are out, add extra time and be cautious.
All right, thank you, Ted. And we all thought coming in this morning it was pretty terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of traffic lights that are out and the amount that aren't even flashing red or yellow. They're just there, and you really have to pay attention or suddenly you're through it and somebody else could be too. So very nerve-wracking to drive around. We want you to be extra careful.
Absolutely. We'll continue with our recovery efforts post-Milton when we come back.
I'm ABC7 First Alert Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan, and we are in severe weather season. There's no better time to download the free ABC7 First Alert weather app. Just scan the code on your screen. You'll get interactive radar, custom alerts, and real-time updates from the ABC7 First Alert weather team. All features you won't get on any ordinary weather app. Most importantly, the ABC7 First Alert weather app will keep you safe when severe weather threatens.
After a crash, your life can feel like a scattered puzzle. We understand how overwhelming putting the pieces back together can be. The most important pieces of the puzzle are your recovery and need for compensation. Call me on my cell for help today.
Welcome to Advanced Specialty Institute, your premier destination for exceptional health care. Always greeted with a smile, we provide high-quality, compassionate care to families across the Suncoast. From orthopedics to podiatry, general surgery to pain management, and gastroenterology, we lead in advanced healthcare excellence. Experience the difference with our dedicated team of experts committed to your well-being and comfort.
Advanced Specialty Institute, caring for your health every step of the way.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Want some inspiration to give your home a new look? Well, look no further than Rugs as Art. Rugs as Art is widely known as one of the nation's most prestigious and award-winning area rug stores. But that's not all you'll find when you walk through their doors. Over 4,000 rugs in stock. Unique accent furnishings, art, accessories, and carpeting. Plus, if you are shopping for a rug online, chances are Rugs as Art has it, and they'll beat any internet price. You owe it to yourself to visit them today. Rugs as Art, Sarasota's biggest and best area rug superstore.
Every day, 1 in 4 older adults in the U.S. suffer from a fall, and it is a leading cause of injury in our community. Even a minor fall can cause major trauma, such as broken bones, a serious head injury, or worse. If you or a family member may be at risk, a fall risk assessment can mitigate the odds and restore peace of mind. Avoid being one of the 3 million Americans treated in the ER from a fall this year.
Keeping the Suncoast healthy. Sponsored by Sarasota Memorial Healthcare System.
In life's toughest moments, you need a tough team. We help our clients navigate the maze of fighting the insurance companies to get the recovery they need. We will fight for you. If you've been injured, call Liguori today.
Well, we know a lot of people dealing with power outages, and we're getting close to 48 hours. That is when we need to start worrying about food safety. So let's talk about how to deal with this as we wonder things are safe. The first thing you can do is don't open anything. Now, I have kids. That's not going to happen. That's literally impossible. But if you can keep the doors closed on your fridge and freezer, the longer you can keep them closed, the better. Frozen foods are still good to up to 48 hours. If your power has been out since the storm, you already are going to have to throw out the refrigerator. Just plan on that right now. It is no longer safe to consume things that were and need to be refrigerated. Now, things like fruits, you can probably get away with, right? As long as it isn't hot. Right. But, you know, no dairy, no eggs or anything like that. And your frozen food time is going to come up certainly throughout the day today, unless you were able to put, you know, really good freezer packs in there. What do you do with all that food? Get out a barbecue grill, charcoal if you're lucky enough to have a propane tank.
idea.
Maybe you and the neighbors can band together and have a barbecue. I know my plan was to go over to my mom's and cook out. You know, just you got to use the meat. You don't want to waste it. At least maybe that's where I think the community can really come together.
Have a nice little family barbecue too.
Absolutely, but we do want to make sure that everybody is safe and smart and, you know, doesn't add a food illness on top of everything else that we're already dealing with.
And if you are starting to question things, better to be safe than sorry. You don't need to be without power and
not feeling well.
Yeah, not feeling well.
Yeah.
Good way to put it.
Okay. Be careful out there. We'll be right back with more.
ABC 7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Kirkland Kitchens.
Calling today's trendsetters. Are you ready to break free from the kitchen norm? Meet your kitchen's new best friend, Kirkland. We're not your average remodelers. We're the maestros of makeover. Say goodbye to those block cabinets and outdated floors. We have a design to answer your every need. And those outdated countertops? So last century. Kirkland is rocking the kitchen world as the premier Cambria quartz dealer in Sarasota. Dive into the chaos of creativity with a free design meeting right in your home. Oh, did we mention our exclusive financing options? Let's get started on your remodeling project.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted. And every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go.
It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person. And it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Because of that, Renewal by Andersen Acclaim Impact Replacement Windows are subjected to rigorous testing. Like this. And this. And this. So when that rolls in, you can count on Acclaim Impact Replacement Windows exclusively from Renewal by Andersen. Act now for big savings. Schedule your free consultation today.
It's broken and traded its soul. It's all just rusty and it's full of mold. There ain't no option and you're feeling blue. So you call your friends, you ask what to do. Your friends they call Anthony's, they're the best. Tell you the truth, they're unlike the rest. Their slogan is simple and it really rings true. You don't need to do until we say you do. Call Anthony's.
Anthony's is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Visit our website at anthonysairconditioning.com. At Anthony's, cooling, heating, and electrical.
ABC 7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
Right now, all across the Sun Coast, crews and residents are picking up the pieces left behind by Hurricane Milton.
We know one of the areas that suffered a ton of damage is Anna Maria Island. They are still recovering from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. And one of the big things we've been talking about is the Rod and Reel Pier on Anna Maria Island and how it is completely gone. Sophia Vitello is joining us now live from the Anna Maria Island City Pier. Sophia, how is that looking today?
Well, I mean, you see pictures online and it shocks you, but you see it in person and it is a whole different feeling. I don't think I have really ever seen a pier like this in this kind of shape. This is the Anna Maria City Pier here. This is a hub for the community. It's truly devastating for residents and business owners and tourists who visit this island, who live on this island, who work on this island. I mean, this is a sacred spot for people. This is also where people get on and off their boats. It's really hard for the community to bear with this site. Also, the Rod and Reel Pier, we know that the wind and the storm surge here was a lot for the community, and it's a lot of similar sights to from what I saw during Hurricane Helene after I came on the island. Then I'm still seeing standing water in the road right now. There are no residents and business owners on here right now because crews are coming through. I can't get through almost all of the streets by the north end of Anna Maria Island. I mean, everything is still blocked off. It's still very dangerous to drive in the area. That's why we came to this pier, because this is really the safest point that we could get to. But even then, there was still sand and water everywhere. So crews are working to clear the roadways. But when residents would return, when business owners return, I know that they're going to see this and know, wow, well, Milton really took something away from us that meant a lot to us. So I'm hoping that repairs can start on this soon so that people can get back to normal and see their city pier whole once again. Guys, for now, on Anna Maria Island, Sophia Vitello, ABC7, your local station.
Sad sight to see out there, and you can see how those winds were blowing, probably at about 20, and that's why we have a small craft advisory up today. Now, the conditions will be improving, but you shouldn't be out on the waters this afternoon. You really shouldn't. We're looking at, generally speaking, a wind coming in at 15 to 20 over the waters, some 15 to 20 knots, so, you know, you figure that's probably about 25 miles per hour at times on the high end, and we're looking at choppy conditions on all those waters out there. So stay in port, just another couple of days, if at all possible for you to do. We'll watch the conditions pretty dramatically improve tomorrow to a moderate chop, but it'll be back to the same old beautiful boating weather as we go into Sunday, back to a light chop with a northeast wind at an easy 5 to 10 knots, 1 to 2 foot seas. You can see how brown that water is right now. When these hurricanes come along, they really pull up all that algae from down below on the sea bottom, and that brings it up to the surface and gives it that kind of brown tint. We're looking at warm days, cool nights, and no tropical threats on the way.
Those are some great news headlines right there, that's for sure.
We will take it.
Yes, we will.
Well, switching gears this morning, several mobile homes at the Tri-Par Estates neighborhood in Sarasota suffered some serious damage. This happened in North Sarasota.
Right. Brendan Mackey spoke to a homeowner who shows us just how much impact the storm had.
Hey everyone, I'm Brendan Mackey here with ABC7, and I'm here with Phil Agnes. We are at the Tri-Par Estates neighborhood, and Phil, I mean, your house. You're laughing. You're so positive for what it looks like right now. That's good, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, a quarter of it's gone. The rest of it's fine. I checked the other rooms. There's no leaks. Water's working. Everything's fine. I mean, yeah, one of the bedrooms got demolished, and the dining room. I thought the whole place was going to be gone, to tell you the truth, and the whole mobile home. But, you know, and it's just not that bad. Yeah, all right, it's, you know, 2 rooms.
How long have you lived here?
I've been here 3 years. I used to live on Siesta, and I got flooded out there.
Now, what's the reaction, the fact that you leave because of getting flooded out, and you have this?
Are you kidding me? I lived in Puerto Rico for a little while, and I was down there on the West Coast, and I got a glancing blow from one of the hurricanes down there, and I can't remember which it was. Yeah. We lost water and electricity. So after a week of that, I said, I'm done. I'm out of here. So I came up here, and I got hit by Hurricane Ian. So, I mean, that was, you know, 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks. And, you know, and that's when I lost the roof.
Where do you go from here, then? What are the next steps to try to bring this back?
That I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth fixing or whether I have to get a new one.
And did you evacuate?
Yeah.
And when did you decide to come back? I mean, what was your initial reaction when you saw this? I mean, it seems like you're just happy it was still there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's still there. I can't believe it. You know? All right, so you lost a quarter of it, maybe. But, you know, like I say, the rest of the inside, I covered up furniture and stuff that was important to me. But see, like, these are all, everything else I covered here in case I lost the roof. I didn't want it to be damaged because, you know, this is stuff that I've had ever since we were kids. So that was the dining room there. And I had a sliding glass door there that went to the other bedroom.
Is the next step today just starting to make some calls, or is that something that at least for a day you kind of hold off on?
Well, I've already called people and let them know that I'm fine. Sent a couple pictures out of the damage. you know, with a caption, I win the award for most damage.
Not an award you want to win.
True.
We are wishing the best for you, and I'm so sorry about it.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a positive guy, but that's okay.
I mean, I'm kind of just humbled by the fact that he was so like, you know, this happens, I restart. I mean, he's got an amazing attitude, but it's just heartbreaking that so many people are having to restart, and some more than once in a very short period of time.
And he has such a positive outlook, too.
Yep, so hopefully we can all take a little piece of that. Speaking of pieces of Tropicana Field's roof ended up all over the field. This is the visual that we have been seeing over and over of the destroyed roof at Tropicana Field. This was kind of what really got both Brissa and I this morning looking down into the stadium. You see all those cots. Yeah. Originally, this was housing relief workers, first during Helene, and then they were ready to do it again for Milton. But when they saw the 120-mile-per-hour wind forecast, they relocated those workers. And fortunately, the only people that were inside the trop when that roof was blown apart were essential workers. And the Rays report that they were all sheltered and safe. I did a little research into the roof, and that's a fiberglass roof with a plastic coating. So even though you just see the plastic flapping there in the wind, it was a lot more secure than it certainly looks. Obviously, we live in a hurricane area. You know they built it securely. It was simply the force of the wind was too much. And fortunately, they saw that coming and acted on it.
And to me, the most chilling part of that video is all those cots lined up, and your brain just goes, if they had kept those people there, you know. So it was best case scenario that nobody was injured. There were people inside, we do know, but nobody was injured.
Evacuation zone. That's why we heed them. Yep. That is for sure.
Well, now to more footage from St. Petersburg. Take a look at this. The crane collapse. This video going viral on social media and making national news as well. And Stephanie, I know you did your research a little bit better than me, but that was a apartment building that was in the works of being made. It would have been one of the tallest apartment buildings, correct me if I'm wrong.
The tallest residential building on the west coast of Florida was under construction. And the reason that's important, because that was a huge crane, like the biggest kind they could put together, because they're building such a huge building, right? And then it fell into the Tampa Bay Times offices. So what you see all over the ground is like the papers and, you know, the windows, and it's just a huge mess there on Central. And Brissa, you know down St.
Main Street.
You said that's like a place to be.
All the restaurants, all the bars, all of that. That's where that area is. So this will take definitely lots of time for cleanup efforts, and those cleanup efforts do consist of another crane coming in to removing that crane,
which they have to put together and then transport. So it is quite a process to solve that. They knew there was a risk with the crane, but it's also quite a process to take it down and move it, and they simply didn't have the time, which is crazy because we all felt like we had so much time, but in terms of construction and all of that, it just wasn't enough time. So fortunately, no one was injured. As we talk more about closures across the area, Venice Municipal Airport is still closed due to wind damage. They did sustain some pretty decent damage in some of those hangars, and they're reporting that there is still dangerous debris out there. A lot of metal, it's sharp, it's twisted, and it is widespread across the airfield. Unfortunately, some of those small private planes did flip over, and that airport will remain closed until the debris can be cleared. They're working with the city's contractors, of course, to make that happen, but we know there's a lot of places around the area in need of debris clearing and contractors.
And it is going to take a little bit of time to clean it all up.
Patience is going to be a big part of it. Unfortunately, residents on Casey Key know all too much about patience. North Casey Key Road was damaged yet again. This is certainly not new to the area, but again, this means people can't even get to their homes if they are living past the point of the damage. Right now, damage assessments are still underway. Debris pickup is still underway. They actually had a really serious collapse of this road after Hurricane Debbie, kind of putting some Band-Aids on it to help residents come and go. And unfortunately, the winds and the surf just too much to have them hold through yet another hurricane. So I know that's real frustrating for the people living out on that key.
I was just thinking that. Like, I can only imagine what's going through their heads today as they're like, another time around. Here we go again.
Absolutely. It's definitely frustrating.
Well, here's some new footage this morning. This from the Bradenton Police Department. Several men pulled over to help clear a tree Thursday afternoon. Now, these are not first responders. These are just innocent bystanders doing what they can to help out their area. This tree was blocking a lane of Manatee Avenue, which is a very busy road. Now, they were on their way to help friends clear up debris, and so they had some chainsaws and other supplies in their car that helped them remove this massive tree from part of this roadway. Again, this is all from the Bradenton Police Department, and these are just innocent bystanders doing what they can to help out each other. Like, hey, we're in this together. I use this road just as much as you do,
right?
So I might as well help clear it off.
Well, and they could have laid there for hours or more until the city crews could get there. So it was nice of people that had those tools to lend a helping hand. The city of Sarasota is, of course, out and about today and has spent all day yesterday as well removing debris from the streets. Main Street, guys out there with the blower, and I got to tell you, was looking pretty decent by late yesterday afternoon. Main Street, on the whole, did not sustain any major damage, like everybody else. Little cosmetic stuff here and there, trees down here and there. And I was looking at the list of restaurants because I may or may not be hungry, and I noticed that a couple of the Main Street ones were hoping to get open today if they had power. So
that's amazing.
Might be something you could check on later if you are looking for something to eat as well. Yes, absolutely. We'll be right back with more.
ABC 7 First Alert Weather is sponsored by Covenant Roofing.
I went up to the attic and I says, I think it's time to do the roof, because I saw a panel that was leaking water into my dad's room. Brian came out, he looked at my roof. He took his time to tell me exactly what was wrong and what needed to be fixed. He wasn't like a pusher. That's what made me decide to go with the company. If you're gonna live in a home for 30 years, you wanna make sure you have a good roof. I'm happy with my roofing.
For beautiful skin and soft, shiny hair, nobody does it like Kinetico.
That's right. No matter what the competition may be saying.
It's all about my hair. It's not about the water.
Not even close.
Great water, great service.
Great hair.
Only from Connecticut.
Welcome to Boca Boutique, Sarasota's very own, family-owned and operated. Locally curated collection of unique and chic home goods, stylish apparel, wellness essentials, and delightful pet and plant goods. Trying to elevate a space in your home? We offer a range of design services, from brightening up a small nook to a full remodel that caters to your personal tastes and lifestyle. You never know what you're going to find with new arrivals daily. Don't miss out. Be happy, be healthy, be unique, all at Boca Boutique.
Where to go and what to do in East Alabama. Personalized just for you. Find your sweet spots at alabama.travel/sweetspot.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than an explorer, less than a nature lover, less than yourself. At BioSpine, we can do more with less. Less time waiting for answers with next day appointments. Less than an hour in surgery. Less days off work with faster recovery. Less expense with coverage by most major health insurers. Don't let back pain stop you from being anything less than your best. BioSpine. Get back to being you.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
For beautiful skin and soft, shiny hair, nobody does it like Kinetico.
That's right. No matter what the competition may be saying.
It's all about my hair. It's not about the water.
Not even close.
Great water, great service.
Great hair.
Only from Connecticut.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. As we are starting to repair and recover from Hurricane Milton, there is an important warning out now from both Manatee and Charlotte counties. They're asking that residents limit their water use.
Which is hard because obviously we need to stay hydrated and it's going to make us want to shower. But due to the power outages and the impacts of the storm, their water pressure, quite honestly, just simply isn't there. Also, there are still boil water notices in some communities. So as much as you can, avoid doing laundry, limit your shower 6-hour length of time. I love that it says don't wash dishes. That's always something nice to avoid. But in general, avoid non-essential use. And just be smart. You know, as I tell my kids, you don't need to be in there for 30 minutes, right? Get in, get out. Just be cognizant that it may be a problem.
And this is only temporary. It's never forever.
All temporary.
Yes.
That's what we're going to say over and over this weekend. It's all temporary, except the beautiful weather, John. We would like it to remain in place for the weekend.
You got it. It's going to hang around right through the weekend and into next week, actually, really facilitating all those first responders who are out there restoring the power lines and getting the roadways back in order and taking care of all the business necessary to get our infrastructure going again. We still have issues with the winds, though. They're blowing a little bit breezy out over the open waters, and a small craft advisory remains up until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Boaters realize that. And along the coastline, this area in blue right here, that's a rip current statement. That also a dangerous situation where water jets back out into the open waters and can carry swimmers or even folks who are just waiting along the coastline and might fall into the waters. You're looking at a very strong current that you'd have to fight again to get back to shore. So stay out of the waters until we get to the next couple of days. I think then the conditions will rapidly improve. A lot of sunshine around the area mixed with a few fair weather clouds, high level clouds for the most part, not blocking the sun, allowing the sun to penetrate through and provide us with some warm afternoons. I wouldn't call them excessively hot, but warm. The northeast wind will carry on with bringing drier air into the picture. That keeps our afternoon high temperatures manageably comfortable and our evening overnight temperatures downright pleasant for open window sleeping, really. High pressure will prevent any kind of major rainfall activity over the course of the days ahead. Now, the next best rainfall chance day will probably come on Sunday. At that point, a little trough of low pressure will come through the southern tip of the state of Florida, and that will increase our moisture supply. And this graphic redder is wetter, and that means that we'll see a little bit more atmospheric moisture to help support a few more showers, particularly the further south you travel. Now, looking in the long-term forecast, the American computer model doesn't show anything affecting the state of Florida. Maybe a Nicaraguan issue down there with perhaps a tropical system, but nothing affecting the state of Florida. The European model, which has not been doing great this season, does show a system coming off the coast of Africa, developing and moving generally in this direction, but again, not affecting the state of Florida. At this point, we don't have to worry about a thing right straight through the weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you, John. And we know Governor DeSantis is giving a press briefing right now. He is joining us live from St. Petersburg. Let's listen in.
Infrastructure. So I think you're going to see some progress there as well. And then we've got about 260,000 with the co-ops and about 100,000 with the munis in various parts of the state. But, you know, they also pre-staged, the co-ops pre-staged. So we had the 50,000+ linemen. You know, that wasn't just Duke and FPL and kind of the powerhouse companies. You did have the munis. You had, they brought in thousands of extra linemen, and the co-ops brought in 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 extra linemen. Pinellas missions. So we have provided, or in the process of providing, 8 light towers, 2 message boards, and 2 forklifts, thousands of bottles of water for Baptist Field Kitchen, 16 bypass pumps needed to pump wastewater at lift stations damaged by the storm, and then thousands of liters of water delivered to Campbell Park Elementary to ensure water availability for the sheltered residents and staff. And then on the debris removal, we started this weekend with emergency debris operations. We demanded 24/7 landfill access, and we took all of our trucks that are involved for the Florida Department of Transportation. They're building roads. They're doing normal work that they're supposed to do. That was paused. All those resources were surged, mostly to Pinellas, but also to the barrier islands of Manatee and Sarasota. And in about a 72-hour period, our state guys were able to do 2,200 truckloads of debris from Pinellas County barrier islands. And that's over 40,000 cubic yards of debris that was removed. And I don't think there's ever been that much debris removed in such a short period of time. So I want to thank those folks from those state agencies. We also had some of our road contractors who, because the storm was coming, they were probably going to have to stop road building anyways. And so we transitioned them to help with the debris. So it was really a team effort. But those guys we had shifts working round the clock. and you had in the wee hours of the morning, as Milton was expected to make landfall later that day, you still had this debris operation going. So that made a huge difference, and it definitely mitigated some of the damages. We also immediately started doing cut and toss operations as soon as it was safe. 12,000 miles of state roads have been cleared, and that's 96% complete. And in less than 12 hours, 158 bridge inspectors have conducted nearly 2,000 bridge inspections across the impacted areas. I-4, I-75, I-95, and Alligator Alley are cleared and open. Sunshine Skyway, Gandy, Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell have been inspected, cleared, and are open. Commercial airports, Daytona, Lakeland, Melbourne, Orlando, Sanford, Palm Beach, Punta Gorda, Southwest Florida, Tampa International, and Vero Beach are all open. Sarasota, Bradenton is expected to reopen at 0600 tomorrow, and St. Pete Clearwater Airport is expected to resume today at 1600. We are helping them with pumps to send so that they're able to get up online later this afternoon. Port Tampa Bay and Seaport Manatee have reopened with some restrictions. Channel assessments are currently underway at both of them, and I know Kevin is working with the utilities and the port, particularly in Tampa, to get the power restored so that they can resume full operations. Port Canaveral and Jacksport are both open. Landslide are expected to open waterside later today. 19 school districts that were closed yesterday have reopened today. There are at least 7 other school districts opening on Monday, and I bet you will hear more districts announce reopenings for Monday, given, thankfully, I think most of them had either no or very minimal damage. For parents who want information on your school district, you can go to fldoe.org/storminfo. That's the Florida Department of Education website, fldoe.org/storminfo. Fatalities. Now, we had 5 fatalities with that tornado in St. Lucie, and that's a very tragic thing. I don't think that these are things with the tornadoes. They come. It is very hard to prepare. You got to just take cover and hope for the best. So we have had fatalities of that nature. But what we are also seeing is we're now in the period where you have fatalities that are preventable. We have had fatalities because of interaction with downed power lines and water. We are seeing hazards that are still there. So please exercise caution. Don't wade into floodwaters. Be careful with how you're using ladders. Use generators properly. Make sure it's outside your home. Don't run that generator inside. So we are now in the situation where everything has been stabilized, and so you have to make the proper decisions and just know that there are still some hazards out there. We see debris. Probably not as much debris, quite frankly, as I anticipated 48 hours ago when you were looking at what the storm was doing, but you have a lot of debris. If you have debris interacting with power lines, don't mess with it. People will come and be able to get that handled. So please exercise caution. If you need assistance with things like helping with your house, we have all the organizations that are now descending on Florida again. They're all part of the Activate Hope mission through the Division of Emergency Management in Hope, Florida. We have a 24-hour hotline, 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. If you have needs, chances are we're going to have an organization, not even government, private organization that can go and help you, particularly when you're talking about maybe damage to your home or property. We've got folks that can come and help mitigate that for you. So please utilize the Hope Florida line for that. If people need temporary shelter, we still have Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules and Expedia and Priceline available. We also have through Hope Florida, if you have shelter needs, you can call Hope Florida and they can work with their partners to see what's available. We will have the Hope Florida bus located at the following places today. In Sarasota at New College of Florida from 12 to 5 p.m. In Lee County, Hope Bus will be at Summit Church, 19601 Ben Hill Griffin Parkway in Fort Myers from 12 to 5. Charlotte County, Murdoch Baptist Church in Port Charlotte, 12 to 5. You will have the Hope Bus, and that will likely be in other counties in the ensuing days. If you have business damage, you can report your business damage on our business survey at floridadisaster.biz. floridadisaster.biz. We've also activated additional money for no-interest loans for businesses who may need a cash infusion. So we have an additional $50 million on top of what we did for Hurricane Helene. Normal businesses are eligible for up to $50,000, up to $100,000 for agriculture and aquaculture, and up to $150,000 for citrus and for cattle. And again, these are zero-interest loans, very flexible repayment options. You know, say we put aside money in Florida, we got a massive rainy day fund, massive surplus, and so we understand there's contingencies. So we want to work with people. We're not going to be beating down your door tomorrow to say, pay us back the money. We'll get it eventually, but we understand these are difficult times. And we are already starting having applications come in for Milton. We had a lot come in for Helene as well. So if you want to apply for one of those emergency bridge loans, you go to floridajobs.org/EBL, floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also activated the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can make tax-deductible charitable contributions so that this can be deployed to help people in need. That's floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. We raised and distributed $63 million after Hurricane Ian. Now, this storm with Milton did not do, thankfully, the level of damage that Ian did, but there are going to be a lot of needs. We've had a lot of major companies step up and make significant contributions, and I know we've had a lot of individuals make smaller contributions as they can afford, and we thank you for that, and 100% of that money goes to helping people that are in need. I want to thank everybody for their hard work. This has been now going on for weeks where we've been on this emergency footing. I know people have been working round the clock. Just when you started getting a little bit of normalcy after Helene, when things started to maybe stabilize, you turned around and had to deal with this other menacing storm, Hurricane Milton. And as I said, there's damage. There's a lot that's going to need to be done. We did not get the worst case scenario, but we did get hit, and we're going to have to work to bounce back. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for your continued leadership. I know you're ready to get moving on the cleanup of Milton, and we're ready to do that for you. Post-disaster fatalities are preventable. You've heard the governor talk about fatalities. I want to take a minute and just remind everybody, to the point of some of the governor's talkers, we will have volunteer organizations ready to go. We already have them ready to go to come in and help you. 1-833-GET-HOPE. 1-833-GET-HOPE. You can apply. We will match up the correct, you heard me talk about a couple of days ago, the right resources at the right place at the right time. We want to make sure that we don't send you a volunteer organization that does mass feeding when you need something that needs to be cut off your roof. So we'll get you through Get Hope, Activate Hope, and make sure we get the right one there for you. We are also working with Crisis Cleanup as an extension of Activate Hope to make sure that we're ready to do debris removal, tree removal, mucking and gutting, and mold remediation. We have all of those capabilities now, and we need you to go, again, to the Activate Hope website, Hope Florida, or call us at 1-833-GET-HOPE. Before you begin any cleanup, take close-up and far-away photos of what's going on. We need you to do that inside and outside of your home. Some roadways are still flooded. I know over in the Hillsborough County area, Plant City area, we do have some roads that are still flooded. Please make sure you do not drive through flooded areas. Accidents due to floodwaters are 100% preventable, just like the fatalities related to cleaning up your home are 100% preventable. 6 inches of moving water can knock a person over. 1 foot of moving water can move your vehicle. So please do not do that. Not to mention there could be power lines down inside of that water and also wrapped up in trees. So please, please do not go out in flooded waters. Do not cut things out of trees that have power lines in them. If you have lost power and want to use a generator as a backup, please use it safely. I'm going to go over the 3 steps of using a generator safely again. Make sure it's 20 feet away from any open door of your residence, whether that's your garage. Don't put it inside your garage. It's 20 feet away from the garage door, 20 feet away from a front door, back door, 20 feet away from a window. If you run out of fuel and you need to refuel, give the generator 20 minutes to cool down and then refuel it before you restart it. And then always have a carbon monoxide detector inside your home to help prevent the carbon monoxide poisoning. Don't disaster sightsee. We have a lot of people that are out here doing great work. Well over 50,000, probably closer to 60, 65,000 responders, electrical workers, all doing really, really good work right now. But we need you to stay out of our way, just simply put. We don't need you out there sightseeing. We saw it yesterday in Siesta Key, people driving around, videoing and all that. Stay out of the way. We really, really need your cooperation on this. For assistance after the storm, call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have translators in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole waiting for you. As always, our best way to get updates on the web is at floridadisaster.org/updates for all the information on other organizations helping us out. And then for the most up-to-date, to-the-minute updates is follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM. Again, Melissa, thank you for your partnership and your cooperation in this. General Haas, same thing. Governor, as always, thank you for your leadership.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership, your support, and your decisive actions, enabling a broad and capable response effort. I'd also like to thank Director Guthrie and his team, as well as our fellow response teammates, for their tireless efforts in safeguarding our citizens and state. The Florida National Guard currently has 9,000 guardsmen activated, with 6,500 forward deployed, as the Governor mentioned. Our available force represents the largest National Guard response in Florida. Tremendous response effort. We're currently conducting ongoing response efforts consisting of search and rescue, ground and air reconnaissance, humanitarian assistance, route clearance, and high-wheel vehicle support. And we're beginning the phased transition to response efforts, as the Governor mentioned, in coordination with our state and local partners. Our available equipment includes 31 rotary wing aircraft, over 440 tactical vehicles, including 140 high-wheel vehicles, and 5 hard-bottom boats. We're currently supporting 23 counties with 192 active missions, including point of distribution sites with 30 active pod missions. We're grateful for the support of our mobilized state-to-state National Guard partners, which included over 3,500 partners, 19 aircraft, and 20 states. As the Governor mentioned, we're transitioning to recovery operations, and we'll begin a responsible right-sizing of the force, which will mean redeploying those soldiers back to their states, and the recovery operation being largely a Florida Guard response. Governor, the National Guard is fully mobilized and stands ready to support the citizens in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Melissa?
Good morning, everyone. Melissa Seixas, State President for Duke Energy Florida. I first want to start by thanking Governor DeSantis for his unwavering support of our employees, and also to Director Guthrie for his support as well. I want to give an update on 3 primary areas. One, where we stand as far as outages across the state of Florida and here in Pinellas County. Talk about our restoration, and really need to reinforce the safety messages that the Governor just shared with all of you. So first, from an outage perspective, Duke Energy Florida serves 35 counties across the state of Florida. We have approximately 850,000 customers off at this time. As of 11 a.m. this morning, we have already restored about 350,000 of those. From a resource perspective, we brought 16,000 workers into the state of Florida, both pre-storm and over the course of yesterday, and we have additional people arriving today. They are staged around the state, from Bexley Properties in Land O'Lakes, the Villages, the Brooksville, Tampa Bay Regional Airport, Mannheim, Orlando, and Winter Garden, Ritchie Brother Auctioneers at I-4 and US 27, the Sebring Raceway, Seminole Town Center as well. So here in Pinellas County, where we all stand, we currently have about 400,000 customers off. Pinellas County is our most populated county that we serve. We have restored about 50,000 customers. Yesterday was a day of damage assessment and the beginning to restore critical customers, hospitals, water treatment plants, shelters, 911 centers. Today, we started full board, 1,000% moving very quickly into restoration. So we will begin to see these numbers quickly decrease, the outage numbers. An important milestone for today on the outage front, we will provide later today a global estimated time of restoration for our customers. We realize that you all need information on when we expect power to be restored, but I am here to tell you this is not weeks, this is days. So please keep informed by visiting duke-energy.com. If you're signed up for our outage alerts, we'll provide you text message updates as well. But our forces are here. And I want to also talk about the staging areas that we have in Pinellas County. We have them at St. Pete Clearwater Airport. We will have parking of bucket trucks at Countryside Mall. We will also have parking at Raymond James. And of course, we also have them, you will see them at our very iconic Tropicana Field that has a bit of a different look these days, but we will have about 800 resources there by the end of today. So we are 100% committed to getting our customers' lives back to order. We know that the first step is power restoration. We take that job seriously, and we will continue to do that. But again, this will not be weeks of interruptions to our customers. This will be days. Please look for that estimated time of restoration today. But please, I know people want to get back home, feel like they have some kind of control, clean up their yards. Always, always assume a downed line is energized. It is not Hollywood. It does not always have to arc. It does not have to sizzle. It can be a silent killer that is caught up in debris, trees, bushes, flooded waters, flooded areas, as the governor said. We have seen this too many times where customers inadvertently make contact and it comes to a very tragic end. Please stay safe. It is still a dangerous situation out there. We will be here to restore your power, and of course we will continue to work with the state of Florida and all of the officials behind them. I want to thank them as well, from the state to our local officials. They have been great partners in this effort. Thank you.
And is it your assessment so far that that there's not necessarily need for a complete rebuild, that's mostly just reconnects?
Yes, sir. It will be more energizing. There'll have to be repairs and fixes, but not the kind of rebuild that we had to do like in the barrier islands after.
Yeah. So when you're doing, so they have we have all the people in here statewide, Duke, TECO, FPL, co-ops, munis, and so that makes it go quicker. But if you have to rebuild the entire infrastructure because it got wiped out so bad, that just takes, even if you have everybody there, it just takes longer. If it's more of just re-energizing, you can see it done more rapidly. So I appreciate this. Is more linemen were pre-staged for this storm than have ever been done in the history of any hurricane response, because I think we're the only state that pre-stages, but certainly that. I mean, even Ian, we had over 40,000. That was a lot. We had over 30 for Helene, but this one was over 50,000 and probably got even in the mid-50s because you guys kept bringing people in when we stopped counting. So I really appreciate it, and I know it means a lot to people to be able to have the least amount of interruption to their lives as possible. And even though these storms do damage, most people thankfully don't suffer catastrophic damage from it. So if you get the power and everything working again, that we can kind of get more people on their feet quicker. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved for that. I mean, I've seen some of these linemen from all over the continental United States that have come here to be able to help. And my sense is, with what I saw in Sarasota when I was down there, that you're looking likely with FPL probably more just re-energizing, reconnect, rather than having a complete rebuild. That's just my assessment comparing Ian to comparing what I saw out on the coast of the Barrier Islands in Sarasota. So if that's the case, they've already done, 1.6 million, and the storm left yesterday afternoon. And so you got 2.4 million as of this morning, and I guarantee you're going to have people that are going to get this power throughout the course of the day. So thank you for doing that. Okay, we got a question. Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, I think the question is, should there be more regulation or should there just be more common sense? I mean, do we have to regulate everything? I mean, I think most people take the cranes down, right? I know, Kevin, isn't that the standard practice? I don't think we've had to mandate that. Yeah, and so you have building officials, you have other people that are there, and so, it's like, do you have to really kind of like crack down from the state to do it? I would hope not, and I think most of the time in Florida that is handled very appropriately, but I think it just takes a little bit of common sense. Well, you always, anytime you're doing stuff, you always have contingency plans for how you have to deal with different things. And I think, Kevin, do you want to speak to this issue?
So, the state of Florida, we certainly lead the way, and I think you've seen that over the last 72 hours on how we respond to disasters. But disasters are at the local level. At the end of the day, Pinellas County's got a plan. St. Pete's got a plan. We need construction workers to have a plan, and you've got to have those contingencies. I mean, it's not like this snuck out from anywhere. I mean, we had strong 7 to 10 days notice that things were heading in this direction. If you go back and look at the previous 7 days prior to landfall, it was constantly being called for, the greater Tampa Bay region. So, again, to the governor's point, there's got to be a point where common sense comes into play. We cannot hold everybody's hand and do everything for them. That is not the function of government, whether it's local, county, or the state government, or even the federal government. It's not their job to do that. Again, I think there's common sense that's got to prevail. You got to have contingency plans. You live in the great state of Florida, where you're going to be the peninsula in the middle of the tropics here. So again, common sense has got to come in. But again, those have got to be decisions somewhat governed and overseen, if you will, at the local level by the local building official to say, hey, look, all permitted work has got to be secured. It's got to be done. We do that at the Department of Transportation under the governor's leadership. We don't leave barges out there to run into bridges. We got to have some common sense to this.
And I don't buy this idea it takes weeks to mitigate. I don't accept that at all. I mean, just think about the stuff that they said. I mean, they say the debris takes 6 months to a year, and then we got 40,000 cubic yards of debris off the Pinellas beaches just by bringing all of our people, pausing road construction, which is also very important for Florida, coming over in this rapid 72-hour, and you got rid of over 3,000 truckloads of debris. So, things can be done. You just have to, have the wherewithal to want to do it. Yes.
Some clarity on what exactly happened with the staging at the Trop. Who was originally staged there, and were there still cots inside when the roof was blown off?
Kevin can do that. The only thing I will say is, Kevin had told me, days before the storm, Trop can only handle 115. We're going to watch the track. If it's within a certain amount, we're going to redeploy, and that's exactly what they did. So that was planned for the whole time.
So, again, as you saw, there was damage at Tropicana Field. There were cots there. I don't know whose cots they were. I can tell you we had 20,000 cots. All 20,000 of our cots went to all of those shelters that we opened. The governor came up again and supported us on doing what we call shelters of last resort. All 20,000 of those cots went to those shelters. So I don't know whose cots those were. But at the end of the day, all of those cots were still on the field. Those cots can still be used, whoever's they were. No money was wasted. So, again, all of our resources, whether they were tangible resources or they were human resources, were taken out of Tropicana Field about 12 to 13 hours before tropical storm force winds were set here in the greater St. Pete area. And we took our resources. I know there's some stuff, they went all the way to Jacksonville. No, they didn't. Portions of that went to Jacksonville. Other portions went to the Perry Foley Airport, where we already had a Helene staging area set up. Other portions went to the Florida Horse Park, where we had another staging area set up. Some of it went to the Lee County Mosquito Control, where we already had stuff set up. So we did a full demobilization of all of the resources, whether they were tangible or human, and that the stuff that was there, don't know whose it was, but we got all of our stuff accounted for.
The trailers for those who are still recovering, specifically on the beaches in Pinellas County.
About getting the mobile travel trailers, yeah, so that program is active, and that would apply for Helene or for Milton. My sense is that I would say 90% of the trailers that are going to be needed are going to be Helene. Just from what I've seen, just having toured yesterday and today, I was in Siesta Key, which was pretty close to ground zero of where the storm did. And most of what I saw, there was damage, but I saw mostly the debris from Helene was there. And I talked to some guys who own some hotels out there, and they said that Helene was much worse for them than this was. So my sense would be that there may be additional need for trailers as a result of this, but I still think the bulk of them are going to be from Helene. So you can request a travel trailer through Hope, Florida, 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. And you can talk about putting these trailers, particularly I think the trailers are good if you are going to rehab your property and you're going to be the one kind of doing it or overseeing the contractors and you want to be involved because then you're there. If people don't want to do that, you can still apply for travel trailer, but are we approved for TSA for Helene only?
Right now, we're only approved for ECS, but I think
Okay, so we are going to have temporary sheltering assistance available as well, and that's going to be for both, and Kevin's working with the feds to do that. But what that'll allow you to do is be able to stay in a hotel for what are we having now, 6 months? 8?
The initial rollout is 60 days, but we can do that for now up to 12 months.
Yeah, so you're guaranteed 60 days. We likely would be able to get that extended up to 12 months. And, it's an issue with there's going to be a need to do repairs. I mean, you look at like Madeira Beach, some of these places in Pinellas, you have 3-4 feet of water. You got to muck and gut that. Now, you can repair that, but you also have a lot of people that are doing the same thing. So how many contractors are available? Are the supplies available? We're doing stuff with Home Depot and Lowe's and Ace Hardware to bulk purchase supplies so people can have the supplies to do it. But the reality is there's going to, because it's such a populated area, it's a little bit different than maybe like Horseshoe Beach, which had a lot of damage, but it's just a more sparsely populated area. So that'd be a challenge. That's one of the reasons why, if we need to in January with this port stoppage, I know they tried to do it earlier, we will have our National Guard and I'll mobilize whatever state resources at our ports to make sure supplies keep coming in to the state of Florida. This stuff is not going to be people aren't going to be able to rehab their homes, overnight. It's going to take time, and hopefully you can get it done as quickly as possible. But the idea that you can just pick up a phone and there's a surplus of contractors that are available right now, I don't think that that's likely the case. Now, fortunately, Hope Florida, what Kevin's been able to do, bring these groups to the table. They are able, like Team Rubicon. We had Rubicon out in where were we at with Rubicon? Yeah, we had them out in Pasco. They will take these supplies and they will help you repair your homes. So take advantage of that. It's a great service.
Cities have been hit twice very hard in 2 weeks. Climate change, habitat change, increasing the threat. I know it's a difficult conversation, but has there been a discussion about not letting some people rebuild?
So people, their property, they have a right to do with what they want to do with it. And it is tough when you have 2 back-to-back storms, no question. But I will tell you this, keep in mind also the people in North Florida, they got hit with Idalia in 2023, and so they had damage. So they spend all this time rebuilding, and then they get hit a year later, and that wipes away. So that is really bad too. So yes, these are things that are very tough. What I see is people have a lot of resilience. I know there's people who are interested in, and when we had Hurricane Ian, people were like, oh man, and that probably was the most significant storm that we've had. I mean, Michael was stronger, but Ian was so big. I think the total damage was probably more on that. And a lot of people were saying, oh, you know, are people going to want to live in Southwest Florida? And like within 2 weeks, you had like people buying up homes. I mean, people wanted to get down there. So I think that there's always going to be a demand to live in a beautiful part of the world. Maybe I took it for granted growing up around here, but you can go all across this country and not find beaches better than what you have right here in Pinellas County. The reality is people work their whole lives to be able and work hard to be able to live in environments that are really, really nice. And they have a right to make those decisions with their property as they see fit. It is not the role of government to forbid them or to force them to dispose or utilize their property in a way that they do not think is best for them. All right, love you too. All right, we'll be back, guys. Thank you. We'll see ya.
All right, thank you. We have been listening to Governor DeSantis in St. Petersburg, talking about all the different struggles, of course, that people are going through across the state. I think probably one of the more poignant things he said right off the bat, Hurricane Milton left a path of destruction all the way up and down and across the state. So definitely a lot of things going on. Before we wrap it up, one thing I want to point out to everybody here in our area, the Hope bus will be parked at New College of Florida in Sarasota starting at noon, so coming up through 5 p.m. this afternoon. That is a place that you can go and get Wi-Fi, charge your phone, and get some water, because we do recognize, the government does recognize the state here, that so many people are out of power. It's taking some patience, it's taking some time, but they do want to provide a little bit of comfort when they can. One last headline, and we'll join you again back at noon. Florida State Patrol Trooper Ken Watson called to say that additional power hit, because FPL is working on lines, has taken down a lot of traffic signals that had been up before. So really a little bit of a mess on our roadways. They are recommending that we continue to shelter in place.
And if you do come from if you are crossing an intersection with no power in it, you are told to treat it like a four-way stop. And we also have a phone number if you do need to attend the Hope bus at New College of Florida.
1-833-GET-HOPE. That is recovery help. No matter what you're dealing with, if you are in need and you need to be kind of linked up with the services that can hopefully get you some help, that's a phone number you can call. All right, we're going to take a break now and go back to regularly scheduled programming in The View. We'll see you back here at noon.
For some reason, we don't solve things that way, you know? Like, we just talk about them, and so that's made it better.
That's much better.
But also, like, what's interesting is that also in work, you know, we became more... I don't know, there's some unspoken dialogue or I don't know what it is, but we go... work with, they're kind of like, oh, we can't catch up, you know, with you guys. But we, I don't know, there's something...
In one area hit especially hard is Bradenton Beach, and you can see that damage right there. It has been remarkable. We are seeing scenes like this play out all across the Suncoast. Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Stanton.
I'm Rob Wells. Glad to have you along with us. And it has just been a heartbreaking 48-hour siege, and we know that it is still not over yet. We want to take a look at the forecast. Let's check in with meteorologist John Scalzi. Good afternoon.
We are looking at a situation where drier air continues to filter in across the area, and we're looking at pleasant weather indeed over the course of the next several nights. Last night was beautiful, actually. We had nighttime low temperatures in the 70s in most locations with dew point values that made it feel very comfortable. I think the same thing is going to occur tonight, the night after that. So a prolonged period to hopefully get your power back online before we start to see the temperatures begin to rise again. So we'll look for warm days, cool nights, and no tropical threats on the way currently that cause us any concern at the moment. We're looking at a 75-degree air temperature out there. 75 for noon in October. That's not too bad at all. And visibility unlimited. We have an east wind still coming in, or a northeast wind coming in, kind of breezy at about 15 miles per hour, 14 the actual number. But, you know, we've had some gusts higher than that, and along the coastline you can expect a sustained wind at about 20. We did have a few scattered showers during the morning hours, and we have a few more in progress now. I've upped the rain chance just slightly, and that's mostly for the southern viewing area from about Sarasota southward through Venice into Inglewood. North of that into Manatee County, we've got some drier air that's already slipped in. We're in the process of getting that drier air moving in, and you can see there are a few showers kind of popping up here and there. Really light stuff. Nothing that's going to, no thunderstorm activity, nothing that's going to prevent linemen from taking up their bucket trucks and getting those lines back in service. Thank you for that too, by the way, linemen. Chance of rain today, probably about 10-20% through the afternoon hours, and then kind of decreasing after that. And that'll be the trend through the weekend, decreasing rain chances. So this is the moisture in the atmosphere available to produce rain. And remember, our winds are coming in out of the northeast. The kind of the darker the blue color, I guess you could say, the drier the air is in the atmosphere, the less chance there is of the atmosphere being able to produce any rainfall. And you can see over us, we've got this kind of color that's kind of in between the dry and the moist. But we'll take it from this point down through about 10 p.m. tonight. Watch what happens. The colors kind of turn to a darker shade of blue, and that means that drier air helping to eliminate our rain chances. The rainfall futurecast calling for, rainfall that's in the 1/10 of an inch range or so. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, John. It is good to have those cooler temperatures. You are once again looking at damage from Bradenton Beach. This area hit especially hard, and we, of course, have our team of reporters all across the Suncoast covering all of the damage. We want to begin that coverage now with Sophia Vitello. She is live for us in Holmes Beach, where, Sophia, we understand that access to the public is still restricted there. Is that the case?
Stephanie, yes, that is the case in Holmes Beach. However, I'm in Bradenton Beach now. We came back to Bradenton Beach after being live in Holmes Beach because Governor DeSantis is going to be here in the next 15 minutes. He's going to be talking with us about Milton's path. He was just an hour ago in St. Petersburg, but I think he chose this spot because, I mean, you can see for yourself Milton's wrath here on Bradenton Beach. I was just talking with Holmes Beach Chief Bill Tokajer about the destruction. He told me he knows that Bradenton, they got it much worse here. Now, you see this house here, but just down that way, that yellow house is also leaning over on its side. You can see people's lives and memories, the contents all out on the road. It's really a devastating sight here all throughout Bradenton Beach, actually. Around a couple of blocks, we are seeing several houses that are completely destroyed. Lifeguard stands on their side. We're also seeing sand pushed because authorities have been going through trying to make sure residents can get onto the island, because today, this morning, authorities allowed residents and business owners to come back onto Bradenton Beach. Holmes Beach, you still cannot. Anna Maria Island, you still cannot. But that will begin again tomorrow morning. So it's this feeling that everyone is now having to get used to and adjust to getting back onto the island, see where their homes, see where their business is at now. But we're coming off of Helene, and it's just difficult for these people to know that they have to start over again after they just began those recovery efforts. Let's talk about DeSantis for a second as we walk towards this other house. Here's what we're hoping that we might hear something about. Gas. We know that he told us that there's tankers in the state, in our state, that have gas in them. But the problem that he tells us, as of yesterday, I know, was that getting the gas to the areas that need it. That's the difficult part here. I mean, you're seeing for yourself, a lot of the areas are hard to drive through, especially down those side streets. So gas getting to us, we're hoping that will come soon. Power outages. We know in Sarasota alone, there was over 200,000 power outages. So everyone is being affected by that here. And we are hoping that he will be talking to us about that, about cell service as well. So that's going to, again, begin around 12 12:30, I believe. I know we were told to be here at 12:15. But right now, we are all just getting on to Bradenton Beach, seeing the destruction for the first time so that we can show you what it looks like. Now, pictures of this yellow house were circulating online because a lot of people loved this house. This was a big vacation spot for people on the Sun Coast and for tourists coming onto the Sun Coast. And it's just completely on its side. You can see the roof is destroyed and damaged. See the bottom of the house. If you go over to the side, you can also see inside of it. And there's so many other houses like this, like that, I have been saying. So I'm going to keep throughout this island. I'm going to keep showing you what I'm seeing. We're going to hear from DeSantis in just a little bit. Now, after he talks, I'll give you an update on what was said. But for now, if you aren't allowed onto the island, brace yourself, because when you come on, you may see your house destroyed. It's hard out here. It's definitely very sad for a lot of families out here. So I'm going to be talking with you guys in just a little bit. DeSantis will be on probably in the next half hour. You'll hear from him. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Sophia.
It's tough. And I think when you see those images, especially you see them on TV or you see them online, and that's one thing. But when you get the perspective of being there in person and seeing that, it is just, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, it is. And again, this is our first looks at a lot of the damage on those barrier islands, which just most of them opening up this morning. Okay, we're going to move on now because a lot of people we know have been waking up and struggling with no power. But we understand help is now on the way. FPL restoring more than 730,000 customers. Check out those linemen right there. They are working basically around the clock to get that power back on. You can report outages by texting the word APP to MyFPL and the number there, 69375.
Yeah, the governor yesterday saying that this is a well-oiled machine, according to FPL. They are ready and they are mobilizing and they are out there doing what they can around the clock. By the way, this is a live look at the FPL website. Total customers out in Manatee County, we're looking at right around 138,810. Total customers out in the dark still in Sarasota County. Look at the number, 141,290. Steph, what we were talking about yesterday was over 200,000 about this hour yesterday when you and I were on the air. So there is progress. Progress will be slow.
Yeah, it is, again, a slow and arduous process, but it is good to see those numbers slowly coming down. Some tips how to stay cool during this. The good news, Rob, though, as we heard from John Scalzi, is that the temperatures are lower, and we're so grateful for that. But how to stay cool? Dress in loose, lightweight clothing, use natural ventilation and fans to cool your home. Obviously, if you have battery-powered fans, because if you're without power, you're not going to have that access. Drink plenty of fluids, water especially. Avoid heavy meals, and then also keep your drapes and your blinds closed. You want to prevent that sunlight from coming in as much as possible.
Absolutely. Great advice, Steph. And also, you always want to remember, check in on the loved ones. Don't forget that the lowest level of the home is always the coolest. But checking in on your neighbors, just a quick text, how you doing? I mean, it seems like something simple, but it means so much.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a huge problem. Fuel shortages continue across the Sun Coast due to Hurricane Milton. This is video from the Circle K station just off US 301 in Parrish. It was taken around 10 o'clock this morning. You can see vehicles there were literally wrapping around the block. And I actually took this video because I saw this on my way in this morning and I had to stop. This station is one of the few that was actually open this morning. And I talked to James Gorman. He was among the drivers waiting in line for fuel. He says that he moved to Palmetto just 2 weeks ago from Utah, just in time for his first hurricane.
It's moving. I was in the street a little bit ago, but got no choice. We came from Palmetto and everything from here to there was closed. So there's another line on the other side. So there's got to be 100 cars.
And Gorman telling me when I was there that he is grateful that his home was spared, but he says that many of his neighbors were not so fortunate. And he says that he right now is just trying to focus on supporting his neighbors.
Saw a lot of lines this morning and I heard a little honking and I thought, no, that's not what we need. It's patience. It's going to take time. We're all getting back online, and just a little bit of kindness and patience goes a long way. Hey, we have some great video we're going to be sharing all throughout the hour. We're talking about the Bradenton Police Department, we're hearing that winds there toppled 102 miles an hour. These images taken while surveying damage on, now this is Thursday, so the landscape may have changed even more since then, maybe with some cleanup out there. We also have some overhangs on the cars that have crashed right down. Absolutely relentless storm surge, boats in parking lots, trees knocked over, so much loose metal. The governor reiterating yesterday and today, if you're out, if you see the debris, go around it. Don't try to be a hero to pick it up. Let the professionals do that. Let that to them, especially if you do see a live wire or a wire down, I should say, assume that it is live. You don't want to touch it. You don't want to drive through it, because we need no more tragedies. We've had enough already. We definitely need a break.
Yeah. We want to turn now to Tampa International. It is reopened, but officials there say that you need to check your flight status with your airline. But we are being told that the roads near the airport are clear and the parking garages are in good shape.
At least a little bit of good news at this noon hour. Hey, stay with us as our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton continues. That's coming up for you right after the break.
Using marijuana doesn't make you a bad person. And it's time we stop ruining lives over it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. With more funding for law enforcement to crack down on the real criminal, it's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Guaranteed credit approval. Leases starting at only $179 per month. The largest selection of pre-owned inventory. So don't wait. Only at Sunset Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Join us for a free, fun-filled community event at Cool Today Park, Wednesday, October 16th.
Connect with StormSmart and over 70 other area businesses at the community event and expo. This is an event you don't want to miss.
Visit VeniceChamber.com for more information.
I was having some back problems, and my friend said to me, I've got the place for you to go. I looked around with Sandy, who does such a beautiful job of explaining and educating you. He really wants you to feel great when you wake up the next day. It's not a hard sell. It's an education. And at the end of the day, you're going to call me and thank me.
Accurate, reliable, consistent. Forecast powered by the most advanced technology in our area. ABC 7 First Alert Weather, Titan Radar. Sponsored by Tri-County Air.
Tri-County Air is a family-owned business that promises unmatched comfort by our friendly and skilled technicians. We believe in more than just service. We believe in building lasting relationships with everyone we serve. Call or text us today, no matter what the weather. Tri-County makes it better.
Window World of Sarasota has been the leading hurricane protection expert since 1995. We offer a complete solution with the highest quality impact windows, patio, and entry doors, professionally installed. Our products are thoroughly tested, ensuring fortitude in even the toughest conditions, allowing peace of mind for you, your family, and your home. When thinking hurricane protection, think Window World of Sarasota. We'll get you ready. Schedule your free, no-obligation hurricane protection quote by searching Window World of Sarasota today.
Hurricane season is here, and so is the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7. This essential resource arms you with vital information you need to protect your family and property when severe weather threatens the Suncoast, including how to create your readiness plan and survival kit, shelter locations, what to do with pets, and important phone numbers. Visit mysuncoast.com and download the official Suncoast Hurricane Guide from ABC 7.
The 7-day weather forecast is brought to you by the Gettle Automotive Group. Gettle's got it.
County leaders all across the Suncoast hitting the ground out in the community, picking up the pieces left behind by Hurricane Milton, including downed trees, power lines, traffic signals, as well as some of the structural damage that we've been seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And those numbers and the images are just coming into us still 2 days after the storm hit. Joining us now on the phone is Bill Logan, the Information Outreach Manager for Manatee County. And Bill, good afternoon. Glad you could join us right now where you're at this noon hour. What areas across the county are you and your crew seeing the most damage or maybe even debris at this point, if you can assess that for us?
Well, as far as the damage from Milton, we're looking at the entire county.
anywhere from Palmetto to Parrish, out into Duet, through our preserves. We've seen a lot of wind damage, a lot of trees that have been blown down, limbs blown all over the place. Much different damage than we saw during Helene, which was primarily flood. And as our damage assessment teams head out today, at first light, they're hitting every area of the county. And you'd think that it would be hard to see, where the damage from Helene ended and Milton began. But I'm told it's pretty evident because flood damage is a lot different from what we're looking at with this wind damage.
Yeah, you talked about it being very different from Helene, two very different storms indeed. But in terms of the magnitude and the scale, how do you think the level of damage will end up comparing?
And that's the big question because, again, you have a lot of damage that's already evidenced from Helene. So, where Milton damage started versus that is going to be the tough delineation. And it just depends on the specific property because areas further east and closer to water are going to still have some of that flooding damage. But then you throw the wind in on top of it, and it does create a massive headache. Honestly, we did not get the worst of the storm that we had feared, but it still hit us with a pretty good punch.
Yeah, Bill, are you seeing evidence at this point of reflooding along the coastline, storm surge?
Not at this point, no, not at all. But again, we're just getting into the areas with our damage assessment crews who then assess the damage and then report back to us here in the EOC. We're also in the works of establishing comfort centers and points of distribution. And what we're finding right now is that because we've got so many power outages, and because of that, gas stations are down, folks who would be staffing these pods or these comfort stations are having a tough time getting into those locations. So while it seems like it's a lag of getting things established, it's just getting the personnel there to staff them in a lot of cases.
Absolutely. Bill, I was never so happy as I was last night when I went home and flipped on the lights. And in fact, there was lights. I know it was a simple thing, but I was so lucky. But we do know
it is a simple thing, but it's one we take for granted, and when it's not there, it's definitely noticeable. And that's why, from a county standpoint, we really don't control the power grid. That's up to the folks at Peace River Electric Cooperative and Florida Power and Light. But PRECO and FPL crews are out there doing everything we can. We're just urging people to be power patient because they're working, to do what they need to do. We need just to let them do their jobs.
Yeah.
Bill, I have to ask you, I asked this with a lot of the police chiefs and the sheriff's deputies and folks that Stephanie and I talked to yesterday in the last 24 to 48 hours. What do you think is the biggest takeaway for you, for your office, for this county, post-Milton?
Well, it's actually post-Debbie and Helene and Milton. And I think that folks who maybe thought in the past, I can, ride this one out. I've been here through, other storms. I think that folks are finally figuring out that when we're telling you to evacuate, it's probably best to evacuate.
Yeah, always heed the warning. Bill Logan, Manatee County, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we'll be checking back with you, of course, as this process continues.
You bet. Thanks, guys, for keeping us safe.
All right, Bill, thanks so much for the update. We appreciate it. Let's get over to John with the check of the weather. John, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, still a few issues with our weather out there, mostly for any kind of wind water related activities. We do have for our area coastal waters a small craft advisory still in effect through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. The surf is a little bit high out there. It's an angry kind of water, so it's probably best that you stay in port through the at least the next 24 hours. I'll tell you, if you could wait till Sunday, the boating weather is going to be much improved, so it'll be a much more pleasurable experience. Also along the coastline, all these areas outlined in blue here, which really goes all the way up into Pinellas County, we have a rip current statement also issued, meaning that the waters are such that we have strong jets of water pushing out into the open waters of the Gulf. So if you're caught in one of those jets, it carries you out pretty quickly. And it's almost impossible to swim against one of those. If you're caught in one, you should swim parallel to the coast till you're out of that jet of water, and then you can swim back in. But it does not make for pleasurable swimming experiences. And really, I don't think many people are going to be out in the beach waters right now. I mean, first of all, they're only letting residents onto the beaches. And then secondly, there's still a lot of debris in those waters. And thirdly, there's a lot of that algae that has been picked up from the bottom of the waters and lifted up to the surface. So it's kind of a brown colored water. And So I just let you know that there is a rip current statement still in effect. A lot of our area rivers are still in flood stage and will be kind of lifting up toward a crest in the flood stage either later this afternoon or into tomorrow. A lot of these flood warnings up until Sunday. Horse Creek, the Peace River, the Manatee River, Myakka River, all having issues of high water. Across the region, the satellite view showing a little bit more cloud cover down to the south than there is to the north, and that cloud cover down to the south, productive in producing a little bit of light drizzle or patchy showers, but that's about it. A northerly wind flow is continuing to kind of draw down that drier air, and the delineation between where the dry air is and where the moisture is pretty clear cut, evidenced here by the satellite picture, or at least the computer representation of the satellite picture, as that line between clear skies and kind of cloudy skies. The southern tip of the state will probably see a lot more rainfall and showers over the course of the weekend than we will here on our coastline as this dry air continues to produce some pretty pleasant weather. You can see on our water vapor imagery, shows you where the water is aloft, shows you the swirls and motions in our atmosphere. With the high pressure ridge settling in, the dry air at the really drier end of the scale is basically right over us. And that's going to continue staying there right straight through the weekend, which will limit the total of rainfall accumulations to hundredths of an inch, which is not much, so it'll probably lend itself toward outdoor activities, maybe cleaning up the debris around your house, etc. Plus, the temperatures are pleasant. Right now in the 70s most everywhere. And as far as the heat risk outlook goes, we're down here in the minor category. Honestly, I haven't seen that all summer long. This is the first time that we're seeing that. So it's a real gift to those that have to labor outside to get us back online, get everything working again, and for homeowners who want to clean up the debris around their homes. Looking at a 20% chance of showers for the next few hours, then decreasing after that. 0 chance tomorrow, Sunday, another chance of rain. But basically, pretty dry for the week ahead. We'll be right back.
Save on your energy bills, reduce unwanted noise, and stay storm safe. The choice is crystal clear. Choose the experts at ArmorView. Get no interest, no payments for 12 months or affordable monthly payments when you call today. Enhance your view with ArmorView Window and Door. From window replacements to entry and patio doors, save on your energy bills, reduce unwanted noise, and stay storm safe. The choice is crystal clear. Choose the experts at ArmorView. Get 40% off when you schedule your free in-home or showroom consultation today.
Hi, I'm Mike Zappi of Anthony's Cooling, Heating, and Electrical. We're not perfect, but we've earned a 4.9 out of 5 rating from our coolest customers. And since 1988, we've done everything we can to earn your trust. You don't need new until we say you do.
Get it right at Rice's during our Fall on the Savings event. From budget-friendly appliances to luxury and everything in between, we've got the right products at the right prices with certified expert advice. So whatever you need, we're always here to help you get it right. Shop today in store or online and don't miss this limited time event with up to 30% off appliances plus bundle rebates up to $2,000. All this with no interest financing for 12 months. Rice's Appliance and Bedding Center. Your local experts.
Where to go and what to do in Auburn and Opelika, Alabama. Personalized just for you. Find your sweet spots at alabama.travel/sweet spot.
In these challenging times, Good Deals Appliances is here to help. We understand the impact the hurricane has had on the community. With our 40,000 square foot warehouse fully stocked and ready to deliver, we're offering next day service to Sarasota and Manatee County. For 27 years, we've been proudly serving Florida's West Coast, and we're here to help you rebuild with reliable, affordable appliances. At Good Deals Appliances, we guarantee the lowest prices, free delivery, and free haul away of your old appliances. Call today or visit gooddealsappliances.com for fast and easy ordering. Good Deals Appliances, here for you, here to help.
Local teachers inspire students and impact children for a lifetime.
That's why ABC7 and Carl Reynolds Law are honoring these chalkboard champions.
We're giving teachers a chance to win $500, and you can help.
Just go to mysuncoast.com/chalkboardchampions to nominate a teacher who's making a difference.
And every month, we'll be giving $500 to a teacher from Manatee County and a teacher from Sarasota County.
Go to mysuncoast.com and nominate your chalkboard champion today.
Enhance your view with Armor View Window and Door. From window replacements to entry and patio doors, save on your energy bills, reduce unwanted noise, and stay storm safe. The choice is crystal clear. Choose the experts at Armor View. Get no interest, no payments for 12 months or affordable monthly payments when you call today.
Hey, welcome back to you. Glad to have you along with us. Now to an update on the Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport. The airport announcing that their commercial air service is closed, we've learned, until Wednesday. That's next Wednesday until 9 a.m.
Yeah, and that is a long closure. That is
really
about
is.
a week's closure. SRQ says it is due to damage they received from Milton. Specifically, we understand that the roof was damaged in the main terminal. But they did share that parking lots are now open and rental car counters have also just reopened as well.
Might be the easiest time to get a parking spot at SRQ,
Yeah.
but no flights. We gotta wait.
Absolutely.
Hey, we have so much more coming up right after the breaks. Don't go away.
ABC7's Pet of the Week, sponsored by Bayside Pet Resort.
Mondays aren't for everyone except your pet. Take your best friend to a place they'll love. Bayside Pet Resort, offering private air-conditioned suites with TVs, outdoor lanais, and your parents' very own webcam to keep an eye on you. Get back in shape with a personal trainer teaching you the latest tricks. We even get to swim, play, or just relax by the pool with our friends. After a long day, head home clean and relaxed with customized grooming. Peek inside your pet's resort today. Bayside Pet Resort with 4 convenient locations.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers. Save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
Peace of mind, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Give it to today with Energy Today.
For 60 years, our team of expert electricians has been here to help you with all your energy needs. So there's no need to wait or worry when it comes to your electric. Right now, get $100 off any electrical service.
Peace of mind, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Give it done today with Energy Today.
Join us for a free, fun-filled community event at Cool Today Park, Wednesday, October 16th from 2 to 6 p.m.
Connect with StormSmart and over 70 other area businesses at the Community Event and Expo.
Enjoy a classic car show, blood drive, live entertainment, cash prizes, and giveaways. Plus, the first 250 attendees receive a swag bag.
This is an event you don't want to miss.
Visit VeniceChamber.com for more information. See you at the Community Event and Expo.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida. An extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
Not just college football, SEC football.
Sponsored locally by Carl Reynolds Law.
Southern weather is extreme, and strong windows are critical for your safety and comfort.
We install superior windows with our lifetime guarantee.
This is real factory direct. No middlemen, no surprises. Save 35% off all windows and doors.
ABC7, serving Manatee County and the entire Suncoast.
Set sail for savings this Columbus Day at Jessup's major appliance centers. From top-rated refrigerators to Energy Star washers and dryers. Save up to 40% store-wide. It's the Columbus Day savings event going on now at Jessup's major appliance centers. Don't miss it.
ABC7 News starts with First Alert Weather.
The storm is out in the Atlantic Ocean after cutting a destructive path all across Florida that spawned so many tornadoes. and also leaving millions we know without power.
Yeah, ABC's Jacqueline Lee joining us now from St. Petersburg with the very latest.
A bird's-eye view of Milton's destruction over Vero Beach, Florida. Images from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office showing homes leveled by deadly tornadoes. Living rooms where families once gathered reduced to rubble. In St. Petersburg, a mobile home owner says he lost everything.
Only thing I got left in my life. If it was going to go, I was going to go too. So I was trying to protect it. But if I had to do it again, I don't think I would.
A similar scene further south in Palm Beach Gardens. Drone footage capturing damaged roofs along the waterfront.
Places that I saw looked like it was an atomic bomb blew it up.
Across the state in Siesta Key, where Milton came ashore, a calmer scene. Roads flooded and scattered debris, but the area left mostly intact.
The outer bands of the storm left the state yesterday afternoon, and yet you already have 1.6 million accounts have been restored in the state of Florida.
But in the Gulf of Mexico, the Coast Guard capturing this dramatic rescue of a man clinging to an ice chest. They say his fishing vessel became disabled and he tried unsuccessfully to repair it ahead of Milton. They lost radio contact with him when the storm struck and estimate he survived a nightmare scenario. Winds between 75 and 90 miles an hour and waves up to 25 feet.
Meantime, on Capitol Hill, 6 states are still under emergency disaster declarations as a result of Helene and Milton and still need aid. Jacqueline Lee, ABC News, St. Petersburg.
Wow, that was one lucky person that survived that in the water. So here's your yard forecast for the weekend. I know a lot of people have got limbs to pick up and some debris to pick up across their property. Well, what Saturday looks great, actually. They'll be dry. It'll be sunny. Have low relative humidity. A little bit better chance of rainfall on Sunday. But still, I'll give it a check mark for okay weather for that. The humidity will still be relatively low, so that's good. We have a 75-degree air temperature right now. We have an east wind coming in breezy at about 14. That east wind is been kind of variable somewhat out of the northeast, and that's going to be the case throughout the remainder of the weekend, I think. We're going to have a few scattered showers around now, but I tell you that the very really light stuff, if we zoom in, you can see how light they really are. I mean, all of these echoes coming in with rain rates at hundredths of an inch per hour, so it's more like a heavy drizzle, if you will, than anything else. A few of them are showers, but they're not going to produce a lot in the rainfall bucket, and they'll pass on pretty quickly. As far as any kind of thunderstorm risk, which would indeed be a risk if you're out there in your lawn, you know, maybe chainsawing up some trees or gathering them up or whatever, or for your linemen in the buckets and all that sort of thing, well, we're looking at pretty quiet conditions today. We're looking at very quiet conditions tomorrow as well. Now, on Sunday, we will have a little trough of low pressure working its way through the southern tip of the state, and that may give us a slight little risk of just a regular old standard thunderstorm. Nothing in the severe thunderstorm risk, just an afternoon thunderstorm that we might see on any particular summer day. The rainfall rates, though, for today are going to be low, and so too is the chance that you'll get one of those rains. Back to you.
John, thanks so much. Hey, we're just getting some updates from our executive producer team saying that apparently at least one or more of the major traffic signals around the University Town Center, it is not operating. We're going to see that all over. But if you do come up to those intersections, there are no lights working. You always want to treat it as a four-way stop and just use a little bit of patience. Maybe just look at double time and always make sure that we're using our turn signals, because I have to say, I was coming in today and a few outages, and sometimes people would stop, and other times they would fly right through it. So you need to be on the lookout, be the eyes and ears, and double check.
Yeah, I did not have that experience for the most part, and I was coming in from that direction, Lakewood Ranch and Parish. For the most part, people were very respectful. Everyone was following the rules. So that was good news. But yes, I did see several traffic lights still out, a lot of debris on the roadway. There's a lot going on out there. So
absolutely. Patience and time. Hey, a look now at some popular spots all along the Sun Coast that took some major hurricane hits from Hurricane Milton. If you're a mini golf fan, you may want to actually kind of look away for this one.
Yeah, our Jordan Litwiller walking us through some of the damage that he spotted. Take a look.
Yeah, guys, we're here off of Tamiami Trail, right by what used to be kind of an iconic landmark here. It's hard to tell what it is right now, but this was the pirate ship at Smuggler's Cove Adventure Golf Course here off of Tamiami Trail. You can see it's just this part of the pirate ship has completely been destroyed, and that's really been the theme of what we've been seeing here as we've been surveying the damage all throughout the day following Hurricane Milton. It's really those wooden structures and some of those metal roofs that have really taken the brunt of things. For more of those concrete structures, we haven't really seen any of that damage that can come with high storm surge, and obviously it appears that we avoided a lot of that high storm surge here on this part of the Suncoast at least, so that's good news for this area. But as for those wooden structures and the metal roofs, we've seen a ton of those torn off. A lot of those wood framed garages like we saw earlier just completely destroyed. And I would say the one good thing here, if there is some good news for this area, this specific part, that big mast there, that is completely intact, and that could have been pretty bad if that was going to topple over, as we are so close to Tamiami Trail and the building just on the other side as well. So the good news is that stayed strong and didn't cause any more damage. But obviously the iconic landmark here, the pirate ship that so many people drive by on a day-to-day basis, is going to need some rebuilding. There are some of the gators here, and it does look like all the wildlife here at the area is doing okay. They're enjoying some of the sun out now on what's a little bit of a nicer day today. A little bit sad to see some of this iconic landmark and this pirate ship has seen better days, and we'll get back to better days, I'm sure, but you're going to need some rebuilding here on Tamiami Trail. Guys, back to you.
And from the golf green to the air, we told you about SRQ a little bit ago being closed till next Wednesday. Check this out. This is Venice Municipal Airport. It is closed, obviously, due to a lot of wind damage. So much dangerous debris widespread all across the fields there. Planes even flipped over. We've got reports of that. Again, this area, the Venice Airport, remaining closed until debris can be cleared. The city's debris removal contractor already busy working around the clock to just clear the doors, and so much loose metal out there, so please keep that in mind.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Current conditions at North Casey Key Road. Damage assessments continue. Debris pickup there still underway, but man, the pictures really tell the story. You can see a partially collapsed roadway there, if you want to, this area has also, by the way, Rob, as you know, been damaged from storm after storm after storm. So some of this is, I guess you could say, damage on top of damage. But officials continuing to work all across our area to help sort of rebuild, but it's going to take quite a while.
Yeah, and the images stuff, they're stunning, but we want you to take pictures and videos when it's safe. Don't go out and try to be the superhero. It's still not safe in so many areas. Make sure that you're given the all coast clear. Hey, take a look at this. Current conditions in downtown Sarasota. So much cleanup going on down there. Windows busted out. Cleaning crews getting so much debris off the streets in downtown. We saw some of the windows busted out at some of our towers. That is something we've not seen for a very long time, if ever that I'm aware of, but a lot of cleanup down there. So please pay attention to the road closures down there, the detour signs. Again, this is in the heart of downtown Sarasota.
Yeah. And let's move on to the next video. We believe that this video is in Bradenton, and you can see residents there literally took matters into their own hands, and they were helping to clear a tree that was blocking the lane. And this is, of course, so that cars could come through. Now, we've talked about this. We obviously want to leave things to the experts, but at some point, if it's safe to do so, you're going to see scenes like this, because this is neighbors helping neighbors. This is sort of an all hands on deck. In the midst of a disaster, sometimes people feel that they can't wait for the experts, and so these guys took it upon themselves to clear that tree. It looks like they are being safe, and I'm sure that there were plenty of drivers being grateful. I don't have an exact location.
This is off Manatee Avenue here.
Okay, thank you.
And here's the interesting twist. They were actually on their way already to help a friend out, clear debris, but then they did double duty, and we want you to do that, but do it safely.
Yeah.
Again, if it's in the streets, the thoroughfares, leave it to the professionals. Hey, several mobile homes at the Tri-Par Estates neighborhood, that's in North Sarasota, they suffered so much damage, as you can only imagine as well.
Yeah, and our Brendan Mackey spoke to one homeowner who shows us how his home was impacted.
Hey everyone, I'm Brendan Mackey here with ABC7, and I'm here with Phil Agnes. We are at the Tri-Par Estates neighborhood, and Phil, I mean, your house. You're laughing. You're so positive for what it looks like right now. That's good, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, A quarter of it's gone. The rest is fine. I checked the other rooms. There's no leaks. Water's working. Everything's fine. I mean, yeah, one of the bedrooms got demolished, and the dining room. I thought the whole place was going to be gone, to tell you the truth, and the whole mobile home. But and it's just not that bad. Yeah, all right. It's 2 rooms.
How long have you lived here?
I've been here 3 years. I used to live on Siesta, and I got flooded out there.
Well, what's the reaction? The fact that you leave because of getting flooded out, and you have this.
Are you kidding me? I lived in Puerto Rico for a little while, and I was down there on the West Coast, and I got a glancing blow from one of the hurricanes down there, and I can't remember which it was.
Yeah.
We lost water and electricity. So after a week of that, I said, I'm done. I'm out of here. So I came up here, and I got hit by Hurricane Ian. So, I mean, that was, 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks. And, that's when I lost the roof.
Where do you go from here, then? What are the next steps to try to bring this back?
That I don't know. I don't know whether it's worth fixing or whether I have to get a new one.
And did you evacuate?
Yeah.
And when did you decide to come back? I mean, what was your initial reaction when you saw this? It seems like you're just happy it was still there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's still there. I can't believe it. All right, so you lost a quarter of it, maybe. But, like I say, the rest of the inside, I covered up furniture and stuff that was important to me. But see, these are all, everything else I covered here in case I lost the roof. I didn't want it to be damaged because, this is stuff that I've had ever since we were kids. So that was the dining room there. And I had a sliding glass door there that went to the other bedroom.
Is the next step today just starting to make some calls, or is that something that at least for a day you kind of hold off on?
Well, I've already called people and let them know that I'm fine. Sent a couple pictures out of the damage, with a caption, I win the award for most damage.
Not an award you want to win.
True.
But we are wishing the best for you, and I'm so sorry about...
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a positive guy, but that's okay.
It's so weird to see, the walls are down the house, but then there's some items that are still sitting upright. His treasured planes there, but he ends it with a smile. God bless him, and so many other people.
Resiliency.
Really, our hearts and thoughts are with you. We'll be right back after the break. Stay with us.
The Biz joins aspiring young local artists with the internationally known stars. ABC7, Caring for Children Charities, and Semcor Studios bring you Andy Garcia's Stonebreaker, brought to you by Renewal by Anderson.
People used to replace their windows with vinyl, which didn't last. Now, vinyl is being replaced with something scientifically proven to withstand the test of time. Renewal by Anderson's Fibrex material windows. Fibrex material is 2 times stronger than vinyl.
See thebizsrq.com.
The barbecue recipes I use today have been in my family for generations. Back then, barbecue was a practical way to feed your family. Today, it's a good excuse to get folks together and celebrate where we come from.
As Jim's doctor, it's my job to help him keep things cooking. We meet regularly and adjust as we go for the best possible result.
You can't hurry your way through good barbecue
or good primary care. Archwell Health gets that.
Archwell Health gets me.
Beyond just fabulous pots, it's our blooms that make us unique. Our staff of experts will diagnose your plant issues and make recommendations to get your garden back on track. Our gardeners can help with landscaping and plantscaping for your home or condo. We will show you how to put together your dream garden that will transform and beautify any space and help you select that perfect pot to show off your selection from our 3+ acre garden center. Whatever your needs, you will be glad you stopped by your farm and garden. Together, we make your garden grow.
Plumbing and Air.
Aqua, local and family-owned faith-based company since 1974, hiring mechanical, electrical, and plumbing needs. Stay local, work local. My promise to you at Aqua.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
ABC 7, your local station.
The way I felt when I was in my new mattress, the very first night I felt great. That was a game changer for me.
Hi, I'm Mike Zeppi, owner of Anthony's Cooling, Heating, and Electrical. You don't need new until we say you do is more than our slogan. It's our commitment to you to make sure that we send qualified technicians who will provide you with options so that you can make an informed decision.
And welcome back. Of course, so many areas getting hit. Bradenton also seeing so much damage from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and we have crews, of course, scattered throughout the Suncoast. Let's go to our Brigham Harris now, who shows us what happened there.
Hey, this is Brigham Harris reporting in East Manatee County. It is the morning after Milton. We're taking a look at some of the damage in East Bradenton, particularly at the concession. Here you can see a massive tree unearthed, uprooted by the very strong winds that we had here last night. In the other direction, same thing. And going down Lindrick Lane, which is the main road out here, it's all the same story. Massive trees knocked over because of the wind. In fact, the reason I'm showing you this particular spot right here, this is the exit or the entrance to the concession. Trying to leave, I was stopped by a resident who told me there's so many trees down, the exit or entrance is completely blocked on this side. The fire department is on their way here to try to cut it up and free that exit or entrance. Luckily, there is another way in and out on Lindrick Lane, so people are going to be able to get in and out of the community here. But really, this paints probably the best picture of the status right now of East Bradenton. I don't want to speculate, but I thought we were maybe in the eye of the storm for a minute. Things got really, really calm, and then once we got into that west-southwest wall, everything started to pick back up in a much more violent way than when we first felt like we were possibly in the eye wall. And so things are looking okay out here. Lots of folks still trying to assess the damage. Everyone, it seems, is out. I haven't seen catastrophic damage or structural damage to some of these homes, but there are a whole lot of trees knocked over, some of them knocked into folks' mailboxes, which has caused damage there. There's no doubt going to be some cars that saw damage because of this wind. A little bit of flooding out here, but not a lot. We're going to continue to assess Manatee County, Sarasota counties, but at least up here where we felt like the storm went right over us, the main damage that we're seeing right now is because of the wind and some of the downed trees, but we'll keep you updated. Stay with us all throughout the afternoon. We're going to track and assess the damage caused by Hurricane Milton. We'll send it back to you.
So we're looking at a little bit of cloud cover that's amassing across, especially the southern part of the viewing area, where there are a few showers in progress. High, thin clouds across the northern part. This is all part of... we're at breaking news now. I'm going to return you to the anchors.
Okay, we want to join Governor DeSantis. He's now speaking live. Let's listen in.
This more recent storm, Milton, although it didn't produce that type of storm surge, you see a lot more wind damage than what you saw with Helene. So this is all in a couple weeks' time. We were over at the AP Bell Fish Company and Cortez. They have massive amounts of fish in their big freezer, but they don't have power. So we were able to facilitate a generator over there to keep that fish good. I know they're going to be selling that all around the world and even locally here when they get back up and running. There's been a lot of concern, obviously, about getting all the power back. We, of course, 50,000 linemen were pre-staged, and they are working very quickly on that. There's been 1.7 million accounts restored since the storm hit. And keep in mind, the storm, this time yesterday, the storm hadn't even left the state of Florida entirely. So those folks are working on it. I know this area is a priority for FPL. I think they've got about 670,000 customers that they're working on. And I think you're going to see some progress there because certainly they've got a lot of muscle here to be able to get that job done. Also, I know people have concerns about fuel. There's a lot of interest in these gas stations. there's fuel available. It's just the gas stations, if they don't have a generator, then they need that power to get back on to be able to operate the pumps. And I do think the power is going to get on as rapidly as humanly possible. But in the interim, if you don't have a generator, those pumps won't operate. I know Kevin's working with some of them to do it. A lot of the major stations, quite frankly, should have generators in Florida, but they are working that issue. Now, if there's issues with the port here in Manatee with the fuel terminal, and I know Kevin's working on some of that, we will work to bring fuel in from other places if that needs to be done. But I know there's a lot of fuel in the ports that were not taken out prior to the storm, so that'll happen, and we're going to make sure that there's fuel. But we do have a lot of fuel in the state of Florida. We've got 1 million gallons of gas, just state inventory sitting around that can be used, 1.5 million gallons of diesel. And then you still have to be able to do the dockside at the Port of Tampa, these other places. So that's being worked on. Debris. We surged the state. You had debris after Helene. And, the way these debris contracts work, I know the cities have them, the counties, the contractors, whatever, but a lot of times the debris takes forever. Clearly, with another storm approaching, there was a lot of debris. So we paused a lot of our road projects with the Department of Transportation, and we did an emergency debris removal. And we were here in Manatee, the Berry Islands, Pinellas. We did like 50,000 cubic yards of debris in 72 hours. That was a 24/7 operation. Now, I have roads that have to be built that we're under. I've got a lot of jobs throughout the state that have to go on. So it was never the state's responsibility to do the debris in the first place. So you're going to have these contractors, the cities, the counties, to get working on it. We want to be helpful if we can to facilitate that. And Kevin is working with FEMA to maybe handle the debris in a way that's going to incentivize more rapid attention to debris. The norm in a major hurricane, debris takes sometimes a year to get picked up. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that's good for recovery. I don't think the debris ended up being projectiles that caused much additional damage like we feared. Now, part of it is we did get a lot of the debris up that was there, but I still just think you gotta get the debris. So they're working on that with FEMA to be able to provide maybe some more attractive incentives in terms of how this stuff is reimbursed. But we understand that's going to be an issue, especially with local cities that may not have very big budgets. But our emergency debris mission, while I have to use that stuff to do what their normal business is, I did do the executive order saying that debris should be 24/7. So you should have your debris sites open so that if private citizens are bringing debris, that they have a place to drop it off. That should be the expectation. We want to harness that to be able to get rid of this stuff as soon as possible. All right, I'm going to let Kevin say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Governor. Another example of that leadership from the governor is Governor gave me the authority to actually direct permit debris management sites. So instead of having all the bureaucrats at our individual agencies, Sean Hamilton, DEP Secretary, and myself could go direct with each other, and I have the authority to permit any additional debris management sites in real time, so long as it's not near a well and it's not near some type of environmentally sensitive land like water and things of that nature. So we've cut that bureaucracy and red tape out, and that, again, that's the governor leading the way on that. We're going to continue to do that. We want to encourage, as the governor said in the executive order, we want to encourage people to be picking up debris 24/7. This is not a Monday through Friday garbage collection once a week type thing. It is a full court press, and we need to make sure that those things are happening. Another thing that the governor is doing, leading the way, you just heard him talk about the Port of Manatee. He has directed me to go ahead and get whatever it is for Transpontane to get back up and running. Right now, their first request is they have no place to work out of. So we're getting them a portable building or a mobile command unit for them to start working out of. If that's pumps or anything else they need to get them up temporarily until they can get their feet underneath them, we're going to do that. So that literally at the last stop that came up, we're already working it and already mobilizing assets to get there. So those are things that we're going to do. As the governor also said, we're working with FEMA to figure out how we can get number one, Deanne Criswell said, Kevin, we're going to work with you and make sure that all the emergency work you guys did last week gets covered. She 100% committed to that. The president on the phone with the governor, myself, and Deanne committed to that. So they're going to figure out how to work that out. Now, unfortunately, we don't have those emergency circumstances that exist anymore for us to come in there and really supplement that process. So FEMA is going to figure out, again, how can we incentivize more haulers to come here? When I say haulers, I actually mean the dump trucks and the hauling trucks, the subcontractors to get in here. How do we get more bandwidth? And then through the governor's executive order to go 24/7. This needs to be a 24/7 every day of the week operation, not taking any days off. So we'll do that. In addition to those things, I just want to reiterate, if you need help with housing, you need help with non-congregate sheltering, hoteling, and stuff like that, we have submitted our disaster declaration request. I informed the governor about an hour ago that that has been done. So the expedited disaster declaration request has gone to FEMA. We anticipate that we'll be turning on TSA very quickly. I will say this, the president knew it was coming. The administrator knew it was coming. All of the staff in D.C. knew it was coming. So we're hoping there's going to be a quick turnaround time on that. We got it to them, like I said, about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half ago. So I look for that declaration response to come probably today. FEMA knows that it's Florida, and we're used to moving Florida fast. So that's a little bit of an update since the last time we talked. I appreciate your leadership, Governor.
And so the TSA is the temporary sheltering assistance. So if people, and this is for Helene or for Milton, some people had storm surge, they had to muck and gut. It may take some time to rehab that. You can stay in a hotel for up to 60 days, and it'll likely be extended for perhaps up to 3 to 6 months. So that's an option. Probably more of a live option for people in this part of Florida than maybe the Helene victims in North Florida, like in Taylor County, where there's just not as many hotels. So you will be able to have access to that. We absolutely anticipate that will get approved. Like Kevin said, Kevin and I were on the phone with the president and with the administrator of FEMA, and they want to be helpful. The other thing is this road we had to do emergency repairs on after Helene, and then we saw this storm bearing down, and we're like, well, we're going to have to fix it again. Turns out the emergency repairs held. The road's fine, and people are going to be able to use. So there's no issues with any ingress, egress, Sunshine Skyway Bridge, all this stuff. We've been out. I think they've cleared cut and toss. 96% of all cut and toss operations are already complete by the Florida Department of Transportation. That's less than 24 hours from the storm fully leaving the state of Florida. So we're doing a great effort. We got a lot of people they're continuing to work. This storm did do damage. It was not the worst case scenario, but it did do damage, and it also did damage to people who had just had to weather the effects of Helene 2 weeks ago. So we understand that that's difficult, and we're going to do all we can to get people back on their feet. Okay, questions?
I have one question, Governor DeSantis. Can you talk to me about Port Tampa Bay right now? They don't have power. People are wondering how they can fuel.
So I'll let Kevin come in and also add to this, but I don't think Port Tampa Bay suffered much structural damage. They did not have the storm surge that was feared. In fact, it was a negative storm surge. So the issue for them is resuming operations requires the resumption of power. And I know they're working with all the utilities to be able to make that happen.
And picking up where the governor left off, there's a couple of things in motion here, and it's going to be, we're going to move it in parallel. We don't do anything linear here. So there's a couple of things at play. Number one, to the heart of the question, we have millions of gallons of fuel inside of tankers that we have already brought into the state of Florida. We've been doing that almost 1 million gallons a day over the last 4 or 5 days at the governor's direction. Number two, parallel to that, we have the Florida Petroleum Marketers Association. I had to get all of that right. The Florida Petroleum Marketers Association is letting us know what stores have the ability to take a generator. And if they don't have a generator, today we're flooding those stores to get a generator hooked up. And then the third layer of that onion, if you will, is if we do not have if we don't have power, we don't have a generator, what is it that we can do at a local level, maybe down to the community level, of bringing in some type of fuel dispensing from a truck or some other type of device? So we're going to keep working that. But at the same time, while we're moving those three things at the same time, we're also communicating with our electrical providers, because it doesn't make sense for us to pour a lot of money into something that's going to...
Jordan's sore nose let out a fiery sneeze, so Dad grabbed Puffs Plus lotion to soothe her with ease. Puffs Plus lotion is gentle on sensitive skin and locks in moisture to provide soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs indeed. America's #1 lotion tissue.
Thank you for joining us. You're watching Local News Live. I'm Ryan Peters.
And I'm Rashida Kaba. At least 8 people have died after Hurricane Milton struck Florida Wednesday night, the storm making landfall near Tampa.
With the severe weather behind them, Floridians are picking up the pieces from yet another major hurricane. Just 2 weeks after the Big Bend region was smacked by Hurricane Helene, Milton knocked out power to more than 3 million people. Still, some of the major storm surges that were forecasted never materialized, but there was still powerful rain, wind, and flooding. You were looking at some of the flooded roadways in Tampa yesterday.
Just incredible images. Take a look at this video of Tropicana Field. This is home of Major League Baseball's Tampa Bay Rays. The roof of that stadium ripped to shreds from the hurricane's force winds. This was originally supposed to be a staging area for people seeking shelter after the storm. Fortunately, no one was there when that storm hit, though. Despite some of the heavy damage, Governor Ron DeSantis says Florida actually avoided the worst-case scenario.
There from Bradenton Beach, one of the hardest hit areas.
It's just so ironic to see him there. He was there 2 weeks ago, right? Post-Helene, he's there again, really taking a closer assessment. 50,000 linemen restoring power on the ground all throughout the Sunshine State. Nearly 2 million accounts we know, Stephanie, already restored, but a lot of folks
1.7
still
in 24 hours, he said.
It's very impressive.
It is. It really is. Some of the other takeaways, he says that Bradenton Beach will be a priority when it comes to restoring power. He also, Rob, addressed this problem with gas stations. There's a lot of gas stations that are simply without fuel. So the ones that are open, and there are a few scattered about, there are long, very long lines. And he says part of the reason is because those pumps are electric, and those gas stations do not have generators, so they are not able to start those pumps back up if they don't have power.
Yeah, and so just the layman like me, as I'm coming in, maybe you thought the same thing this morning. Hey, they just don't have gas yet. The governor ensuring, hey, we've got like 1 million plus gallons of reserve in gasoline, but a lot of these stations don't have generators. They're not able to fill up the pumps and the underground tanks that we so depend on at those stations. Will we see that changing, that trajectory moving to a different direction going forward? I think you're going to see that a lot, because you would think, hey, we need generators now. We need them more than ever, and that's the case.
Definitely something to rethink as we move forward, just in terms of being prepared for these storms, both commercially as well as residentially in our own homes. One of the other things that he addressed was the debris removal. That was a big problem. They were very concerned in those hard-hit areas ahead of Milton because of the damage sustained from Hurricane Helene. He says that they were able to, with the authority of the state, remove about 50,000 cubic yards of debris in 72 hours has been removed. And that was when they were stepping that up ahead of Hurricane Milton. That, of course, debris removal will continue. Kevin Guthrie, director of the EOC, also taking the podium. He says that he was given the authority by Governor DeSantis to essentially cut the bureaucracy and the red tape to open debris sites essentially 24/7. So they are able to do that and get that debris removal accelerated.
Had no idea. This was interesting. We're learning kind of and navigating this as you are at home, but the governor making it very clear that he had to pause a lot of major roadway projects, and we know there are so many numerous ones here along the Sun Coast and all across the state, in order to use those supplies, to use that manpower to in fact clean up what we saw left behind by Helene. He said, you know, at some point I got to pick up and go on. So I didn't even realize, you know, you don't realize where all the elements are coming from to clean up one storm, but apparently trucks, resources, and whatever that may be were used from some of the state roadway projects in order to do that. Sounds like to me there's going to be a lot of companies, not only here but way out of state. Whoever is available, if you got a truck, come on down. There's some folks that are going to be making some great money, contracting cities all over. And like you said, Steph, it was what I heard was cut the red tape, cut the bureaucracy. Let's get the job done, right, as we move forward together as a community. And I think that was the biggest takeaway from all this.
Yeah, we heard some very strong words from Kevin Guthrie. One of the things he said was something to the effect of, this is not a Monday through Friday job. This is not a 9-to-5 job. He wants everyone working 24/7 to get this debris cleaned up. He also talked about the speed, and when we go back to the power restoration, 1.7 million people had their power restored in just 24 hours. He compared it to 10 years ago, saying that that would be unheard of 10 years ago, but they are able to work quickly now because they have these logistics in place, and so that is good news. But again, you know, it's still going to take some more time until everybody is fully restored, because we had, what, over 3 million people across the state without power.
Massive undergoing efforts right now. Also, again, Kevin Guthrie mentioning what's called, first he said, he referred to it as the TSA, and I thought he was talking about the airport. Maybe you did at home. We all have heard that term, but it's temporary shelter assistance, reaching out to the government, to FEMA, to get temporary shelter assistance for so many folks who were in fact displaced. Today, Brendan Mackey talking to that gentleman right there just about 10 minutes ago about, you know, what do you do? Where do you go from here? So what that entails with the temporary shelter assistance, we're going to look into that a lot more for you throughout the afternoon. But that's a great program, and the 24/7 operation, I love that. I think we kind of already got that here along the Sun Coast, right? Post Debbie and Helene and all these other storms. It's not Monday through Friday, but it is an all hands on deck effort.
It certainly is. Okay, that is going to wrap it up for us here at noon. But keep in mind, you're going to want to rejoin us. Rob and I will be back at 3 o'clock for our special coverage when it continues, special coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Make it a safe afternoon, everybody. Stay safe. We'll see you a little bit later.
Make sure you're watching.
Absolutely.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. Good to see you as well. Still ahead on GMA3 on this Friday, stories of resilience rising out of the recovery from Hurricane Milton.